farming in the dungeon, reincarnated in a game world and exiled to live and cultivate in a hidden dungeon. Is it wrong to pick up vegetables in a dungeon? Volume 4, by Suzuki Ryuichi. Translated by SHM. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 245, An Unexpected Visitor. A week had passed since our return from the Kingdom of Rodden. As usual, I had just finished delivering vegetables to the Rimal Company and was chatting with Jennifer-san at the reception desk. Kiara and Simone, who had come along, were browsing the shelves, discussing items and daily necessities needed for dungeon exploration. Still, I never imagined you'd all become such big shots. Out of nowhere, Jennifer-san made this comment. I always thought you'd take things at a more relaxed, leisurely pace. That's what I'm aiming for, though. Really. Lately, I feel like you've got this, let's aim even higher, kind of energy about you. Really? I didn't think that was the case. Even with the coup, it wasn't like we actively sought to get involved. If we'd known about the situation beforehand, we'd have avoided going to the Kingdom of Rodden altogether. That said, I did have a goal of expanding the farm. But that's something almost any farmer aspires to, isn't it? I'm not interested in medals or anything, but I do want to see the dungeon farm grow bigger. Sounds like you're still ambitious. Well, if you weren't, it'd be hard to explain why so many girls are sticking with you. Jennifer-san nodded to herself, oddly satisfied. At that moment, a new customer entered the store. Jennifer-san greeted them with her usual business smile, welcome, but froze the moment she saw who it was. Wondering who it could be, I turned to look as well. It's been a while. The visitor was none other than Reginald, Knight Commander of the Kingdom of Krentz. The last time we met face-to-face was back at the Knight's mess hall, wasn't it? Knight Commander Reginald. My voice cracked in surprise. Hearing my startled tone, Kiara and Simone came over. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Knight Commander, they too were visibly shocked and flustered. As he had said, it had been a long time since we'd met in person. The official reports as a special knight were usually handled by other knights, so my interactions had been with them instead. Considering how busy the Knight Commander was, it wasn't surprising he wasn't often at the outpost. Ignoring our panicked reactions, Knight Commander Reginald calmly continued speaking. I've heard the rumors. You've been making quite the name for yourselves. And no, it's not like that. Don't be modest. It makes me proud to know that appointing you as a special knight wasn't a mistake. He grinned and patted my shoulder enthusiastically. But if someone as important as the Knight Commander had come all the way out here himself, it could only mean one thing: this was something serious. No, is there something you need from us? Yes, I've come all the way to Dreesen to find you. After a moment of dramatic pause, Knight Commander announced, your medal conferment has been officially decided. Is what he said. Chapter 246, Medal Conferment. The news that Reginald, the Knight Commander himself, had come all this way to deliver was that the rumored medal conferment was now a reality. The ceremony is tomorrow. It will be held at the castle. I'll send someone to the dungeon farm to pick you up in the morning. Why, yes. I'm looking forward to it. With just the necessary details conveyed, Knight Commander Reginald left the trading company. He's a busy man. He probably couldn't spare much time here. The moment he stepped out. You did it. This is amazing, Bale-san. Kiara and Simone leapt at me excitedly. Jennifer-san, though not as exuberant as the other two, also rushed over with a wide smile. This is incredible. With a medal ceremony coming up, you're going to get even busier, you know. Why, yeah, I suppose so. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm in my response, Jennifer-san looked at me with concern. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Well, honestly, it doesn't feel real yet. Gregory-san had repeatedly told me this might happen, so I wasn't entirely unprepared. But hearing it confirmed by the Knight Commander himself felt oddly surreal. I get it. You didn't do any of this to earn a medal, so it's natural to feel that way. But you know, this is an incredible achievement. Kiara, well-versed in such matters, gently reassured me. I knew how significant this was. So really, I should feel proud, validated, even. After all, this medal was a recognition of everything we'd accomplished up to now. You're right, I guess I was just so surprised I didn't know how to react. Smiling as I said this, I saw them smile back, their relief evident. And so, it was decided I would receive a medal from His Majesty the King. Still, tomorrow? That's awfully short notice. Section. Back at the dungeon farm, I shared the news with everyone. Their reactions were much the same as Kiara and Simone's earlier, cheers of excitement and congratulations. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this medal wasn't something I'd earned alone. It was thanks to my reliable companions that I'd made it this far. In that case, let's have a feast tonight. Martina, our head chef, declared as she dashed to the kitchen. The others quickly began setting up the table. Before joining in the preparations, I approached Claudia-san, who had been wearing a complex expression ever since hearing the news. Congratulations, Bale-sama. Thank you, Claudia-san. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I cut to the heart of the matter. Is something on your mind? Regarding this medal conferment, have you informed your family? I haven't. My family, House Orlando, wasn't informed. Frankly, I doubted they'd want any association with me. Even now, with this medal, I couldn't imagine them trying to get involved. At least that's what I thought. Claudia-san, however, seemed to think otherwise. Please be cautious. I find it hard to believe the head of House Orlando will remain silent about this. She knows my family's inner workings better than I do in some ways. Her warning was something I'd have to take seriously. Chapter 247, Looking Back on the Past. The morning of the medal awarding ceremony had finally arrived, following the official announcement from Knight Commander Reginald. Phew, I hadn't slept well. The unusual tension in my chest had kept me awake. Feeling restless, I stepped out of the treehouse into the early morning air. A faint mist hovered over the underground lake, its stillness drawing my thoughts back to the very beginning. Come to think of it, it was just Martina and me at the start. Strictly speaking, the woodmen were around, but they were more like familiars summoned through the dragon tree sword. Counting them alongside Martina didn't feel quite right. Then, one day, Kiara came tumbling down through that hole in the ceiling. I was stunned, especially when I learned she was the daughter of Slaffin, the helper character from Fantasy Farm Story. Meeting her led to my introduction to Charlotte as well. Later, helping Kiara with her assignment brought me to Slaffin's laboratory, where I received the Alron seed. That seed eventually grew into Hanan, who now lives here on the dungeon farm as a cheerful young girl. Then came the joint operation with the guild, which unexpectedly involved Simone, a dragonkin. When I visited Storm Valley in search of Hurricane Garlic, I met Alia. Looking back, she'd been targeting me back then. That was nerve-wracking, to say the least. I'm just glad things worked out. The journey didn't stop there. The Mist Witch, the Desert Alron, the Dragon Tree Sword's evolution at the Hot Springs, and, of course, the recent events in the Kingdom of Rodden. Each event, every success, wasn't something I could have accomplished on my own. It was all thanks to my companions. Being recognized for those achievements by the king himself, it's undoubtedly one of the highest honors a person in this country can receive. Perhaps that's why it still doesn't feel real. That and the lingering concern about my family, the Orlando family. By now, they must be aware of my upcoming medal conferment. I half expected them to send someone demanding I decline, but so far, there's been no sign of that. Any sudden moves now would likely only damage their reputation. With Dirk taking over as heir, they wouldn't want to invite unnecessary scrutiny. From what I observed during the Academy Festival, Dirk hasn't exactly distinguished himself either. If anything, his presence felt more like a negative spotlight. In any case, I can only hope the ceremony proceeds without incident. Bail Doan. Snapped out of my thoughts, I turned to see Martina waving at me in front of the treehouse. Breakfast is ready. Ah, got it. I'll be right there. Lost in thought, I hadn't noticed how much time had passed. Everyone else was already awake. By the time we finished breakfast, the escort from the castle would likely arrive. I'd better find a way to relax before then. Chapter 248 Visitors. At the appointed time, the castle's envoy arrived at the treehouse to escort us. To my surprise, the two knights sent were the same young men who had helped us during the incident with the Knight Orders Mess Hall. Ah, it's been a while. Good to see you're doing well. Thanks to you, the mess hall menu has improved a lot. Chef Frank is especially grateful. Though, if we're being honest, Martina deserves more credit than I do for that. With familiar faces as our escort, we climbed into the carriage and set off. The central boulevard of the royal capital was lively with the bustling morning market. Passing through the crowd, we arrived at the castle, where preparations for the medal ceremony were already underway. The venue was filled with familiar faces who had come to celebrate. Well, congratulations. T. Tavers-san. The first person I saw was Karubin Tavers, head of the Tavers family and the noble who'd helped us the most. Martina-kun. Unfortunately, Hugo couldn't make it today, but he was delighted to hear about your award. Father was. That's right. Hugo-san, Martina's father, works as the Tavers family's personal chef. I'd visited their estate a few times because of that connection. Next was, congratulations, Bale-kun. Slafin-san. Mom. Kiara's mother, Slafin, had also arrived. True to her character, she'd been a great help to us on many occasions. I knew you weren't ordinary, but to think you'd grow enough to receive a medal. It's thanks to Kiara and everyone else. Hearing that makes me proud. She looked genuinely happy for her daughter's accomplishments. In the game, Kiara herself didn't appear, only being mentioned in passing. I never imagined we'd have such a long and close connection. More visitors continued to arrive. Among them was Lawrence-san, Charlotte's elder brother. His presence caught me off guard. Even you came, Lawrence-san. Don't get the wrong idea, Bale Orlando. I'm only here to celebrate my sister, Charlotte. I don't like it when Anasama refuses to give proper praise. Well done, Bale Orlando. His unwavering dedication to his little sister was refreshing, if not entirely surprising. That same unshakable devotion is likely what makes him such a formidable knight, or so one might think. Reflecting on this moment, I realized just how many people I'd met and connected with over time. Having them gather to celebrate like this, it fills me with gratitude. I can now say with certainty that receiving the Dragon Tree Sword was one of the best things to happen to me. Still, one thing caught my attention. There wasn't a single representative from the Orlando family present. Everyone else seemed to be avoiding the subject, likely out of consideration for me. Yet, their complete lack of action left me uneasy. I just hope they don't do anything rash. Chapter 249, The Medal Conferment Ceremony. The Medal Conferment Ceremony proceeded with solemnity from start to finish. Now that I think about it, this was my first time meeting the king of the Krentz kingdom face to face. Realizing that only made me more nervous. Incidentally, none of my relatives from the Orlando family attended the ceremony. Martina, Kiara, and Charlotte, all of whom had family within the kingdom, had someone show up on their behalf. Not that I felt any sadness about it. My attachment to the Orlando family had ended the moment Dirk replaced me as heir. Though everyone seemed to be tactfully avoiding the subject, I planned to explain things myself when the time felt right. The ceremony itself went smoothly without any issues and concluded without a hitch. Afterward, we were guided to a waiting room, where we were to stay until the Knight Commander Reginald and the Magic Corps Commander Diane came to speak with us. I half expected them to spring another troublesome mission on us, but amazing, it's a real medal. Kiara-san, there's no way it would be fake. I know that, but it's still hard to believe. I feel the same way, Kiara-chan. A medal? Huh, I'm surprised it was even awarded to us non-humans. Right, Simone Alia? Why yes, but I'm just as happy as anyone else. Yeah, me too. Though I'd rather not be lumped in with the non-human category. The women were all abuzz. Kiara and the others, who understood how prestigious the medal was, were moved by the occasion. Meanwhile, those like Hanan, who didn't grasp its full significance, still seemed to pick up on its importance from everyone else's reactions. They looked genuinely happy to have received it together. This is enough for me. This simple, peaceful life. After some time, Knight Commander Reginald and Magic Corps Commander Diane arrived. Contrary to my concerns, they praised us for all our efforts so far and even prepared a gift for us. It was a matching set of tableware. And not just any tableware, this was high-quality, expensive stuff. It's just a small token, but not at all. We'll cherish it, thank you so much. Something practical like this is far more valuable to us than any extravagant decoration. They must have known that when they chose this gift. The rest of our time was spent chatting about past events and reminiscing until they had to return to their duties. We thanked them again and left the room. The moment I stepped into the hallway. Whoa. I bumped into someone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Why, yes, I'm fine. Oh, you're Bale-san. Huh, you know my name. The person I'd bumped into was a girl, probably around my age. Judging by her attire, she seemed to be a noble lady. Yet, despite knowing my name, I couldn't recall ever meeting her before. Excuse me then. Ah, wait. Before I could stop her, she hurriedly walked away. Who was she? Chapter 250, Contact. The medal conferment ceremony was over, and life returned to normal, or at least, it seemed like it. The reactions from those around me had shifted subtly. When I delivered vegetables to Dreesen, people greeted me more often than before. I'd already been on good terms with the town's folks, but lately, the warmth and enthusiasm they showed had amplified. Other than that, however, my days passed without much change. But that peace wouldn't last. That morning, Gregory-san himself came to the treehouse. It was unusual for the head of the merchant guild to visit personally. Normally, he'd send someone in his place. While this was rare, it didn't seem particularly alarming, at first. However, the purpose of his visit gave me a sinking feeling. Someone came looking for me. Yes. Gregory-san explained that the previous day, 2 men had visited his guild, asking for me. Initially, I assumed it was another matter concerning vegetables, but that didn't seem to be the case. 2 adult men, both former knights. I recognized them. Former knights. They've since left the order, and now serve as private guards for someone's estate. And whose estate might that be? You've heard the name, I'm sure, Bridges family. The Bridges family. The name was familiar. The head of the household, Danon Bridges, was a noble of significant influence, rivaling the Orlando family in power. But why would someone from the Bridges family be looking for me? Unlike the Tavers family, who attended the medal conferment ceremony and with whom I had an amicable relationship, this felt like an entirely different matter. The men requested your whereabouts so they could arrange a meeting with their master. I told them I'd need to consult with you before responding. What's your decision? Considering their status as one of the kingdom's most prominent noble houses, I don't see any issue in agreeing to meet them. The most likely scenario, they wanted to probe me for information about the Orlando family. The Bridges and Orlando families had long been rivals. Even though I'd been cast out and had no meaningful ties to the Orlandos anymore, they might believe I still held useful knowledge. One concern, however, lingered. I admit, I'm surprised you're so willing to meet with the Bridges family. Still, even if you'd refused, I doubt they would have backed down so easily. Gregory-san's thoughts mirrored my own. Sending envoys was likely their attempt to handle the situation amicably. They must have anticipated that I'd refuse, given my history with the Orlando family. If I were to reject the meeting and later engage with other noble houses, the Orlandos might take offense and retaliate. While the Tavers family's limited involvement likely spared me from such complications, the Bridges family operated differently. No matter the approach, it was clear they were determined to make contact. In that case, I'd take the initiative. If they wanted a meeting, I'd face them head-on. Chapter 251, The Visitor. I had expected this to happen sooner or later, but receiving a medal really does change things. It's clear I can no longer live as I did before. Still, I intend to stick to my original resolve. That is, to continue living as a farmer. Even being entrusted with the dragon tree sword must have been destiny. The life I once dreamed of while playing fantasy farm story has become a reality. Now that I've finally achieved my ideal, there's no reason to abandon it. I plan to make that clear to the Bridges family. No matter how favorable the terms they present, I won't give up the life I have now. That much, I'll say without hesitation. The day after Gregory-san shared his information, I visited the Merchant Guild, accompanied by Charlotte and Kiara, who are well-versed in these kinds of matters. As we arrived, 2 adult men, likely the knights mentioned in yesterday's conversation, approached us. You are Bale-sama, correct? Bale-sama, is it? It's been quite some time since anyone called me that. You must be envoys of the Bridges family. Yes, we've come to deliver a message to you today. A message from the head of the Bridges family. No, the one who has something to discuss with you is not Danon-sama. What? Their words caught me off guard. Wait a minute. They're definitely from the Bridges family, but they're not acting on orders from the head of the family. Could it be they're acting on their own? No, that seems unlikely. Such actions wouldn't be permitted. Then, whose orders are they following? What do you mean by that? If it's not Danon-sama, then who could possibly have business with Bale? Charlotte and Kiara pressed the knights for answers, unable to make sense of the situation. Then, that would be me. I'm the one who has business with Bale-san. A sudden voice from behind made us turn. Standing, there was a young girl. Wait a moment, isn't she? You're the one I bumped into in front of the waiting room during the metal conferment ceremony. Yes, I apologize for my rudeness back then. And no, it's nothing. The girl bowed her head politely, leaving me flustered. Could it really be her who has business with me? And judging by the fact that she's accompanied by members of the Bridges family, could she be? Allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Kine Bridges. Kine Bridges? From her surname, it's clear she must be related to the current head of the family, Danon Bridges, likely his daughter. And yet, what she said next left everyone stunned. I have been chosen as your fiancé. From this day forward, please treat me well. Hi. After a moment of silence, the entire guild hall erupted in shouts. Chapter 252, A New Fiancé. Kine Bridges, a young lady from the powerful Bridges family, renowned even within the Krentz kingdom. She declared herself as my fiancé, but the one who couldn't let that slide was. I object. Charlotte. And you are? I am Charlotte Blaffer, Balesan's fiancée de Suwa. Ah, you mean his former fiancé. What? Kine deliberately emphasized the former, leaving Charlotte momentarily speechless. It's true. Charlotte and I were once engaged, but that's in the past. Our engagement was annulled, and though circumstances have led us to live together now, the engagement itself no longer exists. Wait a second. If she declared herself my fiancé so boldly in front of me, does that mean the Bridges family officially recognizes this arrangement? Normally, these kinds of proposals would go to Dirk. Considering the Orlando family went so far as to cast me out and adopt him, I didn't think they'd involve me in anything like this. But perhaps they found themselves in such dire straits that they're left with no other options. Either way, there's no way I'm accepting this. I want nothing to do with the Orlando family anymore. I'll have to turn her down, even if it's harsh. I appreciate you coming all this way, but I'm no longer connected to the Orlando family. That connection can be reestablished if you marry me. Sorry, but that's the last thing I want. What? You don't wish to return to the Orlando family? No, not at all. Was that really such a shocking answer? I mean, sure, someone accustomed to aristocratic life might struggle with the idea of becoming a farmer. The difference in living standards could be overwhelming. But for me, this life is something I chose. Even if the Divine Granting Appraisal Ceremony had granted me something other than the dragon tree sword, I would have likely left home and pursued life as a farmer regardless. Yet Kine didn't seem willing to accept my answer. She pressed on relentlessly. You're willing to give up your noble status to become a farmer. It's not about giving anything up. This is the life I want. You chose to become a farmer. It seems she believes I've resorted to farming out of desperation, as if it were my only means of survival. She must have thought that dangling the prospect of returning to noble life would be enough to secure an engagement. So, does that mean this whole fiancé business is something she came up with on her own? About this engagement you mentioned earlier, was it actually agreed upon by both families? Kine fell silent at my question. Her reaction spoke volumes without her needing to say anything. Judging by your response, you haven't even mentioned this engagement to your parents, have you? What does that matter? This time, Kiara's anger flared, and she moved to confront Kine, but I raised a hand to stop her. It seems there's more to this situation than meets the eye. Chapter 253, Kine's Motive. Kine Bridges, the young lady who boldly declared herself my fiancé. However, the entire engagement story reeks of something suspicious. To begin with, the Orlando family, who exiled me, isn't the type to drag me back over a mere medal. Knowing my father, he'd stubbornly ensure that Dirk earns one instead. That leaves one glaring question. What exactly is Kine's motive? Why would she claim to be engaged to me, someone she barely knows? Could this be a scheme orchestrated by the Bridges family? There's an undeniable whiff of intrigue, but Kine is the only one here who can reveal the truth. And then, to my surprise, Kine spoke up first. Are you truly satisfied with your current life? Of course, every day feels fulfilling. I answered without hesitation, and Kine's eyes widened in shock. It seemed she'd placed her last hope on the idea that my confidence was mere bravado. Unfortunately for her, that hope was misplaced. Still, she seemed desperate to make me acknowledge her as my fiancé, frantically searching for words to justify her actions. At that moment, Jennifer-san, the receptionist at the Merchant Guild, casually interjected. "So, you really want to marry Bale that badly?" Out of nowhere, a bombshell of a question. Kine's response. "No, not particularly." Her answer was refreshingly blunt. "It's not that I want to marry him, but I need him to be my fiancé." "That makes no sense. Explain your intentions more clearly to me, the original fiancé." Charlotte's remark was fair, though calling herself the original fiancé sounded bizarre. "Ito, yeah, I don't get it either. It's a bit unsettling, so could you explain why you called yourself my fiancé?" "Very well, this may take a while." "Go ahead, I'm listening." "A young lady from the influential Bridges family claiming to be my fiancé. There had to be a significant reason. If she's truly troubled by something, I'd like to help her resolve it. She doesn't seem like a bad person at heart. The reason I claimed to be your fiancé was to break off the marriage proposal arranged by my father." "I see. So, to sabotage her own engagement, she decided to announce a fake one with me. I assumed that since you were exiled from the Orlando family, you'd be aiming to make a comeback. I thought the recent medal you received was part of that effort." "Ah, so you believed Bale wanted to return to the Orlando family, and you planned to use an engagement with him as leverage in those negotiations." "Exactly." Kiara hit the nail on the head, or rather, voiced what I had also suspected. Even so, did she really need to involve me? With the Bridges family's status, she could surely find a better candidate. Just who is this fiancé Kine is so desperate to escape from? Chapter 254, Kine's Struggle. It seems Kine approached me to break off the engagement arranged by her father. She assumed that I, having been exiled from the Orlando family after receiving the Dragon Tree Sword, must be plotting a comeback. The medal I was recently awarded? She thought it was a bargaining chip for that very purpose. But when she realized I had no lingering attachment to the Orlando family, that I was enjoying my farming life, and that I wasn't scheming to reclaim my position, her shoulders slumped in utter despair. What exactly am I supposed to say to her? This turn of events was filled with nothing but miscalculations on her part. Under normal circumstances, I should probably be angry at her for trying to use me. But seeing her so disheartened, I couldn't help but feel a little guilty instead. "You don't need to worry about it." Kiara offered some reassurance, sensing my conflicted emotions. Charlotte, meanwhile, decided to probe Kine further to get more details. "We understand you oppose the engagement your father arranged. But is that because of rebellion against your father or dissatisfaction with your fiancé?" "Both. The worst-case scenario. If she could at least accept one aspect of it, there might have been a glimmer of hope for her." "Who exactly is this fiancé of yours?" Kine fell silent at Kiara's question. After a long pause, she seemed to steel herself and finally spoke. "Dirk Orland." Kiara, Charlotte, and I all let out a collective sigh. I had suspected as much, but to see it confirmed so predictably was still something. To be honest, I hardly met him to say that I know much about him. However, I've heard little good rumors about him. "Kine, you're not enrolled in the Royal Academy." "I'll be starting next week." "Huh, so it's that time of year again." "Now that you mention it, it is." Kiara and Charlotte, who have spent most of their recent days lounging around my farm instead of attending school, looked nostalgically off into the distance. Incidentally, those two are special scholarship students. As long as they submit their assignments, they can graduate without attending classes. But more importantly, this is about Kine right now. "Bale-san." Just as I was about to say something, Kine called out to me first. "When you were exiled, weren't you afraid?" "Huh?" The question caught me off guard. I couldn't quite grasp her intent, but the pleading look in her eyes compelled me to respond. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel any anxiety. But even so, I tried to see it as an opportunity to forge a new path forward. Having the Dragon Tree Sword and knowing about that dungeon with the underground lake were key. Without that prior knowledge, things might have turned out very differently. Looking ahead with optimism, I see. As Kine processed my words, the timid uncertainty vanished from her gaze. She'd made up her mind. As I looked into her resolute eyes, I felt a strange, inexplicable certainty. she'd found her resolve. Chapter 255, The Path She Chooses. After hearing how I've lived since being exiled from the Orlando family, Kine fixed me with a resolute gaze. I'm glad I met you. I never expected to gain such clarity from this encounter. Is that so? It seemed she had reached a conclusion about something within herself. Her previously tense expression softened into one as clear and refreshing as a cloudless sky. Well then, I'll take my leave. I apologize for causing such a commotion. Wait, Kine. Yes. Good luck. When I said that, she responded with a bright smile. You too, she said. And so, the engagement uproar involving the Orlando and Bridges families came to an end, or so it seemed. Truthfully, it's far too early to let our guard down. Her fiancé was Dirk Orlando. While this is purely my conjecture, I don't think Kine has given up on breaking off the engagement. She'll likely take this time to learn at the academy, meet new people, and eventually make her own decision. Exactly what that decision will be, no one can say. Though perhaps, deep down, she already knows the answer. Kine Bridges, she's going to be our junior, isn't she? That's right, Desuwa. Shall we attend the entrance ceremony this year? What's with the sudden silence? Oh, I just realized how rare it is for us to agree on something, Charlotte. Stop being so misleading. Things are as lively as ever on this end. At the very least, it's clear the Orlando family wasn't the one behind this engagement plan. However, what comes next is anyone's guess. Even though I firmly denied any possibility of reconciliation, I can't predict what methods my ambitious father might resort to. With the medal I've received and my current role as a farmer cum special knight, it's unlikely they can act freely against me. Still, I can't shake the feeling that something might be brewing. After seeing Kine and her escort knights off, we left the trading company and made our way home. Section. Back at the treehouse, I wasted no time recounting the day's events to everyone. The moment they heard about a potential fiancé, the house erupted into chaos. When they realized it was all a near miss, or maybe not even that, they seemed visibly relieved. Even so, that girl Kine, it feels like she's found some clarity through all of this. You think so too, Hanan. From her demeanor, it doesn't seem like she's planning anything reckless. Rather, she's probably determined not to be dictated to by her father anymore. Perhaps Kine has decided to find a new path for herself, one she can call her own. She seemed intrigued by my life as a farmer, showing interest in my choices, and even asking if I felt any anxiety about them. Whatever the case, I hope she finds an answer that satisfies her. Chapter 256, A Request from Slaffin. A week had passed since Kine's departure. According to Kiara and Charlotte's information, the entrance ceremony at the Royal Academy had already concluded. With that, Kine's studies were likely to intensify. If she were a scholarship student like the two of them, she'd probably have more freedom, but from what I've heard, those spots are highly exclusive, not something easily achieved. In the meantime, we enjoyed a stretch of peaceful days. The adventurer party made up of Martina, Kiara, Charlotte, and Alia had grown so famous in Dreesen that there wasn't a soul in town who didn't know their names. Meanwhile, Hanan and Simone were dedicated to managing the farm and livestock, while Claudia-san, with her woodman helpers, took care of all the household chores. Everyone had their role and was fulfilling it admirably. It was, without a doubt, an ideal setup. Section. For a while, I was able to focus solely on the work of being a farmer. However, one day, a request came in from an unexpected source. The catalyst was a message Kiara brought back after submitting an assignment at the Royal Academy. Hey, Bale, do you have a moment? What's up? Actually, my mom wants to meet with you. Slaffin-san wants to see me. Slaffin-san, a magical scholar working at the academy and Kiara's mother, was someone I'd met a few times before. For her to want to meet me, was it another problem like the one we faced at the academy's farm? Got it. I'll head over tomorrow. If that's the case, I'll join you. I need to submit an assignment anyway. Thanks, Charlotte. Martina and Simone also volunteered to come along. So the five of us, including Kiara, decided to visit the academy together. Section. The next day, when we arrived at the Royal Academy, it was unusually lively. What's going on? It's probably preparations for the graduation ceremony. Kiara's explanation caught my attention. But didn't the entrance ceremony just end? That's true, but this year, Some students had been away, joining the knight's expeditions, so the timing got pushed back. I remember they did the same when Lawrence-san, Kiara-san's Onasan, was at the academy. The ceremony was postponed until he returned from an expedition. Charlotte's addition cleared things up. Ah, so that's how things work in this world. Come to think of it, Lawrence-san was already taking on night missions during his student years. No wonder he climbed the ranks so quickly at such a young age. Well, setting that aside, we made our way to our destination, Slaffen-san's laboratory. Section, I've been expecting you. Slaffen-san greeted us with a warm smile. I apologize for asking you to come all the way here. Normally, I should be the one visiting you. Not at all, we owe you so much already, Slaffen-san, it's no trouble. She seemed genuinely apologetic, but considering all the help she'd given us, I didn't mind at all. As for the request at hand, the reason I called you here today is simple. I need your help with someone. It seemed we were being asked to assist someone. Chapter 257, The Request. Though I am a farmer by trade, I also hold the title of Special Knight, bestowed upon me by Sir Reginald, the Knight Commander. The events in the Kingdom of Rodden were a result of fulfilling those duties. If this were a typical monster subjugation, it would naturally fall to the Knight Order. The fact that Slaffen-san brought this matter to me likely meant it had something to do with farming, or so I assumed. The one making this request is a renowned authority on magical medicine. For years, he's been searching for a phantom herb. A phantom herb? I didn't know anything about its effects, but the word phantom alone carried an air of significance. At the same time, I began to piece together why Slaffen-san had summoned me here. I was wondering if your dragon tree sword could create it. Ah, I knew it. Thus far, I'd accomplished several seemingly impossible feats using divine seeds, from growing rare plants to creating the treehouse we now called home. However, creating an herb might be a different story entirely. I'm sorry, Slaffen-san, but even with the power of the dragon tree sword, I think obtaining that herb would be difficult. I thought as much. Perhaps it could be achieved with the evolved form tree god sword, but even that seemed uncertain. That said, there was someone who might know more about this herb than I did. Hey, what if Hanan knows something about it? Exactly. Hanan, being an Allron, a plant-type monster, might have some insight into this phantom herb. Charlotte, Simone, and Martina seem to have reached the same conclusion. Now that you mention it, I recall you mentioning that an Allron sprouted from the seeds I gave you. Yes, if anyone might know, it's her. We'll head back and ask her right away. I'm counting on you. Since this request came from Slaffen-san, someone who had helped us countless times, I wanted to do everything I could to fulfill it. Hopefully, Hanan would have some answers. Section. Back at the treehouse, we immediately brought the matter to Hanan. I've no idea. An instant reply. W8, are you sure you don't know anything? Sorry, but I haven't the faintest clue. Well, it was called a phantom herb for a reason. It wouldn't be easily found, let alone easily known. Oh well, it can't be helped. I'll explain the situation to Mom myself. No, I'll go with you. It was her request after all. As Kiara and I discussed this, Alia returned from a dungeon expedition and chimed in. What's this about? It's about a phantom herb. Alia, do you know anything about it? Kiara's question made Alia's expression change dramatically. Could it be she actually knew something? Chapter 258, Alia's Memory. The moment we brought up the phantom herb, Alia's expression shifted noticeably. That face, you definitely know something, don't you? Ugh. I pointed it out, and Alia reacted with textbook panic. Normally, she'd start talking without being asked, but this time her behavior was clearly unusual. Kiara seemed to notice it too. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Okay, I'll be honest. Under Kiara's piercing gaze, Alia gave in. I expected her to share what she knew about the phantom herb, only to find out that wasn't exactly the case. To be clear, I have no idea what this phantom herb actually is, but the phrase rings a bell. What do you mean? A long time ago, when I was much younger, I think I heard someone mention it. From your childhood, huh? Alia doesn't remember much about her past. Out of everyone here, she's undoubtedly the one with the most tumultuous history. From what she told us, it seemed like this herb might be linked to a fragment of her early memories, long before she got involved in her current dangerous line of work. Of course, it could just be a coincidence, But as the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. If we could track down this herb, we might uncover something significant. On top of that, Alia's name isn't even her real one. She chose it when she registered with the guild. For all we know, she might have been separated from her family for some reason. When I brought that up, though, I don't think it matters. Surprisingly, Alia's response was refreshingly straightforward. And me, where I was born or whose child I am doesn't matter. I'm here at this dungeon farm because I chose to be. Alia, her positive outlook is something I could definitely learn from. Just then, Hanan and Simone arrived. May I interrupt for a moment? Oh sure, what's up? We may have a lead on the identity of that herb. What? Are you serious? Their words caught us completely off guard. Did you remember something, Hanan? Not exactly, but I thought of someone who might know a great deal about herbs and such. Someone you've already met. Someone we've met before. Who could it be? Among the people we've encountered who are knowledgeable about plants, Kiara, Alia, and I all racked our brains. Then, as if a light bulb went off simultaneously, we all arrived at the same answer and shouted in unison. Mamaran. Chapter 259, Reunion with Mamaran. To gather more information about the phantom herb, we decided to visit Hanan's mother, Mamaran, in the desert village of Dat. Before setting out, we informed Slafensan of our plans via Kiara's familiar and let Gregory-san know we'd be away for a short while. With Claudia-san around, there wasn't much to worry about back at home. Upon arriving in Dat, we were greeted by none other than Village Chief Edwards. Oh, Bail Dono, it's been a while. Edward-san came bounding over with unbridled enthusiasm. The villagers, too, showered us with an unexpectedly warm welcome. The reason for their excitement became clear when I glanced toward the oasis. There, an impressive farm sprawled out before us. The vegetables, lush and vibrant, looked as if they didn't belong in the middle of a desert. The villagers tending to them wore expressions of joy and pride as they worked. Incredible, it's grown so much since I was last here. All thanks to the work you did, Bail Dono. And now, we have some strong allies helping us too. Allies, As I scanned the farm, my gaze locked with someone familiar. It was none other than Mamaran, Hanan's mother, who had since become a resident of Dat. Beside her stood another Alran with crimson hair, her sister. Well, it's been a while. It has. I'm glad to see you're both doing well. Both Mamaran and the crimson-haired Alran looked unchanged, at least in appearance. However, something about them had clearly evolved since our last meeting. They now had names. Mamaran was given the name Musa, while her daughter, the crimson-haired Alran, was named Holy. These names were suggested by Village Chief Edward's wife, who reasoned that calling them without proper names was simply inconvenient. The change, though small, seemed to bridge the remaining gap between the villagers and the Alrans. Now, they were treated no differently from humans and enjoyed life in the village. Moreover, Musa's abilities had greatly benefited the farm, allowing the crops to flourish and providing the village with a vital source of income. Hanan, although quiet, looked visibly relieved. She must have been worried about how things were going for them here. While the reunion brought unexpected good news, we still had more pressing matters to discuss. During a break on the farm, I brought up the topic of the phantom herb with Musa-san. A herb that humans call phantom, I can think of a few that fit the description. It turned out that the so-called phantom herb wasn't just one specific plant. To narrow it down, I described the herb's characteristics as relayed by Slafensan. It's a herb sought by a renowned potion master, apparently said to cure all illnesses. A plant that heals disease, you say? If that's the case, I know where to find it. It's not far from here. This was an incredible lead. No wonder it was called a phantom herb. Without any clues, searching for it would have been nearly impossible. But for Musa, whose lifespan far exceeded that of humans, pinpointing its location seemed almost effortless. However, her expression suddenly darkened. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. Chapter 260, In Search of the Phantom Herb. The Phantom Herb. Seeking clues, we turned to Mamaran, Musa-san, for guidance. But the truth she revealed was far from encouraging. Judging by your reaction, it's going to be quite difficult to obtain, isn't it? Musa-san hesitated, seemingly unsure how to answer, but eventually nodded in silence. Well, of course. If it were easy to acquire, it wouldn't be called phantom, nor would Slaffensan have gone to the trouble of enlisting my help. Still, Slaffensan had placed her trust in me. I couldn't just give up now. Thankfully, everyone seemed to have anticipated the challenge and wasn't as disheartened as one might expect. Can you tell us exactly what we need to do to obtain it? I understood it would be difficult, but we couldn't decide whether it was truly impossible until we knew the specifics. There was always a chance that, for us, it might turn out to be manageable. After a moment of hesitation, Musa-san seemed to grasp the seriousness of our intent. Slowly, she began to explain. Reaching the location where the herb grows isn't the hard part. Then what makes it so difficult? The timing. Timing, that threw me off. Not quite understanding, I pressed for more details. What she shared next was nothing short of astonishing. The herb normally grows buried in the ground. What? A plant that grows underground? That was news to me. Judging by the others' reactions, they hadn't heard of such a thing either. Everyone tilted their heads in confusion, except for Hanan. I've heard of it before. If memory serves, it's called moonless grass. That's correct. Hanan, you knew about this. I've come across its description before. However, I wasn't aware it was considered a cure-all herb. I see. As expected, though Musa-san, being Hanan's mother, was well aware of its properties. Moonless grass indeed has potent healing effects, but honestly, you might as well give up. Acquiring it is near impossible. It's that difficult. Musa-san didn't sugarcoat her response. She stated outright that it was impossible. Hearing such a definitive statement only piqued my curiosity further. Why is it so difficult to obtain? Moonless grass only emerges during the hours when the moon is in the sky, and it wilts the moment the morning sun rises. A plant that can't survive without the moon. So that's why it's called moonless grass. While its proximity was fortunate, the conditions for harvesting it were far more troublesome than I had anticipated. Chapter 261, Desert Nights. Thanks to Mamaran, now Musa-san, we learned the location of the phantom herb. We passed this information along to Slaffensan via Kiara's familiar, ensuring it would reach the renowned expert on magical herbs she had mentioned. It would take several days for the academy to dispatch a research team. In the meantime, we decided to stay in the village of Datten. Upon hearing this, village chief Edwards immediately arranged a banquet for that very night. I had been curious to see how he had managed the village since my last visit, so it was a welcome opportunity. Besides, I was sure Hanan appreciated the chance to spend quality time with her family. While she didn't outwardly show it, she had been deeply engrossed in conversations not only with her mother, but also with her red-haired Alron sister, Holy. The banquet, however, had a slightly different atmosphere this time. The reason? The attire of the women. At village chief Edward's suggestion, everyone had borrowed the village's traditional clothing and wore it to the celebration. The outfits with long sleeves and high collars resembled those of nomadic peoples, practical yet elegant. How do I look, Bale Doan? You look wonderful, Martina. What about me? I messed up. My comment made it sound like I was only complimenting Martina, prompting Kiara and the other women to demand their own assessments. In such cases, you can't just offer a generic, "You all look great." It comes across as insincere. Instead, I had to carefully highlight each person's charm, one by one, until they were satisfied. Ha, youth is a marvelous thing. Watching this unfold, village chief Edwards burst into laughter. Good grief, if only he knew how much effort this took. Exhausted from the flurry of compliments, I took a break with a drink, only for Musa-san to approach me. You handled that well, Bale-san. Oh, this is just another day in my life. Arre. Phew. Musa-san laughed gently, like a refined lady. Once upon a time, I had faced her in battle. It had been a chaotic ordeal. My dragon tree sword had even cracked during the fight. Yet in the end, we managed to resolve the situation. That encounter had also paved the way for me to gain the new power of the tree god sword. When I first arrived here this time, Musa-san had seemed somewhat weighed down by those past events. But perhaps it was the bright and joyous atmosphere of the banquet. She now showed a genuine, radiant smile. It suited her far better. I didn't hold any grudges after all. Bale-san, the next dish has arrived. Hurry, let's go eat. Hey, wait a minute. Charlotte and Alia tugged on my arms, dragging me to the table piled high with food. Well, This was just another moment that felt quintessentially us. Chapter 262, In Search of the Moonless Herb. On the second day of our stay in Datton, the Academy's support team finally arrived. Their group, around 30 strong, included none other than the Magical Herbology Authority, Gonzalez-san, who had rushed here upon hearing my report. Nice to meet you, Bale-kun. I'm Gonzalez. Pleasure to meet you, Bale Orlando. Gonzalez-san presented himself as a polite and mild-mannered man, fitting the image of a scholar with his white hair, beard, and monocle. According to him, their expedition preparations were complete, and they were ready to head out immediately to collect the phantom herb. I worried they might be too fatigued from their journey, but Gonzalez-san assured me they had anticipated this and left the academy fully prepared. His efficiency was impressive. Just as we were about to depart, Gonzalez-san became intrigued by Mamaran, Musa-san, and the coexistence of Alran and humans in the village. Amazing, humans and Alran living together in harmony. Gonzalez-san's enthusiasm was overwhelming, causing both Musa-san and Holy to step back slightly. However, once they realized he bore no ill intent, they seemed relieved. We owe our lives here to the villagers and to Bale-san. Incredible, could this too be the power of the dragon tree sword? Something like that. In truth, it was thanks to the evolved tree god sword, but given its peculiar nature, I opted to keep its specifics under wraps to avoid attracting unwanted attention. With that matter settled, we bid farewell to Musa-san and Village Chief Edwards before joining the research team. Together, we set out toward the location of the phantom herb, the moonless herb. Just as Musa-san had said, the destination wasn't far, allowing us to arrive sooner than expected. Surprisingly, it wasn't a desert as anticipated, but a dense forest. Its labyrinthine layout gave me a slight pause about navigating it. Still, if push came to shove, we could have Simone shift to her dragon form and scout from above. The real challenge was locating the moonless herb itself. The herb typically resides underground and only emerges during moonlit nights, specifically for 3 nights a month. However, once it surfaces, it wilts at dawn. This left us with an exceptionally narrow window to find it. Fortunately, the Academy seemed to recognize the herb's importance, dedicating as much manpower as possible to the search. With 30 people dividing the labor, our chances of success increased considerably. There's still time before nightfall. Let's set up a base camp in the forest and begin scouting potential spots for the herb to appear. Under Gonzalez-san instructions, we quickly began work. Hanan and I used our abilities to investigate the soil in the vicinity, but neither of us found anything promising. The time ticked away as uncertainty loomed. Would we truly be able to find the moonless herb? Chapter 263, Memory. Together with Gonzalez-san and the team, we ventured into the forest Musa-san had directed us to in search of the elusive moonless herb. On the surface, it seemed like any other forest, but coming from a seasoned Alran like Musa-san, the information carried significant credibility. The challenge lay in the herb's peculiar nature. It only surfaced at night and withered away by dawn. Speed was crucial to obtaining it. To maximize our chances, Gonzalez-san deployed as many people as possible to scout the forest. Although no monsters had been reported in the area, we couldn't afford to lower our guard. We split into 2 teams to cover more ground. I led one team with Martina and Charlotte, while Hanan took Kiara and Alia. Simone, in her dragon form, scouted the forest from above as a lone operative. With our teams assigned, we set off immediately. The moonless herb, This world mirrored the game Fantasy Farm Story, a game I had played extensively. Yet, I couldn't recall an item called moonless herb ever appearing in it. Despite its apparent rarity in this world, the game had no such item, or perhaps it hadn't been implemented. If only my knowledge from the game could provide clues, predicting the herb's location would have been easier. But since that wasn't an option, we'd have to rely on our own efforts. As we moved through the forest, Martina suddenly cried out, "Wow, look at that huge waterfall over there." Following her gaze, I spotted an enormous waterfall, larger than any I had ever seen in this world. But the moment I laid eyes on it, a vivid image surfaced in my mind. It was from Fantasy Farm Story, a scene where I had explored a location with a similarly grand waterfall. Even in the game's graphics, the sheer scale of it had left me impressed. I know this waterfall. Charlotte tilted her head quizzically. Ara, have you been here before? Her curiosity was natural, but she had misunderstood. This wasn't from personal experience. It was a memory from the game. No, not exactly. Not exactly. And never mind. It's just that it reminded me of something I've seen before. I see, that makes sense. Charlotte seemed satisfied with the explanation. Still, the familiarity of the waterfall gnawed at me. If this was indeed the same location from the game, it could hold the key to the moonless herb's whereabouts. I needed to recall more details, and fast. Chapter 264, Exploring the Forest. The world I now inhabit, modeled after fantasy farm story, held many familiarities. But when it came to the moonless herb, my memories offered no direct answers. The herb didn't exist as an item in the game. That said, there might be clues tied to something similar, a connection waiting to be uncovered. The waterfall we found could be one such hint. As I mentioned to Charlotte earlier, I'd seen a similar scene in the game before. Back then, I had come to a location like this searching for something. But what was it? I strained my memory, feeling that recalling this detail could push us forward. As I folded my arms and closed my eyes in thought, Martina looked at me curiously. What's with the serious face? Well, like I told Charlotte earlier, I feel like I've been here before, searching for something. I just can't remember what. By before, do you mean back when you were with the Orlandos? Her question made me flinch for a moment, but I managed to dodge it smoothly. Why, yeah, something like that. To shift focus, I decided to turn the question back to Charlotte. What about you? Do you have any memories of this place? Me. You know, with all the outings, the Orlandos and Blaffers used to go on. Yes, we did have many such outings, didn't we? Charlotte narrowed her eyes nostalgically. We were once engaged due to arrangements between our families, though that bond had been severed after much drama. According to Claudia-san, her loyal maid, the Orlando family had unilaterally annulled the engagement, leaving Charlotte heartbroken. As children, we had been close. Losing the engagement left her in deep despair for a time. Claudia-san said it was only after enrolling in the academy that Charlotte began to recover. Ironically, it was there that we reunited. Despite Claudia-san's concerns, our relationship had taken a positive turn, and Charlotte eventually became a trusted member of my farm team. I don't recall the Blaffer family ever visiting a forest like this. But why would the Orlando family come here? Who knows, that's beyond me as well. Of course, I couldn't exactly say, because this is a game world. That explanation wouldn't make sense to her. Still, I had to remember something before night fell. I suggested we move closer to the waterfall, hoping it might trigger a memory. Just as we began heading there, the dragon tree sword at my waist suddenly began to glow. The light lasted only a few seconds, but its unexpected radiance left all of us stunned. What was that light just now? Charlotte asked, startled. Martina, however, seemed to grasp its meaning. Could it be? Is the sword trying to tell us that the moonless herb is nearby? Her guess aligned with my own thoughts. All right, let's camp here and wait for nightfall. Seeing the sword's reaction, Charlotte and Martina nodded in agreement. But was the light truly pointing us to the moonless herb? Chapter 265, Guided by the Dragon Tree Sword. The dragon tree sword glowed, as if leading us forward. Trusting its guidance, our team focused our search near the waterfall we had found earlier. Nightfall arrived. Under the faint moonlight and the glow of lamps embedded with luminous stones, we began our search for the moonless herb, said to appear only during the night. This place is surprisingly dark, isn't it? Martina's observation was understandable. During the day, we hadn't noticed, but the area was thickly overgrown with vegetation, blocking much of the moonlight. The moonless herb was rumored to emerge only at night, possibly to bask in moonlight. Yet, in a place where even that light struggled to reach, one might wonder if it could thrive at all. Maybe we made a mistake choosing this spot. But it's true that the dragon tree sword glowed, as if trying to tell us something Desuwa. Yeah, that's what's bothering me. Charlotte's reminder of the sword's earlier reaction held weight. The sword had shone with an unfamiliar brilliance here, and we had interpreted it as a sign of the herb's presence. But with no further signs, it was beginning to seem like our assumptions had been wrong. I was about to suggest we move elsewhere. Martina's sudden cry drew our attention. Following her gaze, we saw a pillar of light extending from the sky to the ground. It appears that moonlight is shining directly onto that area, doesn't it? Charlotte remarked, looking up at the night sky. True enough, the spot where the pillar of light formed had fewer branches overhead, allowing the moonlight to pierce through the canopy. That's it, the moonless herb must be at the base of that light. I shouted, excitement rising in my chest. Part of my enthusiasm came from the possibility of finding the herb, but even more so, it was the dragon tree sword's role in leading us here that stirred me. Until now, I had always relied on the sword, drawing on its power when needed to overcome challenges. I would supply it with my mana, unlocking its hidden strength. But this time was different. Before I could even ask for help, the sword had offered its guidance. This was proof that it wasn't just a tool, it was something more. A sentient entity, a being with a will of its own. With a mix of awe and anticipation, we headed toward the pillar of light. There, just as we had hoped, was a radiant magical herb, glowing softly in the moonlight. No doubt about it, this is the moonless herb. At long last, we had found it. Chapter 266, Creature that appeared in the darkness of the night. Guided by the dragon tree sword, Martina, Charlotte, and I successfully secured the elusive moonless herb. Yay! Martina and Charlotte cheered, high-fiving each other in celebration. Their excitement was infectious. I was thrilled too, but more than anything, I was in awe of the dragon tree sword's newfound potential. For the first time, it felt like I was communicating with the sword, a sensation completely unlike anything I'd experienced before. It might sound exaggerated, but it was as if the dragon tree sword had stepped into a new realm of possibilities. While it already had its evolved form as the tree god sword, this felt like a different path, a unique dimension of its power. Let's tell Gonzalez-san right away. Yeah, good idea. As Martina suggested, the one who had been waiting most eagerly for this herb was undoubtedly Gonzalez-san. I was ready to pack up and head back to him when Kaya-iza. A scream pierced the stillness of the night. It was Kiara's voice. W was that. It sounded like something happened to Kiara-san. Let's go. We quickly stashed the moonless herb in a small burlap bag and bolted toward the direction of Kiara's scream. The darkness of the night slowed us down, branches and undergrowth obstructing our way, but we pressed on. When we finally arrived, a shocking scene unfolded before us. What happened here? People were lying all around, motionless and unresponsive. They seemed to have lost consciousness, but why? What could have caused this? I searched frantically for Kiara, the one who had screamed, but she was nowhere to be found. Had she moved somewhere else? One thing was clear, this was no ordinary situation. I quickly warned Martina and Charlotte to stay alert, but before I could finish, the threat was already upon us, right behind them. Behind you. My shout prompted both of them to leap back toward me in unison. Their quick reactions were commendable. What had been behind them was a pair of glowing red eyes, glaring ominously in the darkness. A monster. It seemed so. But wasn't this area supposed to be free of monsters? Looks like that's changed. Monster territories aren't static. There have been cases where carnivorous beasts appeared in forests that had been peaceful just the day before. This must be another such exception. The owner of the red eyes stepped closer, its massive form becoming clearer under the faint moonlight. It's huge. The creature revealed itself. A deer-like monster nearly 5 or 6 meters tall, with jagged, menacing antlers jutting from its head. Do you think this thing attacked Kiara and the others? We don't know that yet, Martina. Let's deal with it first and figure out the rest later. Its heavy breathing and aggressive posture made its intentions clear. It was here to attack. Weapons in hand, we prepared to face the colossal deer-like monster. Chapter 267, A New Ability. The deer-like monster that appeared in the forest at night was enormous and menacing. We had just collected the moonless herb and had no time to celebrate. With so many injured people around, the priority was to resolve this situation quickly and provide medical attention. No holding back. Let's go all out from the start. I infused the dragon tree sword with magic power, and its shape began to change. This was the tree god sword, another form of the dragon tree sword. Here I come. I left Martina and Charlotte to focus on tending to the injured while I dealt with the monster. Though I was concerned that Kiara and the others still hadn't regrouped, I trusted they would be fine. Simone, in her dragon form, was keeping watch from the skies above and would alert me if something happened. With those assurances, I concentrated all my efforts on taking down this beast. Time to test a new divine seed. In the game Fantasy Farm story, the dragon tree sword was primarily a tool for farming rather than combat. However, the tree god sword was something else entirely. Its power was so game-breaking that its in-game implementation was scrapped due to balance concerns. The number of divine seeds it could harness was on a completely different scale from the dragon tree sword. Previously, I had experimented with this sword alongside Kiara and Charlotte to explore its potential. We found it to be not only versatile in offense and defense, but also seemingly bottomless in its capabilities, an alarming discovery. Among the seeds we tested, one stood out. Now I would use it in actual combat for the first time. Divine seed, Salre. The seed I selected was called Salre. When cultivated, it grew into a humanoid entity enveloped in vines. This entity acted as an autonomous fighter, serving the person who planted the seed. In essence, it functioned like a summon. Once its task was complete, it would return to seed form. Thanks to the power of the tree god sword, Salre sprouted almost instantly, fully developed and ready for battle. It engaged the deer-like monster head-on. According to Kiara's research, even if someone miraculously obtained a Salre seed, growing it to this size would ordinarily take at least 500 years under normal conditions. For the tree god sword to accomplish this in mere moments showcased just how extraordinary this weapon was. Shirurururu. With a unique cry, Salre lashed out with its vines, wrapping around the deer-like monster. Given their comparable size, the battle quickly tipped in Salre's favor. The vines constricted tightly, and their needle-like tips pierced the monster's flesh. Before long, the monster let out feeble cries, seemingly succumbing to the pain. It appeared the battle was over. However, my mind turned to Kiara and the others. Perhaps it was time to check in with Simone above for an update. Chapter 268, The Forest's Disturbance. The divine seed Salre, summoned through the tree god sword, had successfully subdued the deer-like monster that had attacked. This is reliable. While it might not match the power of Simone in her water dragon form, Salre proved to be a valuable ally, like a mercenary that could step in when needed. As I pondered this, Simone herself arrived. Did something happen, Balesan? No, I just took care of the monster that attacked everyone. Attacked, you say, ah. Simone's attention shifted to the Academy expedition members, lying exhausted nearby. Are they all right? It looks like no one's dead. Charlotte and Martina are over there treating them now. I see, thank goodness. But where's Kiara-san and the others? I was wondering the same thing. I thought they were with you. And no, I've been observing the forest from above this entire time. That figures. Kiara, Hanan, and Alia, were they still wandering the forest searching for the moonless herb? Now that we've secured the moonless herb, I'd like to regroup with them quickly. Come to think of it, Gonzalez-san isn't here either. Now that she mentioned it, Gonzalez-san was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he evacuated somewhere when the monster attacked. I'll take to the skies and search for everyone. Thanks, I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me. Smiling confidently, Simone transformed back into her dragon form and soared into the sky. Still, something doesn't sit right. Even with the deer-like monster causing havoc, Kiara and the others didn't notice anything. And then there's Gonzalez-san's mysterious absence. Something clicked in my mind. There were just too many strange things happening. Sure, this was an uncharted area where trouble was expected, but this wasn't ordinary. I had assumed that the expedition members collapsed because of the deer-like monster. That was the obvious conclusion. Its appearance had been so perfectly timed that it felt natural to connect the dots. But what if that assumption was wrong? What's really going on here? Could it be the moonless herb? I glanced at the herb in my hand, briefly suspecting it to be the root cause. But another possibility loomed in my mind. What if someone else was here in this forest, seeking the moonless herb as well? Chapter 269, An Unwanted Reunion. A third party had come to this forest in search of the moonless herb, other than us. However, if that's the case, the timing is far too convenient. It's almost as if they knew in advance that we, with this information, would come here at this precise moment. But if I start suspecting that, it leads to the possibility of a traitor among us. The identity of those seeking the moonless herb is unclear. Yet, if they are aware of the Academy's research team's involvement and are still scheming to snatch it away, they must be quite skilled. The most suspicious person is still Gonzalez-san, who has yet to show up. Unfortunately, we can only wait for the unconscious members of the research team to regain consciousness for more details, but we can't afford to be that patient. Kiara and the others being out of sight also weighs heavily on my mind. Maybe I should try reaching out to Martina and the others. Thinking about it here won't help. For now, I decided to regroup and discuss it with them. As I turned back, white smoke appeared in front of me. This is it mist. This phenomenon brought back unpleasant memories. The mastermind behind that major incident that engulfed the Academy. The Mist Witch. Could it be the one searching for the moonless herb is the Mist Witch? If that's the case, being alone here is dangerous. No, if the mist has already appeared, that means. Aura, I've seen your face somewhere, haven't I? Startled by the voice behind me, I turned around to see the last person I wanted to encounter. Mist Witch. Oh my, isn't this the little farmer from that dungeon we met before? So she remembers me. Her elusive personality had me convinced she'd completely forgotten about me. I finally obtained some promising information about the moonless herb I've been searching for and came here. But I never thought you'd show up to interfere with me again. We're here to get the moonless herb for ourselves. How would we know anything about your situation? Yufufu, so bold, even in my presence. Oh. The Mist Witch's gaze shifted to my hand. There, I was holding the Tree God sword. That sword, it seemed quite unusual the last time I saw it, but now it feels even stranger. Stranger how? Her phrasing didn't quite make sense, but I could guess her meaning. The Tree God sword is a ridiculously overpowered item that only exists as part of the setting in fantasy farm story. It's no surprise a character from that world, like the Mist Witch, wouldn't fully understand it. Still, it was troublesome that the sword had caught her interest. I've decided. I'll take that sword along with the moonless herb. What? This is bad. Surrounded by the thick mist, I was now forced into a one-on-one battle with the Mist Witch. Chapter 270, A Battle of Equals. The one targeting the moonless herb was the Mist Witch. And now, she seemed to have taken an interest in the Tree God sword I was holding. This was the worst possible scenario becoming reality. TCH. I gripped the Tree God sword and readied myself, but I couldn't stop my hands from trembling. Compared to the deer-like monster I defeated earlier, her build was smaller and her appearance less intimidating, yet an overwhelming fear I hadn't felt before seized me. The Mist Witch in fantasy farm story was a cold-hearted, ruthless figure who would use any means necessary to achieve her goals. If she unleashed her powerful magic here and now, I wouldn't stand a chance. Even with the strength of the Tree God sword, I had no idea how far it would take me against her. It was something I'd have to test for myself. I clenched the sword tighter, summoning every ounce of resolve. The Tree God sword was an unimplemented forbidden item in the game. If I could draw out its full potential. Summon Tree Dragon. I drove the Tree God sword into the ground, pouring all my magic into it. From beneath the earth, a massive dragon-shaped root erupted, surging toward the Mist Witch. Ara, for such a plain-looking sword, it certainly conjures some flashy magic. This was the most powerful spell I could currently muster. But even so, the Mist Witch remained unfazed. Was this still within her expectations? Such a scary dragon, let's have it burn to ashes, shall we? The moment she spoke, her body was engulfed in flames. Using fire against a dragon made of wood, her response followed standard logic. Naturally, I'd accounted for this. The tree dragon's body was cloaked entirely in magic, rendering it impervious to ordinary fire magic. Even against the Mist Witch, Ara, the fire magic she unleashed scattered harmlessly against the dragon's sturdy scales. Caught off guard, the Mist Witch hastily retreated. I can win this. I'd underestimated the Tree God sword. It made sense now why the developers hesitated to implement such an overpowered weapon. While the Dragon Tree sword was purely for farming purposes, this one excelled in combat as well. Its performance was formidable, holding its own against the Mist Witch, one of the strongest characters in the game. This sword likely harbored even more hidden powers yet to be discovered. I wasn't entirely confident of victory, but I could hold my ground, and the situation seemed to be turning in my favor. If I could just find an opening to escape the mist and reunite with the others, so I thought, but that sword, now I wanted even more. It seemed the power of the tree god sword had only made the mist witch truly serious. Chapter 271, Going All Out. What a truly marvelous sword you have there. The mist witch's gaze had shifted. Her expression was far more serious now. We had clashed once before during the academy incident. Back then, she hadn't been serious, likely caught off guard by my unexpected counterattack and retreating as a result. This time, however, was different. Twice now, I had defied her expectations. She no longer saw me as an obstacle to be brushed aside, and I had no intention of backing down. If she intended to stand in my way, then I would take her down. Go. Tree Dragon. The tree dragon, a familiar born of the tree god sword, lunged at the mist witch with its massive jaws wide open. It wasn't alone. I summoned Salray, the familiar who had helped me defeat the deer-like monster earlier, and sent it to support the tree dragon. Ara, I see you had more tricks up your sleeve. Even against my two strongest familiars, the tree dragon and Salray, the mist witch's composure didn't waver. She hadn't revealed her full strength yet. That much was obvious. The problem was that I had no more cards to play. If this attack failed, the situation would become dire. I watched the battle unfold, practically holding my breath, praying my familiars would land their mark. Just as the attack was about to connect, both the tree dragon and Salray veered off course and crumpled to the ground, as if avoiding the witch entirely. What the? I shouted without thinking, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Upon closer inspection, I noticed their bodies were battered, as though slashed by an invisible blade. Is that wind magic? Correct. The witch's playful voice cut through my confusion. Her wind magic was so powerful it had shredded the magically reinforced hide of the tree dragon, something even fire magic hadn't managed to scratch. If a human were hit by that, they'd be sliced clean in two. Sue, have you decided to hand over that sword yet? She asked with a smile, but I knew better. Even if I surrendered the tree god sword, she would undoubtedly kill me. And if I didn't, the outcome would still be the same, a checkmate. How could I possibly turn this around? As the mist witch slowly advanced, I racked my brain for a solution. Then, Bale. A voice called my name from the distance. That voice. Kiara. It was unmistakable. Kiara had found me. Your friends, they've arrived rather quickly, haven't they? For the first time, a slight shift appeared in the witch's confident demeanor. It seemed she hadn't anticipated Kiara and the others locating this place so soon. But the problem wasn't over yet. The barrier magic cast by the mist witch still surrounded the area. Without breaking it, there was no way to reunite with Kiara and the others. If that's the case, I decided to take a gamble. Waiting passively here wouldn't improve the situation. If there was even the slightest chance of survival, I had to seize it. Channeling every ounce of my remaining magic power, I poured it into the tree god sword. Chapter 272, Everyone Assembled. The Mist Witch, a figure who brings chaos and disruption to the world. In Fantasy Farm Story, she had bewildered players with her capricious actions. Allowing someone like her to run free was unthinkable. First, I had to break through her barrier magic and reunite with Kiara and the others. I thrust the tree god sword into the ground, pouring magic power into it. Immediately, massive roots surged through the earth, breaking the surface and extending skyward, tearing through the magical mist that surrounded us. The witch's expression finally betrayed surprise. She hadn't expected the sword to be used like this. Her reaction was too slow, and the mist that had isolated me dissipated completely. Kiara and the others spotted me and rushed over. Bale, what happened? Be careful. The mist witch is here. My warning stopped them in their tracks, and they immediately shifted into battle stances. Years of dealing with crises had honed their instincts. They were ready in moments. Overhead, Simone descended in her dragon form, having sensed the situation from above. With everyone gathered, our strongest team was now assembled. Despite our usual peaceful farm life, we had built up enough combat experience to respond swiftly in emergencies. It was a surprising but welcome realization, though ideally we'd never have to fight at all. Ara, it seems everyone's raring to go. The Mist Witch maintained her air of nonchalance, showing no fear even when faced with our combined strength. Her seemingly boundless power was daunting, but even so, taking on all of you alone might be a bit much for me. For the first time, she sounded uncertain. It seemed she judged it unwise to face us all at once, despite her formidable magic. But just as I began to relax, however, I'll make sure to claim that sword someday. Her fixation on the tree god sword was clear, and it was likely she'd continue to target it in the future. Strengthening the defensive wards around our dungeon home would be a priority. With those parting words, the Mist Witch disappeared. She remained a troublesome adversary, but with my companions growing stronger by the day, I felt less burdened by the challenges ahead. Are you all right, Bealdono? No injuries, I hope. Martina and Charlotte were the first to voice their concern, followed quickly by Chiara, Hanan, Simone, and Alia. While I was relieved to see them unharmed, their concern for me was genuinely appreciated. For now, we'd tend to everyone's recovery and focus on finding Gonzalez-san, who was still missing. Chapter 273, Cooperative Magic. After driving away the Mist Witch, Chiara and Charlotte set to work healing the victims of her attack with healing magic. Meanwhile, the rest of us focused on locating Gonzalez-san, who had gone missing. It didn't take long. Near the waterfall, we found him unconscious. Are you all right? Ugh. His eyes were unfocused, and he was barely responsive, likely due to magical interference. It was clear he was in a critical state. Without hesitation, I hoisted him onto my back and rushed toward Chiara and Charlotte. Whether they knew magic that could help was uncertain, but they were our best hope. When they saw his condition, their reactions were telling. Silence, both wore grim expressions that said everything about the severity of the situation. Charlotte, is this? No doubt about it. It's a type of hypnosis magic. Hypnosis magic. It wasn't a term I was familiar with. Even within Fantasy Farm Story, the magic spells available didn't include anything remotely like this. What kind of magic is that? In simple terms, it allows the caster to control someone completely. What? Such magic actually exists. The implications were terrifying. If a caster could manipulate a king or ruler, it could plunge the world into chaos. Fortunately, it seemed there were significant restrictions, given the lack of such disasters in history. Hypnosis magic is one of the forbidden magics, banned worldwide de Suwa. There's forbidden magic. Yes, and mastering it is said to require at least 30 years of dedicated training. Moreover, no one even knows where to find the grimoire necessary to learn it. I see, but the Mist Witch looked pretty young to me. I doubt that was her true form. Charlotte replied firmly. That made sense. Witches were known for their longevity. Some were said to be over 300 years old, yet appeared as children. But back to the matter at hand. So, can this be cured? I know a method, but I'm not sure if it'll work. There's no harm in trying, Charlotte declared, her determination inspiring the timid-looking Chiara to stand firm. These two really made an excellent team. Together, the two aspiring magic prodigies pooled their considerable magical power, directing it toward breaking the spell binding Gonzalez-san. And the result? Look. His color is returning. Martina's observation was correct. Gonzalez-san's condition was visibly improving, signaling their success. Great work, you two. Fai. Their slurred response showed how drained they were. At that moment, reinforcements from the academy arrived, offering a much-needed sense of relief. Finally, we could catch our breath. Chapter 274, Reporting to Slafen. After successfully fending off the Mist Witch, we rendezvoused with reinforcements from the academy. Given the witch's involvement, the reinforcements were understandably substantial. The academy's recent troubles with its managed farms had heightened its vigilance, making this response inevitable. By the time preparations were complete for our return from the forest, dawn had already broken. The moonless herb, now under heavy protection, was carefully transported by armed academy staff. Meanwhile, we were so overwhelmed by the relief of finally heading home that sleepiness struck us all like a tidal wave. Although I had intended to stay awake until we reached the academy, my resolve crumbled quickly. In the end, we all passed out without much resistance. Section. Upon arriving at the academy, the first order of business was to report everything to Slafen-san. Ideally, Gonzalez-san would have joined us, but considering his condition, he remained in recovery for now. Fortunately, Kiara and Charlotte had already dispelled the forbidden hypnosis magic he'd been under, and Slaffensan couldn't praise their swift and effective work enough. Well, this just proves that we're growing stronger every day. Naturally Desuwa. Their spirits soared at the compliment, particularly Kiara's, whose joy seemed rooted less in pride as a mage and more in being praised by someone she viewed almost like a mother. Afterward, Slaffensan expressed her gratitude for retrieving the moonless herb and mentioned that we would be receiving compensation for the mission. What's more, the dragon tree sword had recorded the moonless herb, making future acquisitions far easier. This effort won't just benefit the Academy. The Knights and Magic Corps will surely be grateful as well. Really, how so? The moonless herb is a highly versatile magical herb. It can be used to create various potent healing potions. That made sense. A resource like that would undoubtedly be invaluable in the future. Still, it seemed that Slaffensan's interest wasn't solely in the herb. However, I'm more impressed that you managed to drive off the Mist Witch. Based on past accounts, her persistence is extraordinary. Once she sets her sights on something, she'll stop at nothing to obtain it. If she truly desired your dragon tree sword, she wouldn't have given up so easily. Then why didn't she? No, it's not that she didn't, it's that she couldn't. Slaffensan's quiet smile as she spoke left me perplexed. I decided to ask for clarification. What exactly do you mean by that? It's simple, the Mist Witch feared your collective strength. We exchanged surprised glances. While the witch's true capabilities remain largely unknown, her actions often seemed unpredictable, even whimsical. Although we managed to repel her this time, there's no telling whether she held back out of caprice. One thing is certain, though, we must remain vigilant moving forward. Chapter 275, Peaceful Days. A month had passed since we obtained the moonless herb and returned to the dungeon. Nothing of note had happened since. I had reported the entire situation to Knight Commander Reginald, who subsequently increased patrols around the dungeon. As a token of thanks, we gifted them vegetables harvested from our farm. The knights were delighted, though considering the magical properties of the produce, I imagine the Magic Corps might have appreciated them even more. Still, the flavor was undeniably top tier. For now, they seem to enjoy them simply as delicious ingredients. Things sure are peaceful, aren't they? Hanan stretched lazily, letting out a yawn as she spoke. Yeah. I replied, tossing feed to the chickens and goats under my care. Peaceful, indeed, almost too peaceful. Since that incident, the Mist Witch hadn't made an appearance. Whether she was lying low or simply uninterested in further mischief, for now, the peace remained unbroken. Still, doesn't this kind of tranquility make you crave a little excitement? Excitement? Hanan's sudden suggestion caught me off guard. What do you mean by that? Let's see, like a giant monster showing up and wreaking havoc. We already have Simone for that. Ugh, you've got a point there. A colossal monster wouldn't pose much of a challenge. With Simone, our resident water dragon, around, her mere roar could handle most threats. Honestly, I'd rather we all go on another expedition together. An expedition, huh? She probably meant a trouble-free trip, unlike our usual missions. The last time we had such an outing was when we visited the Blaffer family's villa, Charlotte's vacation house. Our infrequent trips were largely due to the responsibilities of running the dungeon farm. Besides, while we twalled on the farm, Martina and Kiara devoted their days to dungeon exploration. Everyone stayed busy with their respective duties, leaving little time for casual outings. Still, Hanan had a point. Taking a day off to go somewhere with everyone didn't sound like a bad idea at all. We can't be gone too long, but I'm all for planning a little getaway. In that case, I insist on joining you next time. Well, before I knew it, Claudia-san the maid was standing right behind me. Her stealth was as unnerving as ever, rivaling that of a professional assassin. Oh, of course. I'm glad to hear that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll return to my cleaning. Yeah. With that, she turned on her heel and headed back to the treehouse. She's serious about wanting to come with us, isn't she? Chapter 276, A Request to Participate. Life on the farm within the dungeon continued peacefully, without any major incidents. Today, I set off with Simone and Alia to deliver freshly harvested vegetables to Gregory-san at the Rimal Company. However, whoa. The moment I stepped into the trading company, I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A large man was bowing deeply, prostrate, in fact, before none other than Jennifer, one of the familiar faces working at the trading company. Jennifer looked completely flustered, clearly unsure of how to handle the situation. "Oh, you've come at the perfect time." As soon as Jennifer spotted us, she waved us over, relief evident on her face. To be honest, the situation made no sense to me. I wasn't sure if there was anything we could do to help, but it soon became clear that the man had come specifically to speak with us. "Ah, you must be the famed Master Farmer I've heard so much about." "Oh, what? Master Farmer?" The title felt strange, but according to Jennifer, we were indeed the people he was looking for. The man introduced himself as Luke, a knight from the distant kingdom of Zenodia. Zenodia, it seemed, had close ties with the snowy kingdom of Rodden. Hearing of our exploits there, Luke had sought us out. "I've heard of your extraordinary farming talents and come to ask for your assistance. You want our help." From Luke's demeanor, it was clear he was under significant pressure. But as a special knight, I couldn't just decide to travel to another country without proper authorization. I explained that while I couldn't leave for Zenodia right away, I'd be happy to hear the details. At this, Luke handed me a piece of paper. "Everything you need to know is written here." When I read aloud the contents of the paper, the words left me utterly confused. First annual exquisite vegetable contest announcement. Apparently, it was a notice for a vegetable competition. When I first received it, I thought there must have been some kind of mistake. After all, this was a night we were talking about. While I'd helped improve the quality of food at a knight's dining hall before, this was something else entirely, a simple request to participate in a vegetable contest. "E8. I beg of you, please participate in this contest." Luke-san lifted his head with startling vigor, his intense gaze practically drilling into me. "Why are you so desperate about this contest?" Overwhelmed by his fervor, I couldn't help but ask the obvious question. It might have made sense if the request had come from a fellow farmer, but a knight, of all people, traveling this far to plead for participation in a vegetable competition? I was genuinely curious about the reason behind this. After a brief hesitation, Luke-san began to speak. "It's for the future of my homeland, Zenodia." This was turning out to be far more serious than I'd anticipated. Chapter 277, The Vegetable Contest. The envoy from the kingdom of Zenodia, Luke-san, had come to ask me to participate in a vegetable contest held in Zenodia. This wasn't the first time a knight from another kingdom had sought me out, but this situation felt different. The fact that my participation could impact Zenodia's future hinted at something more beneath the surface. I pressed Luke-san for details. "Ano, what exactly do you mean by Zenodia's future? Let's discuss that in private." A voice from behind startled me. I turned to see Gregory-san, the president of the company, who had just returned from an outing. This doesn't seem like a conversation to have at the entrance. "Why, yes, you're right." With a now calmer Luke-san, I, Simone, and Alia followed Gregory-san into the familiar reception room. Once settled, I prompted Luke-san for a clearer explanation. "Your participation could change Zenodia's future." He repeated his passionate plea, still as intense as before. "Can you explain how exactly it would change the future?" "Ah, forgive me." Clearing his throat, Luke-san began recounting the circumstances that had brought him to Dreesen. "This vegetable contest isn't just any contest." I figured as much. Honestly, that much was obvious. You knew. Well, if it were just a regular contest, a royal knight wouldn't travel all this way. That's true. Luke-san seemed a bit scatterbrained. I'm starting to feel uneasy about him. "So, what makes this contest special?" "Well, it involves the princess." "The princess?" I glanced at Gregory-san, hoping he might have deduced some hidden motive, but he looked just as puzzled as I was. More information was clearly needed. Why is the princess involved in a vegetable contest? Because the contest is being held for her sake. Luke-san's expression darkened as he spoke. A contest for the princess. Things were getting more convoluted. How does a vegetable contest help the princess? To find vegetables that suit her palate. Wait, what? That answer caught me off guard. Vegetables that suit the princess' palate, is it? Are you saying the princess of Zenodia? Yes, you guessed it. She absolutely hates vegetables. It seemed the true purpose of the contest was to help the princess overcome her aversion to vegetables. Chapter 278, the kingdom of Zenodia. So she hates vegetables. The reason behind the vegetable contest was now clear. It was intended to address Princess Reina of Zenodia's aversion to vegetables. I see. If the goal is to help her overcome that, Bale's vegetables are perfect. Kiara spoke confidently. Given how she used to hate vegetables herself when we first met, her opinion carried weight. That would certainly be a good selling point. However, it wasn't just the vegetables grown with the dungeon's sacred water that helped. Martina's cooking skills also played a crucial role. Could it be that Zenodia's chefs lack skill? That might be a possibility, though unlikely. After all, I had previously helped improve the quality of the Night Order's cafeteria, so the idea of chefs falling short wasn't entirely out of the question. Either way, we wouldn't know until we went there and saw for ourselves. Naturally, before participating, I'd need to report to the relevant authorities. Just like with the Kingdom of Rodden, I couldn't just head off to another nation without clearance. My title as a special knight still came with obligations. Luxan planned to stay in Dreesen for a while, so the next day, we decided to visit the Knight's station and inform Knight Commander Reginald. Everyone, by the way, was in favor of joining the contest. Rather, their reactions were more along the lines of, why only now? With Bale Dono's vegetables, I'm sure Princess Reina will be won over. It's practically a guaranteed win. I can't imagine a better farmer than Balesan. No one else stands a chance against you. I feel the same as everyone. The outcome's obvious, really. As we sipped Claudia-san's tea, confident declarations of victory filled the room. I had no intention of losing either. In Fantasy Farm Story, there was no tool more effective than the dragon tree sword. Plus, it had been quite some time since I left the Orlando family, and I had grown through countless experiences since then. Since we're doing this, we have to win. I quietly voiced my determination. The next step was learning more about Zenodia. Looking at the map, the kingdom was near the sea, featuring a large port town and significant plains. It seemed to be a larger country than I had expected. Kiara, Charlotte, have either of you been there before? Unfortunately, no. Neither have I. I had immediately ruled out Rodden due to its remote location. But since Zenodia wasn't as far and maintained good relations with Krentz, I assumed they might have visited. Apparently not, which meant we knew next to nothing about our destination. Guess I'll ask Knight Commander Reginald tomorrow. He likely had some useful information. Once we reported our plans, we'd need to decide which vegetables to bring along. Chapter 279, Scrutiny. The next day, I headed to the royal capital alone to inform Knight Commander Reginald of the situation. The Kingdom of Zenodia, huh? Do you know of it? Well, I know the name and a few basic details. But as a nation, it isn't particularly prominent in terms of industry or military strength. Knight Commander Reginald leaned back in his chair as he spoke. Even during my time at the Orlando household, I'd never heard of the place. It didn't seem to have any distinctive traits like Rodden's perpetual snow and ice. Still, gathering farmers from all over the world for a contest, that princess must really be a tough case. Yeah, to mobilize an entire kingdom just to help her overcome a dislike of vegetables, that's quite something. Indeed, well, as far as this matter goes, you have my full approval. If you wish to participate, by all means do so. Thank you. But there's one condition. A condition. If you're entering, win. And if you do, let's celebrate with a grand feast at a high-end restaurant in the capital. I'll cover all the expenses for you and your dungeon farm crew. Yeah, Fufufu, I got that in writing, so to speak. I was determined to win anyway. Upon returning from the capital, I headed to the farm to select which vegetables to bring. Thunder paprika and flame tomatoes are classics. What about ice pumpkins? Hurricane garlic might be good too. Great choices, let's take them all. While Martina and the others were out exploring the dungeon, Hanan, Simone, and I carefully went through our produce. These vegetables, nurtured by the dragon tree sword and the holy water of the underground lake, were on a level far beyond ordinary crops. Still, according to Luxan, there were some formidable competitors in this contest. Vegetables grown under the legendary sacred tree. Produced from a village led by a master artisan. Even a participant from a small remote island whose leader was once hailed as a sage. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed this wasn't just a casual event, It was a serious, kingdom-backed competition. Oh, looks like Martina and the others are back. Really? Soon enough, the dungeon exploration team returned. Martina immediately began preparing dinner, and we joined in to help. We'd already informed Luxan that we'd leave for Zenodia the following day. What kind of outcome awaited us at the contest? I couldn't wait to find out. Chapter 280, The Three Mysterious Maids. We packed the vegetables we thought Princess Sheila of Zenodia would like onto the wagon and set off toward the town of Dreesen. This time, the whole team was going, or so I thought. Naturally, I planned to ask Claudia-san to stay behind and watch over things. But this time, she was ahead of me. Anticipating that, I've called for my talented juniors. Juniors. They're elite maids who have endured rigorous training in the Blaffer family. You can rely on them. I see. And I shall drive the carriage. Wait, hold on a second. Before I could stop her, Claudia-san smoothly climbed into the driver's seat. She'd clearly been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Her determination was almost frightening. Early that morning, 3 maids from the Blaffer household arrived at our treehouse in the dungeon. Pleased to meet you, Bale-sama. I am Nanori. I'm Maggie Desu. Talisa Desu. The one who seemed to be the leader was Nanori, standing in the center. She had long brown hair, wore striking black-rimmed glasses, and had a calm, mature demeanor. She looked to be about Claudia-san's age. Maggie, with short blue hair, appeared slightly older than us and had a cheerful vibe. The youngest, Talisa, had pink hair and twin tails and seemed about 10 years old. She was extremely shy, but apparently skilled in her duties. It's wonderful to have you 3 here, Desuwa. Charlotte was thrilled to see them. If Charlotte vouched for their skills, there was no doubt they were capable. Having 3 extra hands would make managing the treehouse much easier. I gathered the woodmen and introduced them to the trio, instructing everyone to work together and guard the place while we were away. Interestingly, these 3 maids were trained for combat as well. Nanori specialized in hand-to-hand fighting, Maggie excelled at swordsmanship, and Talisa was proficient in magic. Truly a dependable team. After seeing them bond with the woodmen, we set off for Dreesen. Safe travels. Kiki-ai. With the 3 maids and a chorus of woodmen waving us off, we left the treehouse behind. Is this really going to be okay? No need to worry, Hanan. They are truly excellent, you know. I agree with Charlotte. Even Kiara, who knew them well, reassured us. This way, we gained an extra set of hands for the journey, which was a huge advantage. Now, all we could hope for was that Princess Sheila would enjoy the vegetables packed in our wagon. Chapter 281, A Familiar Face Returns. With the trio of new maids and the woodmen managing the farm, our newly expanded party, including Claudia-san, set off for the kingdom of Zenodia. But first, we needed to meet up with Luxan in Dreesen. Once we arrived, our first stop was the Riemel Company. I also wanted to greet Gregory-san before heading out on such a long trip. Inside the building, we were met with an unexpected sight. You've come. Lawrence-san. Standing there was Charlotte's older brother and infamous siskin Lawrence-san. Was he here to see his sister off? But this wasn't her first trip, and as a knight, he should be on duty. Surely he wouldn't skip work just to know, knowing him, he very well might. You seem to be having some unwholesome thoughts, but even I don't abandon my duties just to visit Charlotte. Even I. So it happens sometimes. Sounded like he had a history of this. Why are you here, Oni-sama? Charlotte pushed me aside to confront Lawrence-san, her eyes blazing with frustration over his overprotectiveness. He faltered for a moment, then cleared his throat and explained. This time, it's purely coincidence. A colleague told me a friend was visiting, so I came to pick up a sword I had left with the smith. A friend. Don't tell me. Yes, Luke, the knight from Zenodia whom you've met. I was surprised. Lawrence-san and Luxan were friends. We're actually heading to Zenodia with Luxan. I know. You're participating in the vegetable contest. Yes. Considering how you improved the night's mess hall menu, I believe Martina's cooking skills played a big role. But the quality of your vegetables was just as important. Lawrence-san, I hadn't expected such straightforward praise. This is the first time, right? However, representing the Kingdom of Krentz means failure isn't an option. Make sure you win. Why, yes, sir. And there was the pressure. Well, I'd take it as a sign of his high expectations. According to Lawrence-san, Luke-san was currently in the back room discussing something with Gregory-san. Once they were done, we'd set out. I've greeted Luke-san already, so I'll return to work now. Thank you for your time. It's nothing. And make sure to report the results to me. You understood. Yikes, he wasn't joking. That was one more reason we couldn't afford to lose. Chapter 282, A Stroll Through the Sky. With words of encouragement and pressure from Lawrence-san, we finally set out for Zenodia. Typically, travel during expeditions was done by carriage, but since the exhibition's opening date was fast approaching, Simone would have to give it her all this time. Leave it to me. Simone replied with a bright smile and immediately transformed into her dragon form. W.O. Luke-san, seeing Simone's dragon form for the first time, let out a startled cry. While my companions and I, as well as the townspeople of Dreesen, had long grown accustomed to seeing Simone as a water dragon, Luke-san's reaction was entirely understandable. Even the innkeeper earlier had casually waved at her, saying, "Oh, Simone-chan, full of energy as always." Seeing that, Luke-san looked even more surprised. This sight, it may feel normal to us now, but for someone new, it must be quite the shock. We composed ourselves and climbed onto Simone's back as usual. Luke-san followed suit, and after placing his horse into a cage, Simone grasped it with her claws and took off into the sky. Luke-san, be careful not to fall. Why yeah. It was his first time riding on a dragon's back. Rather than excitement, I could feel the tension radiating from him. I decided to ask about the exhibition's details while we traveled. Including you, there are currently 13 participants. The contest involves using vegetables. Ah. What is it? Ah, well, I forgot to mention something important. Something important. Seriously, now of all times. If it had anything to do with eligibility for the contest, we'd have to turn back immediately. And that crucial piece of information was, for this exhibition, one of the judging criteria involves submitting a dish made with vegetables. A dish. Martina immediately reacted, perking up at the mention of cooking. Ah no, could it be that? The important thing you forgot to mention was that we need to bring someone to prepare the dish. Exactly. Then there's no need to worry. Huh? Martina said confidently, puffing out her chest, while the rest of us nodded in agreement. Luke-san had no way of knowing this, but Martina was an exceptional cook, skilled enough to design the menu for the Krentz Night Orders cafeteria. Her skills are the real deal. Her father is the personal chef for one of Krentz's great noble families. Oh, that's reassuring. Luke-san's expression brightened instantly. I was grateful as well. Having Martina handle the cooking was a blessing. I've been her partner for so long that I know exactly what she's capable of. Still, a cooking contest, huh? Now I'm curious about the other participants. This might actually turn out to be pretty interesting. Chapter 283, Arrival. I told Simone to land just outside the Zenodia Kingdom's capital. Dropping into the city center in her water dragon form would definitely cause a panic. The folks in Dreesen might be used to it, but others, not so much. We descended in a forest on the outskirts of the capital. A small lake glimmered nearby, and Simone splashed down eagerly. After helping us off her back and setting down our gear, she couldn't resist diving into the water with enthusiasm. She'd been itching for this since spotting the lake, probably just her natural instincts. Kiara once mentioned that Simone had a habit of diving into the bath at home too, sometimes repeatedly. Setting aside our water dragon's antics, we were finally in Zenodia. According to Luke-san, the capital was a 30-minute walk from here. A dragonback ride, what an incredible experience. Luke-san, who had been so stunned earlier, now seemed thrilled by the ride. Yeah, it is addictive. With Luke-san leading the way, we started walking. The scenery wasn't much different from Krentz. Maybe the bold impression of Rodden Kingdom still lingered, making this feel a bit plain by comparison. But that didn't mean Zenodia was lacking. The serene, pastoral atmosphere gave it its own charm. This really is a lovely place, Zenodia. Thank you, I love this country dearly. Luke-san's gentle expression left no doubt. He genuinely cared for this land. No wonder he dedicated his life as a knight to protecting it. We passed a few small villages where peace seemed to flow through every street. Zenodia appeared untouched by conflict. Yet, despite the tranquility, the kingdom faced one peculiar issue. The princess absolutely hated vegetables. You might think that's trivial, but considering the sprawling farmlands we passed, it could have bigger implications. If the princess maintained her aversion, the hard work of the local farmers might go underappreciated. Perhaps this was why the contest was such a significant event. Inviting me to participate wasn't just a random gesture. This wasn't about competing with other farmers. It was about convincing the princess to embrace vegetables and overturning her negative perception. Lauren San's motivational command to win at all costs now felt weightier. Bail Dono, you can see the capital now. That clock tower is quite striking. Martina and Charlotte's words drew my gaze forward. Beyond the vast forest lay the capital, a city nestled in greenery. It was like a city of the woods. So this is Zenodia's capital. We'd finally arrived at the exhibition stage. I couldn't wait to see what awaited us. Chapter 284, An Ordinary Royal Capital. We finally arrived in the capital of the Zenodia Kingdom. My first impression? Ordinary. A capital like any other, though I didn't mean that in a bad way. It just felt underwhelming compared to the striking impact of Rodden Kingdom with its perpetual snow and ice. That was a sight you wouldn't see in this region. Still, the milder climate here was far more pleasant. The city radiated a comforting sense of calm. We headed straight for the castle to formally declare our intent to participate in the exhibition. With Luxan guiding us, we entered the royal chamber, where the king of Zenodia awaited. Something felt off. Was it just me, or was His Majesty grinning a little too eagerly? "We've been expecting you." We knelt and greeted him. The excitement in his voice made it clear how high his expectations were. Many participants have already gathered in the capital, but based on accomplishments, you are among the top contenders. We are counting on you. Thank you. I'll do my best to meet your expectations. Excellent. With a satisfied nod from the king, the audience was over. The whole exchange felt surprisingly brief, but according to Luxan, this was the most promising reception they'd had so far. Afterward, we were led to a room in the castle to discuss the situation further. There, Luxan explained the king's concern for the princess's health. His Majesty is deeply worried about the princess's diet. A life without vegetables, unthinkable. Indeed. Balanced nutrition is crucial. Any child learns this from their parents. Martina and Charlotte spoke passionately, while Kiara, a known vegetable hater, looked uncomfortable. I remembered how we clashed over her refusal to eat veggies when we first met. That was a good memory now. Still, His Majesty's excitement is a little concerning. Really? Why's that? Hanan voiced her worries, while Alia tilted her head, puzzled. I understood the feeling. If my vegetables don't impress them. That's impossible. Kiara cut me off firmly. No one could dislike your vegetables. Even I, who hated them with all my heart, can now eat them naturally. That's proof enough. Hearing that from Kiara-san makes it especially convincing. Charlotte's words carried weight. She'd seen Kiara's journey firsthand. Kiara didn't seem thrilled by the reminder, though. We decided to explore the capital to get familiar with the area. Martina, in particular, needed to see the kitchen set up for the event. I was curious to see what awaited us. Chapter 285, A Relaxing Stroll Through Zenodia's Capital. The streets of Zenodia's capital were less crowded than those of Krentz, yet the energy here was just as vibrant. According to Luxan, the vegetable exhibition played a significant role in this. Initially intended to help Princess Reina overcome her aversion to vegetables, the event had attracted farmers from across the continent. Merchants and tourists flocked in, eager to purchase the exotic produce on offer. In a way, this had become a major national festival. It feels like a celebration. I wouldn't say you're wrong. I agree with Kiarsen de Suwa. Martina, Kiara, and Charlotte analyzed the situation in the royal capital. Rather than just a bustling marketplace, the atmosphere here felt more like a lively festival. Meanwhile, Hanan, Simone, and Alia seemed uneasy in the crowd. Simone, with her unmistakable dragonkin features, was already drawing attention. We couldn't just stand around. The exhibition was still days away, so we decided to spend the day exploring the city. Thankfully, Luxan had arranged lodging for us. That was one less thing to worry about. There really are a lot of people. They must be looking forward to the exhibition. Maybe the citizens just love vegetables. I doubt that's the reason, Alia. I shared her confusion, though. For a big country like Krentz, it is normal to see a lot of people even without advertising it. For a smaller kingdom like Zenodia to host such a popular event seemed unusual. Could there be another draw for the crowds? Just as I wondered this, oh, there's a crowd over there. Martina pointed to an area teeming with people. They seemed to be gathered around a series of stalls. I wonder what they're selling. Let's check it out. Kiara and Charlotte took off ahead of us, and we followed. Pushing through the throng, we reached the stalls and saw what was being sold. Wait, these are vegetables. The stalls displayed a variety of vegetables, some of which were rare or unheard of in this region. Acquiring such a wide selection must have been challenging. Which farm could manage this, just as curiosity took hold? Kyukuku, you're from that dungeon farm, aren't you? Here to scout the competition. A voice called out to us suddenly. Chapter 286, A Rival Appears. The man who called out to us appeared to be in his late 20s. His black hair and neatly trimmed mustache gave him a confident air. Judging by his comment about scouting the competition, he must have already investigated us. In other words, he was another farmer participating in the exhibition. My name is Oren Lockwood. I run the Lockwood farm, which has been in my family for 4 generations in the kingdom of Naribas. Oren introduced himself with a self-assured grin. I was about to introduce us in turn, but he kept talking. I hear you've made a name for yourself in Krentz, but that means nothing here. Remember, this is a pure battle of taste. Okay. What? Is that all you have to say? That's all I have to say, yeah. What was that about? Oren-san seemed dissatisfied, but I didn't have anything else to add. Was he expecting more of a reaction? Apparently not. You're awfully calm, aren't you? No, it's not that. You think we're no threat, huh? Cut it out, Oren. A tall woman in an apron stepped in to stop him. Eshteris Neeson. Honestly, this exhibition is different from the others. Don't get the wrong idea. Sorry. All his bravado vanished in an instant. His Onia-san, Sheris, seemed to have completely deflated his spirit. But as soon as she appeared, the crowd around us began to buzz. Hey, isn't that Sheris Lockwood? What? The Sheris Lockwood, who sweeps every exhibition across the continent. This is amazing. It seemed Sheris was far more renowned than her brother. Sorry my foolish brother caused trouble. And no, it's fine. I've heard about you. You're Bale Orlando of the Dungeon Farm, right? Why, yes. Hearing my name from such a famous farmer was both thrilling and intimidating. The idea of competing against her produce was daunting. Be Bale, we can't let them outshine us. Indeed, Desuwa, let's set up our own stall. Inspired by Sherisan's reputation, Kiara and Charlotte suggested we launch a counter-effort. It was a good idea. We'd get more people familiar with our vegetables. All right, let's set up a stall of our own. Yeah. With that spirited cheer, it was time to get to work. Chapter 287, the exhibition begins. As the representative team from the Kingdom of Krentz, our Dungeon Farm crew had arrived to participate in the vegetable exhibition held in the capital of Zenodia. The exhibition's heartwarming goal was to help a princess overcome her dislike of vegetables. However, the fierce competition among the participants was anything but gentle. Everyone was serious. They were all aiming to win. The lively festival atmosphere of the Zenodia capital contrasted sharply with the tense determination radiating from the competitors. Among them, the Lockwood siblings from the Kingdom of Naribas were especially in the spotlight. The siblings were seasoned veterans who had won multiple awards at other exhibitions, making them the top contenders for victory. The vegetables they produced were renowned not just for their taste, but also for their rarity. The Kingdom of Naribas, a tropical island nation in the far south, boasted year-round heat and heavy rainfall, allowing for unique vegetables that drew great interest. Looks like we have some unexpected rivals. Martina spoke with a rare, serious expression while preparing the stall. Yeah, but our vegetables are just as good. Why, you're right. When I encouraged her, she snapped out of her tension. Still, she seemed to sense something more, the looming cooking competition. If the vegetables were evenly matched in quality, the skill of the chef would decide the outcome. Martina was likely feeling the pressure of that responsibility. I wanted to reassure her, but before I could figure out how, a crowd had already gathered around our stall. These flame tomatoes are amazing. This thunder paprika is as sweet as fruit. As expected from the famous Dungeon Farm, no, It's even better than expected. Our vegetables were well received in Zenodia. At this point, we were on par with the Lockwood farm. The real deciding factor would be the cooking competition. After about 3 hours, we sold out completely. Word had spread, and more people came than we had anticipated. Reputation really does matter. 2 other farms also sold out. One was the Lockwood farm, the other was the local Marklight farm of Zenodia. Marklight farm, We hadn't interacted with them much, so I didn't know who ran it. Being local gave them the advantage of familiarity, but they couldn't have sold out on that alone. Their vegetables must be excellent. And so, the competition narrowed down to 3 farms. Chapter 288, Advancing to the Finals. The vegetable exhibition in the Kingdom of Zenodia was underway. From the sales performance during the first day, the top 3 contenders for the championship were clear. The first was our dungeon farm. Thanks to the appeal of our rare vegetables and our growing reputation, people gathered around our stall immediately once we opened. The second was Lockwood Farm. Run by the siblings, Shara-san and Oren-san, from the Kingdom of Naribas, they had a stellar record of winning numerous exhibitions. People who knew their reputation flocked to enjoy their vegetables, which received endless praise. Finally, there was Marklight Farm. This was a local farm, and we knew almost nothing about them. The owner, Brusan, was a burly, muscular man who reminded me of Gregory-san, though at least 10 years older, probably in his late 50s. These 3 farms stood as the top contenders. As the evening fell, the first day came to a close. The exhibition committee announced that they would officially review the results and confirmed that these 3 farms would advance to the finals, set for tomorrow at noon. The finals, it feels like a martial arts tournament. Why, yeah, it kinda does. Kiara wasn't wrong. This did feel like we were competing in a combat championship. It showed how serious Zenodia was about finding the best vegetables. Though originally, this whole event was supposed to help the princess overcome her dislike of vegetables. Finalists, please gather here. Responding to the head judge's call, the 3 representatives assembled. We would like you to meet the princess now. The princess. The sudden announcement caught all of us off guard. Even Shara-san seemed surprised and questioned the head judge for more details. This is quite sudden. I was told that the princess would meet us only during the awards ceremony, after the winner was decided. Yes, that was the original plan, but the princess's usual whim then. Brew, the local farmer, offered a wry smile, seemingly understanding the situation. The phrase, princess's whim, didn't mean much to Shara-san or me, but the locals nodded knowingly. The head judge wiped his forehead with a handkerchief and sighed. It seems the princess is rather difficult, Rather than difficult, perhaps, strong-willed. Brusan carefully chose his words, but I suspected the translation was closer to incredibly stubborn. That left me with one concern. Wait, does that mean the princess specifically asked to meet us? Why, yes, she wishes to speak with the finalists. Judging by the head judge's anxious expression, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. What on earth did the Princess of Zenodia want to say to us? Short story, looking back so far. As usual, I finished my work on the dungeon farm and took a short break, settling onto a convenient rock. Today, Martina and Alia were off exploring the dungeon. Kiara and Charlotte had gone to submit their assignments at the academy. Simone, Hanan, and Claudia-san were out shopping in the town of Dresen. In other words, I was the only one left on the farm. It's a little unsettling when it's this quiet. I exhaled deeply, reflecting on how much our group had grown. When I first came here, it was just Martina and me. Well, technically, the woodmen were here too. They were still busy with the household chores. But they were more like familiars in a mage's sense, so counting them on the same level as Martina and the others felt off. The atmosphere around me was calm and peaceful. Come to think of it, this might be the first time I've been here completely alone. When I turned around, our treehouse stood proudly behind me. It was a miracle made possible by the power of the dragon tree sword, a blessing I was still grateful for every day. As I relaxed, memories from my past life flickered through my mind. Not the grim memories of my grueling work as a corporate slave, but the one joy I had back then, manga. I wonder how that story continued. I used to be hooked on Isekai manga with a slow life theme, the kind that eventually got its own manga adaptation. Speaking of which, Fantasy Farm Story had a manga adaptation too. I bought the digital volumes. Not being able to read them here was a real shame. Now that I think about it, the members here aren't connected to the game's main characters at all. Gregory-san and Slaffen-san were in the game, but they were more like supporting NPCs who helped the player. Maybe someday we'd meet one of the game's main characters. If that happened, I'd probably lose my mind with excitement. We're back. Phew, there were more battles than usual today. I'm exhausted. Just then, Martina and Alia returned. Soon after, the rest of the group trickled in, like clockwork. Looking at everyone gathered again, it struck me our story here could turn into something amazing too. We'd gone through a lot to get to this point. Is something the matter, Bale-san? Huh, and no, it's nothing. Lost in thought, I hadn't noticed Charlotte's curious gaze. Kiara shrugged with a knowing smile. Come on, let's go. Martina and Claudia are excited to cook us a delicious dinner, so we should help. Why yeah, you're right. With them by my side, I headed back to our treehouse. No, our home in this world. Chapter 289, A Word from the Princess. Just before the final round of the produce fair, we were summoned by Princess Reina of Zenodia, the host nation. Along with the Lockwood siblings and the Marklight couple, we were led by the head judge to the room where the princess awaited us. You're late. Well, make yourselves comfortable. As soon as we entered, she greeted us with a commanding tone. I suppose such behavior is permitted for a princess, but it didn't sit well with me. Prince Adwell of the Rodden Kingdom had a similar attitude. Following her instruction, we stepped inside and lined up. I'd heard she was young, about the same age as Hanan, around 10 years old. Yet the air of authority she exuded rivaled that of an adult. After only a few minutes in her presence, I couldn't help but feel she was older than me. Crossing her legs, the princess looked us over and stated her reason for calling us. All of you, withdraw from the competition. Everyone froze in shock at her unexpected demand. That's all. Now, pack your things and leave. Why so suddenly? It was Brew, the local representative from Marklight Farm, who asked cautiously. As a farming powerhouse of Zenodia, he couldn't stay silent. Because I don't want to eat anything that doesn't taste good. That's unreasonable. Stop, Orin. Orin from Lockwood Farm tried to protest, but his Oni-san, Sheris, stopped him. Her gaze turned to the head judge who had brought us here. So, Princess Reina wishes to cancel the exhibition. Is that correct? Of course, if I don't want it, it's canceled. The head judge looked helpless, while the princess stubbornly insisted on canceling the event. The situation was spiraling into chaos. Then, a calm, deep voice cut through the tension. That won't do, Your Highness. Walter. The princess's confident expression crumbled. A man in his late 30s or early 40s had entered the room silently. His long silver hair was tied back, and round glasses framed his face. He radiated the aura of an elite, the kind of person you just knew was competent. Curious, I whispered to the head judge, Who is that? That is Walter Di Camillo, commander of the Royal Guard. He serves directly under the king and is one of the few who can stand up to the princess. I see. It seemed even the headstrong, fearless Princess Reina had someone she couldn't handle. Chapter 290, Royal Guard Commander Walter. After Princess Reina's sudden demand for us to withdraw from the cooking contest, a man appeared before us. His name was Walter-san, and he was the commander of the Royal Guard, serving directly under the King of Zenodia. He was one of the rare individuals who could stand up to the willful princess. Canceling the contest now would damage Zenodia's reputation. It's just a vegetable fair. That doesn't matter. No matter how small the event, a member of the royal family must not act in a way that harms the nation. Besides, you agreed to this contest in the first place, didn't you? Ugh. Wow, Princess Reina was completely backed into a corner. In the end, she reluctantly agreed to let the final round proceed, and we were officially set to compete tomorrow. After the princess left, Walter turned to us and bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. It was inappropriate to undermine your hard work like that. It's no big deal. In fact, I'm even more fired up now. The first to speak was Sherisan. Convincing a child who hates vegetables to love them, in a way, that's the ultimate challenge for us. Exactly. I want the princess to love vegetables, no matter what. Brew from Marklight Farm seemed more determined than ever. Naturally, we weren't going to back down either. Our dungeon farm team feels the same. Right, everyone. When I called out, Martina and the others shouted a spirited, "Yeah!" in unison. We'd faced plenty of challenges before and always found a way through. This time would be no different. I appreciate your resolve. Walter-san bowed again and left the room, saying, "I'll see you tomorrow." We were about to return to our lodgings for some rest, but Shara-san declared confidently, "I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I can't wait to see what dishes we all bring to the table." Her words were aimed at Martina and Mrs. Marklite, her rivals in tomorrow's cook-off. I won't lose. Let's both do our best. The three competitors shook hands, a display of fair play and mutual respect. Though the contest had teetered on the brink of cancellation, it seemed we'd make it to the end after all. I wasn't even cooking, but I could feel my own nerves rising for tomorrow's showdown. Chapter 291, The Final Battle. Dawn broke, and the long-awaited day of the showdown had arrived. A special stage had been set up in the square where we had been selling vegetables. The place was packed with spectators, and the energy was electric. According to Mr. Marklite, big events like this were rare in Zenodia, so for many, this was their first taste of a festival atmosphere. Today's main event was a cooking battle using vegetables harvested from each competitor's farm. The judge, none other than Princess Reina, infamous for her hatred of vegetables. Sitting in the judge's seat, her face was pale, her expression rigid. After yesterday's fiasco, it was clear her aversion to vegetables went beyond the norm. She looked like she'd rather be anywhere else. All right, contestants, begin cooking. With the host's cue, Shara-san and Mrs. Marklite sprang into action. But, Ara, is something wrong with Martina? She isn't moving. Just as Kiara and Charlotte pointed out, Martina was frozen in place, staring ahead. Martina, it started. Oh. My shout snapped her out of it, but something still felt off. What's wrong with her? She seemed fine this morning. Could it be she's feeling unwell? Simone, Hanan, and Alia watched Martina with concern. But really, what was going on? This morning at the inn, Martina had seemed her usual self. The only thing that came to mind was how she'd been undecided about what to cook right up until the last moment. She had seemed confident once she made her choice, though. Could she still be doubting herself? Meanwhile, Shara-san and Mrs. Marklite cooked with practiced ease, their movements fluid and assured. The sight of their confident preparations seemed to snap Martina out of her funk. Realizing she couldn't win in her current state, she shook off her hesitation. Heck, now that's more like it. Shara-san grinned as Martina finally fell into her rhythm. Shara-san's dish was a spectacle of color and luxury. Even from a distance, the aroma was tantalizing. It seems she's using some spices. And not store-bought, it's a custom blend. The two Ajo-samas, Kiara and Charlotte, may not cook much, but their knowledge of food was impressive. Beside her, Mrs. Marklite crafted a homely dish infused with local Zenodian flavor. It lacked the boldness of exotic spices, but its comforting aroma had a charm of its own, the essence of a mother's cooking. With their dishes nearly complete, all eyes turned to Martina. What kind of dish would she create to challenge her rivals? Chapter 292, Martina's Struggle. The final battle was underway. Despite witnessing Shara-san and Mrs. Marklite's confident movements, Martina just couldn't seem to get into her usual groove. Her knife work was slower than normal, and she kept making uncharacteristic mistakes with seasonings. What's wrong with her, Martina? Kiara watched anxiously. It looks like she's distracted by something else entirely. I think so too. Charlotte's observation was on point. It wasn't just a matter of cooking skills. Martina seemed troubled by something deeper. It was like she was caught in a dilemma she couldn't shake. What's the matter? You're running out of time. Seeing Martina struggle, Shara-san called out in concern. Shara-san. Martina lowered her gaze, her confidence shaken even further. That comment might have struck a nerve, but normally, Martina was the kind of girl who'd push through. Martina. Unable to stay silent, I shouted her name. It wasn't advice, just her name, but it seemed to work. Bail Dono. Smack. Martina slapped her cheeks hard, a jolt to snap herself out of it. That looked like it hurt. But now she was fully awake. I'm sorry for worrying everyone, but I'm fine now. I won't waver anymore. She declared with conviction and restarted her cooking. The Martina we knew, the one we'd seen countless times in the treehouse kitchen, was back. The clock was ticking, but she could handle it now. It seems we don't have to worry anymore. Hanan let out a sigh of relief. Martina had returned to form, but the question lingered. Why had she faltered in the first place? It didn't seem like a simple case of nerves or bad luck. Something only she understood. We had no clue what it was, but we'd soon find out during the tasting. The time limit expired, and the dishes were complete. We had an idea of what Sherisan and Mrs. Marklight were preparing, but when Martina confidently placed her dish on the table, the crowd erupted in shock. Chapter 293, The Unexpected Dish. Is that really Martina's dish? What's going on here? Simone and Alia's confusion was understandable. Sherisan presented a dish that was dazzlingly ornate, far beyond what anyone would expect from just vegetables. Mrs. Marklight's creation radiated the warmth of a comforting home-cooked meal, evoking the essence of a mother's love. Both dishes looked delicious enough to make anyone's stomach growl just from the sight. And then there was Martina's dish. A single bowl of soup. Is she really betting everything on just vegetable soup? That seems way too reckless. Even if the flavor is good, it just doesn't compare visually to the others. The crowd murmured anxiously. For those of us who'd enjoyed Martina's cooking at the treehouse every day, we knew her skills weren't lacking in the slightest. She'd even helped design new menus for the night's cafeteria, a testament to her talent. But this was unprecedented. Sure, she'd seemed indecisive about her dish earlier, but to choose something as simple as soup, if it's Martina, she must have some kind of plan. Among the murmurs, Kiara spoke with quiet conviction. You all know how skilled she is, don't you? She was so fired up for this competition. If this is the conclusion she came to after all her deliberation, then there's nothing more to say. We just need to trust her and wait for the results. Kiara's unwavering gaze was fixed on Martina, a sign of her deep trust. And honestly, I felt the same way. Having known Martina for so long, I knew she thrived under pressure. Sure, her earlier behavior was concerning, but if this was the dish she'd chosen as her answer, I had no reason to doubt her. With all the dishes prepared, it was time for the tasting. The one who held the key to victory was Princess Reina. Naturally, every pair of eyes in the venue turned to her. I looked at her too, but something seemed off. Was she just nervous, or was it the prospect of eating vegetables, her most hated food? Either way, she didn't seem well. Her face was pale, and her expression uneasy as she stood before the table of dishes. Well then, I'll start with this one. The first dish she tried was Sherisan's. She tasted a caramelized onion first, chewing slowly. It's delicious. The crowd erupted in amazement. A princess known for her hatred of vegetables had just declared a vegetable dish delicious. But something felt wrong. Sherisan, too, seemed uneasy, her expression tinged with frustration. It was as if she suspected Princess Reina's words of being mere politeness. Despite the praise, the princess's face remained tense and strained, her reaction unconvincing. The same pattern followed with Mrs. Marklight's dish. Compliments for the flavor, but no joy or satisfaction in her demeanor. What was troubling her? Finally, Princess Reina stood before Martina's dish. Chapter 294, Notice Something. Finally, it was Martina's turn. From Princess Reina's reactions to the other two dishes so far, her outward words of delicious seemed insincere, her energy betraying a lack of genuine enjoyment. And now, Princess Reina reached for Martina's dish. What's going to happen? I can't even begin to guess. Kiara and Charlotte were holding each other's hands tightly, watching the situation unfold with bated breath. I couldn't help but think how Claudia-san would have probably been thrilled to witness such an intense moment. Yet, I too felt my nerves tighten as I awaited the princess's verdict. Princess Reina lifted her spoon slowly, gracefully bringing the soup to her lips. She swallowed and then silence. Was it a failure? An uneasy tension spread through the venue. But then, Princess Reina, still not saying anything, took a second spoonful. This was new. She hadn't done this for the other dishes. We weren't sure what to make of it, leaving us unsure whether to celebrate or stay cautious. Ado, does that mean she liked it? Hard to say. Yeah, it's puzzling. Alia, Hanan, and Simone mirrored the confusion of everyone in the audience. Nobody could quite interpret the meaning behind Princess Reina's behavior. Even amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Princess Reina seemed unfazed, taking a third, then a fourth spoonful. She neither praised nor criticized, simply continuing to eat in silence. At this point, it was hard to imagine her reaction being negative. Quietly and steadily, the princess consumed the soup. When I stopped to think about it, this was vegetable soup, a dish containing the very thing she supposedly despised. And yet, she ate it without hesitation, with the rhythm of someone enjoying a favorite meal. Could this be a good sign? Was it safe to hope? And then, at last. Phew! Princess Reina finished the soup entirely. Her reactionless demeanor left us all on edge, uncertain of what to think. But then, the princess turned toward Martina and spoke. When did you notice? Wait, notice? Notice what? Her cryptic words left the audience in stunned silence. Martina, however, straightened her back, responding with calm confidence. From the moment I saw Princess Reina today, I suspected as much. But I wasn't certain, and it lingered in my mind throughout the cooking process. She noticed something. What had Martina realized about the princess? Chapter 295, The Results Announced. Martina had noticed something was amiss with Princess Reina and altered her menu at the last moment. But the rest of us, not a single one of us, or anyone in the audience, had picked up on the princess's condition. Her sharp observation skills were nothing short of incredible, and the proof was undeniable. Princess Reina had finished every last drop of Martina's vegetable soup. Sure, Scheherazad's and Mrs. Marklight's dishes must have been delicious, but the princess had chosen Martina's soup. What exactly had Martina realized? All eyes in the hall turned toward her. To be precise, I noticed it starting yesterday, Princess Reina. Were you feeling unwell? That's correct. I thought so. The moment the words left their mouths, the room erupted into murmurs. Unwell. Since yesterday, that meant when she was insisting we forfeit the finals, she had already been in poor health, and Martina had seen through it. Kiara, did you notice? Not at all. Simone, how about you? And not me either, Charlotte-san. I didn't notice a thing Desuwa, Alia. If none of you realized, how could I have noticed? It turned out none of us, not even our keenest members, had picked up on Princess Reina's condition. And we weren't alone. Scheherazade and Mrs. Marklight hadn't either. I never imagined such circumstances were at play. To realize that, and adjust your dish accordingly, incredible. Though visibly disheartened, the two competitors seemed to accept the situation. But what about the final verdict? The hall buzzed with uncertainty until Princess Reina finally spoke. Regarding today's competition, the winner is Martina. Scheherazade interrupted, her declaration cutting through the princess's words. Princess Reina, startled, turned to Scheherazade, her expression less of protest and more of surprise, as if to say, "How did you know what I was about to announce?" There might have been grounds for dispute. If it were strictly about taste, some could argue the judgment was unfair. Even Martina had hesitated until the very end, unsure if this was the right conclusion. But the two opponents themselves, Scheherazade and Mrs. Marklight, admitted defeat. Even in a straight flavor contest, Martina's soup would have been hard to beat. Absolutely, it was that good. It seemed both had sampled Martina's soup after the princess had. Their comments, paired with their concession, left no room for doubt. Martina was the victor. With their acknowledgement, Princess Reina raised her voice triumphantly. The winner is Dungeon Farm. In an instant, we all rushed toward Martina, surrounding her in an ecstatic group hug. Chapter 296, After the Contest. Thanks to Martina's quick thinking, our Dungeon Farm team emerged victorious in the cooking competition. When combined with the points from the previous day's tasting event, we secured the overall championship. Scheherazade and the Marklight couple graciously congratulated us, saying the result was only natural. However, Scheherazade's younger brother Oransan vehemently protested, exclaiming, "How is that even fair?" But his sister's calm and authoritative remark, "Even in a straight contest, we wouldn't have one. That soup was just that perfect," shut him down immediately. According to Scheherazade, Oransan had already accepted his loss deep down, but struggled to admit it due to his pride as a contest-dominating champion. Following the decision, an awards ceremony took place, where we received special medals directly from Princess Reina and the king. Martina, your cooking was absolutely delightful. Thank you so much. To have her name remembered by a princess of the kingdom. Well, Martina's cooking had certainly made that strong an impression. She was undoubtedly the MVP of this event. Watching them chat with smiles, I felt relieved that we had something good to report to Gregory-san and the others. After the competition, a grand after-party was held. Attendees celebrated not just the tasting event, but the entire country-engulfing festival's successful conclusion. The event had been far more popular than expected, leading the king to publicly declare that a second contest would be held next year. We were asked to participate again as defending champions. Of course, I answered without hesitation. Despite the challenges, the event had been immensely enjoyable. We made new friends and learned so much. It was truly a worthwhile experience. The atmosphere gradually turned into a citywide celebration, and Martina, Chiara, and the rest of the team were inundated with congratulations as the winning team. Martina, in particular, was approached by adventurers who admired her keen observational skills from the final round and tried to recruit her for their parties. However, she politely declined each offer. While her skills as a chef were top tier, Martina still aspired to be an adventurer. Even so, she felt a deep attachment to the familiar dungeon with the treehouse and farm and preferred it as her main field of activity. Meanwhile, I spent the rest of the evening reflecting on the contest with Walter, the Marklight couple, and the Rockwood siblings, enjoying Zenodia's exquisite cuisine. Tomorrow, we set out on a long journey toward the town of Dreesen. I'll need to gather all the energy I can for what lies ahead. Chapter 297, Peaceful Daily Life. Our experiences in Zenodia brought us more than just the honor of winning the contest. We forged new friendships, and the Zenodian royal family came to appreciate the quality of our dungeon farm's produce. This recognition might significantly impact our future endeavors. 2 weeks had passed since we returned from Zenodia and finished reporting to all concerned parties. Life at the farm had returned to its usual rhythm. Martina and Alia busied themselves with dungeon exploration, Chiara and Charlotte focused on their academy assignments, and Simone and Hanan tended to the farm's crops and livestock. As for me, I worked to uplift the farm alongside the tree god sword. And then, one ordinary day. As usual, I was preparing the cart to deliver freshly harvested vegetables to the guild. Chiara and Charlotte were holed up in their rooms, racing against an assignment deadline, while Martina and Alia had left early for dungeon exploration. Hanan was napping, and Claudia-san had returned to the Blaffer family estate for some personal errands. So, it was just Simone and me heading to Gregory-san's company today, something that had become a regular occurrence lately. Sorry for dragging you along, Simone. Not at all. I love going to Dreesen with you, Bale-san. Simone responded with a gentle smile. She's been smiling a lot more lately, hasn't she? As a dragonkin, Simone resembled humans in many ways, though her ears, tail, and other subtle features set her apart. While some might find her appearance unsettling, the people of Dreesen had fully embraced her. She was now a beloved figure in town, often greeted warmly by many. Though she was once shy and timid, she no longer showed any signs of fear or hesitation. Meeting you all has truly been a blessing for me, Bale-san, Simone said, sitting on the cart's bed as I drove. If I hadn't met everyone, I'd probably still be alone. But now, every day feels so fulfilling. I just want to stay with you all forever. Simone. Sorry. I shouldn't say something so selfish without considering how you all feel. It's fine. I'm sure everyone feels the same way. For now, the 8 of us, including Claudia-san, had settled into this shared life. While someone might eventually leave the treehouse to pursue their own journey, I believed that wouldn't change the bond we shared. Hearing my reassurance, Simone seemed relieved. She looked up at the azure sky when suddenly, a puzzled expression crossed her face. Did you see something? I think so. It looked like something fell beyond the forest. Beyond the forest? Can you pinpoint where? Why yes, let me check it out. Check it out. I'll catch up with you later. Please go ahead to the town without me, Bale-san. Wait, hey. Before I could stop her, Simone transformed into her dragon form and soared into the sky. Her sudden assertiveness was uncharacteristic, but what could she have seen? For now, I decided to quickly deliver the vegetables to Gregory-san and then head toward the direction Simone had flown. Something about this felt important. Chapter 298, Unease. After delivering the vegetables to Gregory-san, I turned the cart toward the direction Simone had flown off. Though she'd promised to meet up later, she hadn't returned. Her behavior from earlier also nagged at me. It wasn't like her to assert herself so strongly. A sense of foreboding settled in my chest. Stopping the horses in a convenient spot, I decided to investigate the area. However, wandering aimlessly would only waste time. In situations like this, there was one solution. I'll have to rely on the divine seeds. This was a perfect chance to test the capabilities of a new divine seed I'd acquired. Channeling magic into the tree god sword, I extracted a seed and planted it at my feet. This one was called Sasaku herb, a variety useful for locating people. It could detect and track magic power. Anticipating such situations, I had prepared Sasaku herb seeds attuned to my magic and distributed them to the farm members. Since they were created with my magic, they should allow me to pinpoint their location even from afar. With the power of the tree god sword, the Sasaku herb sprouted and grew almost instantly. I commanded it to guide me to the location, matching the magic power I sought. The herb extended its vines rapidly, indicating a northern direction. I quickly set the cart into motion, following the path laid out by the Sasaku herb. Looks like we've come pretty deep into the forest. What could have driven her to act so decisively? This didn't feel like a whimsical decision. There had to be a clear reason behind her pursuit of whatever had fallen. Just as I pondered this, the Sasaku herb did something unexpected. Whoa. I pulled the cart to an abrupt stop. The herb, which had been extending vigorously until now, suddenly ceased its movement. What's going on here? I got off the cart and approached the Sasaku herb. On closer inspection, it wasn't that the herb had stopped. It was reaching upward, straining toward the sky. However, it couldn't grow any further, giving the illusion that it had come to a halt. So that means Simone must have flown from this point onward. But where and for what purpose? To uncover this mystery, I began to survey the surroundings. It was hard to imagine Simone leaving us without saying anything unless there was a significant reason behind it. I needed to uncover the clues. There had to be something here that explained her actions. Chapter 299, Simone's Whereabouts. I searched desperately for Simone, combing through the forest until the day faded into evening. Is it already this late? Despite my efforts, I hadn't found even a single clue. Where could Simone have gone? As despair began to creep in, I suddenly heard voices calling out to me. Bale Dono. Bale. I turned to see Martina, and Alia rushing toward me. You were late coming back, so we got worried. Chiara and Charlotte managed to narrow down your location with their magic. But what about Simone? Alia asked with a look of deep concern. Martina, too, wore an uncharacteristically grim expression, her usual liveliness nowhere to be seen. They must have realized something was wrong since Chiara and Charlotte's magic only detected my presence and not Simone's. Simone is gone. Gone. Their overlapping exclamations of shock were only natural. After all, she had disappeared without any warning. I had sensed something unusual about her behavior earlier, but I never imagined she would vanish without a word. It's getting dark. Let's return to the treehouse for now. But I know you want to keep searching, Martina, but Bale is right. If Chiara and Charlotte's detection magic couldn't find her, she's probably not in the area anymore. Alia's calm reasoning managed to quell Martina's protests. It was unusual to see their roles reversed like this, Alia being the composed one. Still, if even Chiara and Charlotte's magic failed to locate her, it likely meant Simone had flown far away in her dragon form. The troubling question remained, why had she acted so suddenly? What stuck in my mind most was what she'd said on the way to town. If I hadn't met everyone, I'd still be alone. But now, every day is filled with happiness. I just want us to stay together forever. I couldn't believe those words were a lie. Shortly after that, she'd mentioned seeing something fall into the forest. There was no way to confirm now if what she saw was real, but it was undoubtedly connected to her disappearance. Maybe someone in Dreesen had seen something. For now, we'd regroup with Chiara and Charlotte before heading to town. Chapter 300, Unexpected Information. What had Simone seen that day? Unable to let it go, we decided to head straight to Dreesen town instead of returning to the treehouse. Even with Claudia-san's help in gathering information, however, we came up empty-handed. I didn't expect much, but to not even find a single clue. Simone, where could she have gone? Hanan's voice trembled with uncharacteristic unease. She often worked alongside Simone managing the dungeon farm, so it was no surprise she felt the absence deeply. The others were equally downcast. Just then, "Oh, Bale, is that you?" A familiar voice called out to me. I turned to see none other than Felix San. It was Felix, the guild master of Dreesen. We'd previously been in his debt for a matter involving Simone. Of all the times for him to appear, it had to be now, while she was weighing on all our minds. He seemed to be out on some personal errand, but his timing was impeccable. "Perfect. I've been looking for you lot." "Looking for us?" Was it another trouble needing our assistance? The last time we crossed paths with Felix, that's exactly how it began and ultimately led us to Simone. It wouldn't be out of the question. There's another tricky situation on our hands. It seemed my hunch was correct. Under normal circumstances, I'd be willing to help, but right now, we had our hands full. Something about Felix San's demeanor, though, struck me as unusual. He was glancing around nervously, as if searching for something or someone. Is something the matter? "Yeah, the dragonkin girl, Simone, wasn't it? I don't see her with you. We need her help for this one." What do you mean by that?" I couldn't stop myself from stepping closer, practically shouting. The rest of the group also leaned in, eager for details. Startled by our intensity, Felix San quickly explained. "Earlier today, we received a report of an injured dragon flying near town. Before it causes any harm, we need to investigate." "We'll help." I cut him off, barely letting him finish. An injured dragon, it had to be what Simone saw, prompting her to take dragon form and approach it. Whatever happened after that must be connected to her disappearance. Though it was still just conjecture, it felt like the first real step forward. Chapter 301, Gathering Information. The injured dragon seemed to hold the key to finding Simone. Although we were eager to act immediately after Felix San shared the details, the darkness of night made the search too risky. We had no choice but to wait until morning. At the first light of dawn, we moved into the forest. According to the report, the dragon was seen flying in from the north. The the northernmost point of the continent, Rodden Kingdom, came to mind. But that icy land, perpetually covered in snow and frost, seemed like an unlikely origin for a dragon. If not Rodden, then perhaps somewhere along the way, there had to be a place where dragons lived. As we studied the map while trekking through the forest, Charlotte suddenly spoke up. "Ara. This Yabel Valley." Her gaze lingered on the map, her tone tinged with familiarity. "Do you know something about it?" I can't be certain if it's relevant, but I believe there were sightings of a dragon in this valley some time ago. "Really?" "Yes. My father was planning to pass through this valley on his way to a neighboring kingdom. However, upon hearing about the sighting, he abruptly changed his route." "Wait, what? That sounds like a major lead. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" I would have if I'd remembered sooner. The name just now jogged my memory, that's all. Memories triggered by familiar names happens to all of us. But still, this was a big deal. So, Simone encountered the dragon that flew out of Yabel Valley and vanished with it. Piecing it together, the situation pointed in that direction, though we lacked definitive proof. As we deliberated our next move, something unexpected happened. This place. We suddenly realized we had wandered into a familiar spot, the place where we first met Simone. It was here, hidden among the fallen trees, that she had watched us cautiously from the shadows. I remember now, Kiara shouted, and Simone ran away in fright. "WL, what did you expect? I'd never seen a dragonkin before." Kiara protested indignantly. As nostalgia settled over us, a loud voice broke through. "Hey, everyone, over there." Alia pointed toward the fallen trees. Startled, we all turned to look, and what we saw left us speechless. "Is that a girl?" Leaning against the fallen logs, we found a young girl asleep. She appeared to be around Hanan's age, perhaps 10 years old. But what truly caught our attention was the striking green tail curled behind her. Not quite beastkin, something different. Could she be a dragonkin? Chapter 302, The Little Dragonkin. At the place where we first met Simone, a new figure awaited us. A dragonkin girl we had never seen before. Who are you? What are you doing here?" I kept my tone light and friendly, careful not to alarm her. Last time, a loud voice had startled Simone and driven her to flee. This time, I hoped to avoid repeating that mistake. The girl, clearly nervous, hesitated but eventually inched closer, seemingly assessing that we posed no threat. I resisted the urge to approach her hastily, instead allowing her to close the distance at her own pace. After a tense silence, she finally spoke. My name is Isekai. I am a dragonkin. I was told to wait here, and that a man named Bale Orlando would come with his companions. And Bale Orlando? Why, you are. Oh, thank goodness. As the words left her mouth, Iselda's tension seemed to break, and she collapsed onto the ground, sitting with a trembling frame. It was evident how much courage it had taken for her to approach us and speak. Much like with Simone, I couldn't help but think about the challenges dragonkin face in interacting with humans. Some nations consider dragonkin to be dangerous, a perception fueled by their association with dragons, creatures often equated to natural disasters. But that view applies mostly to wild, instinct-driven lower dragons. Dragonkin, endowed with higher intelligence, rarely attacks humans unprovoked. While I can't claim this is true for all dragonkin, Simone and now Iselda seem to embody this peaceful nature. Returning to the matter at hand, I asked Iselda about the person who had instructed her to wait for me. It was a dragonkin named Simone. I knew it. The timing made it almost inevitable, but hearing it confirmed was still a relief. Now the pressing questions were, what was Iselda's connection to Simone, and where had Simone gone? I decided to start with the latter. The Simone you met is a dear friend of ours. Do you know where she went? She went to Yabel Valley. So the hunch was right. Charlotte's earlier information was spot on. And if this was accurate, the rumors of a dragon in the valley were likely true as well. Iselda, does that mean there's a dragon in Yabel Valley? Why, yes, I used to live there, but one day a very strong dragonkin attacked us. At this, Iselda's voice trailed off, and she cast her gaze downward. The pain in her expression told me all I needed to know. The attack had been a traumatic event, and now Simone had ventured into that fraught valley. Bale, we don't have time to sit around. Indeed, we must follow at once, Bale Dono. Chiara and Martina are both ready to go. It wasn't just them. Charlotte, Hanan, and Alia all shared the same determined look. All right. Let's go. There were preparations to make, but we would move swiftly. Our next destination was clear, Yabel Valley. Chapter 303, Chasing Simone. With the information we had received from Iselda, we set our sights on Yabel Valley. Naturally, we informed Gregory-san and Felix-san about this development. Both had been concerned about Simone's absence, so they were more than willing to lend their support. Gregory-san offered us provisions, while Felix-san provided us with weapons, ensuring that our preparations went smoothly. Yabel Valley was quite far from the town of Dresen. In such cases, we typically relied on a horse-drawn carriage for travel. While riding on Simone's dragon form would be faster, we often chose the carriage for the journey's enjoyment. But this time was different. Speed was of the essence. Thus, we asked Iselda to transform into her dragon form and carry us. That's when an unexpected issue arose. Iselda's dragon form was far too small to carry all of us at once. As a compromise, we decided to use the cart we typically attached to the horse carriage. Iselda carried the cart in her claws as she flew us through the skies. When we finally took to the air, however, this is scarier than I thought. Why, yes, I agree. Chiara and Martina's reactions said it all. Despite being a relatively similar mode of transportation to what we were used to, something about it felt far more precarious this time. I suppose the larger size of Simone's form gave us a sense of security. Indeed, Desuwa, Simone-san was quite large, wasn't she? Truly, in every way. Charlotte and Hanan nodded in agreement. I decided it was best not to question what they meant by in every way. During the journey, Iselda shared more details about her past. She had originally lived in Yabel Valley as part of its dragonkin community. However, a few years ago, another group of dragonkin had moved in, driving her out in the process. Charlotte speculated that the dragonkin who had driven Iselda away was the source of the rumors about a dragon in the valley. Iselda explained that she had encountered Simone by chance after leaving the valley. When Simone learned of Iselda's plight, she decided to return to Yabel Valley to confront the dragonkin responsible. This was a significant step for Simone, who usually preferred to avoid conflict. Her determination to stand up for her friend showed just how much she had grown. While I reflected on this, we suddenly arrived at our destination. So, this is Yabel Valley. The scene before us was striking. Towering rock walls flanked a large river that cut through the valley. With a touch more greenery, it could have been a picturesque tourist destination. Charlotte explained that this valley had once served as the shortest route to the neighboring country. However, it had been abandoned after dragon sightings began several years ago. Rumors claimed that even the bandits who once preyed on passing nobles and merchants had all been devoured by the dragons. As fantastical as these stories sounded, the imposing landscape made them strangely believable. Here, somewhere in this valley, Simone awaited us. Chapter 304, Discovery in the Wilderness. We had come to Yabel Valley, searching for Simone. Rumors of a dragon's presence loomed large, but there's nothing here at all, is there? Peaceful and serene. As Charlotte and Alia said, we can't even see the D of the dragon. However, according to Exiled, the being here was dragonkin, not necessarily in full dragon form. Like Simone, it was possible they lived in a human form most of the time. If that were the case, we're going to search this entire vast wilderness, aren't we? The valley, dotted with dead trees and scattered boulders, was vast and unyielding. Searching for Simone in such a place seemed a daunting task. Any clue would be a godsend. Still, why did Simone leave without saying a word to us? Martina voiced her thoughts as we wandered through the area, her concern evident. If something was wrong, she could have talked to us. Knowing Simone's personality, she probably didn't want to burden us. Beneath her intimidating dragon exterior, she's truly a kind soul. Hanan said comfortingly to Martina. She had a point. If Simone had left out of sheer necessity, it must have been for something urgent. Even then, a single word to us would have sufficed. Perhaps there was another reason, one that left her no time or choice but to act swiftly. As I mulled over Simone's motives, Exiled suddenly shouted, "Look, there's a house over there." I followed her gaze and, to my astonishment, saw a small house in the distance. A house. Here. We'll find out when we get closer, won't we? Why, yeah, you're right. After agreeing to what Kiara said, we approached the house with trepidation. Approaching cautiously, we discovered a small, reddish-brown brick house. It appeared abandoned, with no signs of activity. I knocked on the wooden door, but no one answered. Hesitantly, I peered through a window. Doesn't look like anyone's home. Whether the occupant was merely out, or the house had been abandoned, for some time was unclear. In any case, it seemed necessary to investigate further. After discussing it as a group, we agreed to enter the house to learn more. Slowly, I turned the doorknob and the door creaked open. Taking a cautious step inside, we began our search. Chapter 305, Various Possibilities. The isolated house we found in the wilderness seemed entirely out of place. Who would live here, and for what purpose? Perhaps it held some clue about Simone. The house appeared abandoned, but we decided to investigate further. When we stepped inside, ugh! The state of the interior elicited a reflexive reaction from me. The place was overflowing with objects, stacked chaotically and cluttered beyond reason. It was essentially a hoarder's den. From the outside, this mess hadn't been visible through the window, but inside, the extent of the disarray was shocking. What is this place? No one could possibly live here. Kiara exclaimed in astonishment. Her reaction was understandable, but given the state of her own room at the treehouse, which is full of research materials and projects all over, that sounds a bit ironic. She often blamed her mess on the materials for her research projects. However, Charlotte, tasked with the same assignments, managed to keep her room spotless, even without help from her maid, Claudia-san. But I digress. Returning to the present, it was clear there was no one in the house. Judging by the chaos, it might not even have an owner anymore. It could very well be an abandoned shelter. This place doesn't seem like it'll provide any clues. Hanan said, disappointment evident in her voice. I felt the same way. The discovery of this house had raised my hopes only to leave them dashed. According to the old stories, this region had once been part of a trade route with a neighboring country. However, after rumors of dragonkin settling here, the route fell out of use. This house might have served as an emergency shelter back then. If there's nothing here, we should move on. Simone-san must still be somewhere nearby. We can't be sure. There might have been a confrontation with the dragonkin here, and she could have fled somewhere else. Both Charlotte and Alia's ideas are possible. From what we'd heard, the dragonkins were aggressive. Simone could be hiding or injured, trembling somewhere even now. Thinking about it made me restless. During the Mist Witch incident, the giant bird attack, and so many other trials, Simone had been there for us. This time, it was our turn to help her, but the lack of clues was frustrating. The wilderness was vast, and finding her would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. If only she were in her dragon form, we could spot her from afar. As I pondered our next move, a gruff voice suddenly called out to us, "What are you lot doing here?" Startled, we turned to find an old man standing behind us. His long white beard matched the pickaxe in his hand, and his clothes were caked with mud. Could this be the owner of the house? Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 306, The Mysterious Old Man. The old man who appeared before us seemed both curious and wary. "I don't recognize you, then again. It's rare for anyone to come here at all. Sorry to intrude. We're searching for a dragonkin who brought us this far." "A dragonkin, you say?" The moment I mentioned dragonkin, his expression shifted noticeably. "You lot, do you know the dragonkin that's living here? Come to think of it, that girl over there is also dragonkin. Is she one of their companions?" His gaze fell on Exiled, who had guided us here. The old man seemed unusually interested in the dragonkin who had once resided in this area. "She's unrelated. We're searching for someone else entirely, another dragonkin." So, the one you're searching for is the one who living here?" "No, but it seems likely that they might have crossed paths." I recounted our journey to the old man, who gradually lowered his guard as he realized we meant no harm. He introduced himself as Boris, a name that immediately caught Kiara and Charlotte's attention. "Boris, could you be Professor Boris from the Royal Academy?" "I've heard that name before." "Indeed, that would be me, your students there." "Yes, I'm Kiara Fontenmeyer." "And I am Charlotte Blaffer, pleased to make your acquaintance de Suwa." Fontenmeyer and Blaffer, well, aren't those distinguished names? It turned out Boris-san was a renowned scholar associated with the Academy. Although he wasn't personally acquainted with Kiara or Charlotte, their names seemed familiar to him. This shared connection quickly bridged the gap between us. Boris-san revealed that he was an archaeologist investigating ancient artifacts often found in the area, including weapons and pottery. He suspected the existence of ruins nearby, which had brought him to this remote wilderness. However, his work had recently been hindered by the dragonkin who now resided in the area. I haven't seen them around lately, but when they're in their dragon form, they've been rampaging. They never acted like that in the past. That must have been after I left. Exiled admitted. She explained that she had once lived here, but was forced out when another dragonkin took over her home. "I see. So, you're the dragonkin who lived here before." "Back then, I didn't really understand humans, and was too afraid to approach them." "No need to apologize. It's a relief to know you're not the same one causing trouble now." Their conversation suggested that Exiled and Boris-san had once coexisted peacefully, even if indirectly. It reminded me of Simone, who had also been wary of us initially. She had grown braver over time, her timid nature now barely noticeable. With the tension eased, it was time to focus on the reason we were here. Chapter 307, Friends. After explaining our situation to Boris-san, we asked for information about Simone or the other dragonkin. "Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't have any information that might help you." "I see." It was disappointing, but at least he pointed us to a location where the aggressive dragonkin had been sighted frequently. With that as our next destination, we prepared to leave. However, Boris-san's expression remained concerned. "Are you sure you'll be all right? The dragonkin you're after is vicious." "We'll be fine, it's for a friend." I replied. The others nodded silently, sharing the same determination. Simone wasn't just a friend, she was a vital part of our group. She had saved us countless times, and now it was our turn to help her. With Boris-san's guidance, we set off toward the area he described. Exiled mentioned that the place used to be her resting spot, so fortunately, we wouldn't get lost along the way. As we walked, Charlotte struck up a conversation with Exiled. "Exiled, did you always live alone?" "Why yes, I'm not very good at talking to others." "That's just like Simone when we first met her, isn't it?" "It really is. It reminds me of those early days." Kiara, Martina, and Hanan seemed lost in memories of their initial encounters with Simone. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Alia, who had met Simone more recently after she had grown closer to us, found it hard to imagine her as shy or reserved. I envy Simone-san. She has so many friends now, but I don't have any. Iselda admitted, her voice tinged with sadness. She compared her solitary life to Simone's current one, and it clearly made her feel inadequate. But the solution to her problem was simple. Then we'll be your friends, Iselda-chan. Huh. Honestly, after coming this far together, I'd say we already are. We've had plenty of conversations with you, especially when we rode on your back. Iselda was taken aback by the sudden outpouring of support. Is it really okay for a dragonkin like me to be friends with all of you? Of course, I said without hesitation. Hearing that, Iselda's lips curled into a shy smile. It was the first time I'd seen her smile so naturally. It was heartwarming. She must have started trusting us more. Just as we were soaking in the warmth of the moment, the ground began to tremble violently. What's happening? Bale-san. Over there. Charlotte shouted, pointing ahead. A massive cloud of dust was rising in the distance. Chapter 308, The Search Continues. Violent shaking, thunderous roars, and swirling clouds of dust. Something extraordinary was happening in this barren wilderness. Determined to uncover the truth, we sprinted toward the source of the noise. For a fleeting moment, I caught sight of two figures in the distance. Both seemed to have tails, making it highly likely that they were the individuals we were searching for. Could one of them be Simone? I tried to alert the others, but before I could finish, the figures vanished from sight. What in the world was that? I'm not sure, but it might have been Simone. I agree. I added, describing the figures I had seen. While the others hadn't noticed them, Iselda, as a fellow dragonkin, seemed to have sensed their presence. I believe it was Simone. She was there just moments ago. Then she was likely clashing with the other dragonkin. Hanan said worriedly. It was clear that whatever had occurred wasn't a friendly encounter. Still, it was hard to imagine Simone, usually so gentle, initiating a fight. This left only one plausible explanation. The other dragonkin must have been the aggressor, someone with a difficult or hostile nature. We need to follow them. Absolutely, Simone might be in danger. Charlotte suggested, and Alia agreed, already preparing to move. There was no way I'd hesitate either. Let's go. Stay alert, there's no telling when something might come at us. I cautioned them all. With everyone on guard, we pressed forward. Though the tremors and clashes had ceased, it was still likely that the two dragonkin were battling nearby. As we advanced cautiously, we came across a surprising sight, lush greenery sprouting in the middle of the wilderness. This was where I used to live. The fresh spring water here nourishes the plants, making it a very comfortable place. It really does look like a peaceful oasis. If not for the threat of the aggressive dragonkin, it might have been a paradise. It was easy to see why Iselda had called it home. We decided to take a brief rest in the oasis, but just as we approached, a voice cut through the stillness. Huh, who the hell are you lot? Startled, we turned to face the speaker. And there she stood, undeniably, another dragonkin. Chapter 309, Another Dragonkin. Another dragonkin appeared before us. She looked like a girl about the same age as Simone, but the moment Iselda saw her face, she hid behind my back. In that instant, I recalled a piece of information. Iselda had been driven out of her home by another dragonkin. Worse still, that dragonkin was known to be violent, and according to Charlotte, had been attacking travelers passing through the Yabel Valley. In other words, an extremely dangerous individual. Realizing this, I instinctively readied the tree god sword. Everyone was briefly startled by my sudden show of hostility, but they quickly remembered the situation and adopted a similar combat stance. Well now, that's quite the welcome. Though, if you came here after hearing rumors about me, I suppose your reaction makes sense. The black-haired dragonkin with a wolf-cut hairstyle spoke in a brusque, masculine tone that contrasted sharply with her cute appearance. Her combative nature was exactly as rumored. What should I do? Should I use the power of the tree god sword to immobilize her before she shifts into her dragon form? However, I didn't sense any intent to fight from her right now. Still, if she did transform, our chances of victory without Simone here would completely vanish. As I hesitated, wait a minute. That girl over there, isn't she a dragonkin like me? Noticing Iselda, she said something unexpected. This oasis was your home, wasn't it? The scary dragonkin who drove you out is gone now, so why don't you move back in? Huh? A dumbfounded sound escaped my lips. I'd been certain that the girl before us was the infamous violent dragonkin who had taken Iselda's home. But it seemed I was wrong. Apparently, Iselda had only ever seen the intruder in dragon form and had never encountered their human form. You are... Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Vinessa, a thunder dragon. Thunder dragon, since Simone is a water dragon, does that mean she can control lightning? For now, I'll save the detailed questions for later. First, we need to get a clearer understanding of the situation. But I should introduce myself, too. I'm Bale Orlando. Bale? Ah, you're the Bale Orlando Simone mentioned. You know Simone. Things suddenly took a dramatic turn. Chapter 310, Testimony of the Thunder Dragon Vinessa. The oasis where Iselda once lived was reclaimed from a malicious dragonkin by none other than Vinessa, the Thunder Dragon. On top of that, Vinessa seemed to hold crucial information about Simone. We sat down on a large rock at the oasis to hear more from Vinessa. I'll cut to the chase. Simone isn't here. I see. It wasn't unexpected news, so it didn't sting too much. If Simone were nearby, Kiara or Charlotte, both skilled with detection magic, would have noticed. But do you know where Simone went? Yeah, I do. At this, everyone jumped to their feet in excitement. We had finally found a lead on Simone's whereabouts, though it quickly became clear the news wasn't entirely welcome. I hate to rain on your parade, but I wouldn't recommend going after her. Why not? It's about where she went. I'll be blunt, I ran away from there myself. You ran away. A dragonkin, known for their extraordinary combat prowess, fleeing. What kind of place could force someone like Vinessa to abandon it? Even after all my hours playing Fantasy Farm Story, I couldn't think of a location matching that description. Could this be an area that didn't appear in the game? Where exactly is this place? The village of the dragonkin. Though calling it a village now feels off, it's become the kind of place even dragonkin hesitate to step into. Other races? Forget about it. What? Did Simone really go there? The one who reacted most strongly was Iselda, another dragonkin. From her response, it seemed she had a good idea of what the village of the dragonkin entailed. Iselda, tell me, what's in the village of the dragonkin? As its name suggests, it's where dragonkin live. But right now, the competition to determine the next dragon king has grown so fierce that even dragonkin avoid going near it. The village's situation has become dangerously unstable. The Dragon King. It was a term I hadn't heard before. I glanced at the others, but their confused expressions mirrored my own. Still, the term's meaning, combined with the context, was starting to make sense. So, it's the ruler of the Dragonkin. Exactly. The current Dragon King is quite old and not expected to live much longer. Because of this, a major event called the Dragon King Selection Battle is about to take place to decide the next ruler. The Dragon King Selection Battle, this keeps getting more complicated. I could understand why they'd need to decide their next leader, but why would Simone willingly go to such a dangerous place? What exactly happened to her? If we wanted to uncover the truth, there was only one thing to do: we had to head to the village of the Dragonkin ourselves. Chapter 311, The Dragonkin Village. The battle to decide the ruler of the Dragonkin, the Dragon King Selection Battle. It seemed Simone had gotten involved with this, and without telling us, headed for the Dragonkin village. After sharing this vital information, the Thunder Dragon Vinessa sat back with a smirk, watching us as we debated what to do next. What? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how attached both Simone and that Iselda kid seem to be to you lot. What do you mean by that? Charlotte's question prompted Vinessa to explain. Dragonkin don't usually get along with other species. I've met humans, beastkin, elves, and dwarves before, but they all look at us with the same eyes, full of prejudice. Vinessa. Now that she mentioned it, I remembered how, when we first met Simone, she tried to avoid contact with us. At the time, I thought it was just her shyness, but if dragonkin are viewed as outcasts, it's possible Simone's wary attitude stemmed from past mistreatment. That's why it's so curious. How did Simone get so attached to you? And Iselda too. If I understand right, you've only known her for a short time, but she already seems comfortable with you. Huh? Hearing her name, Iselda glanced nervously at Martina and Kiara. After a moment, she hesitantly spoke. I just somehow sense that everyone here is very kind. Kind, huh? Fair enough. Coming to this wasteland for a comrade definitely takes a certain kind of soft-heartedness. She was praising us, sort of, but her tone made it hard to feel like it. So what do you plan to do? Are you going after Simone? We'd like to, but we don't even know where the dragonkin village is. Even Iselda only knew the name and had never been there herself. Without a clear direction, we were stuck. Just as we were starting to feel hopeless, Vinessa spoke up. If you're serious about saving Simone, I'll take you there. Really? I hate lies, and I like what I've seen of you all, working this hard for Simone. I'll see this through to the end. With Vinessa's offer, our minds were made up. To see Simone again, we would journey to the Dragonkin village, Chapter 312, another journey through the skies. To catch up with Simone, who had departed for the Dragonkin village, we added the Thunder Dragon Vinessa to our group. With Vinessa as our guide, she and Iselda transformed into their dragon forms, allowing us to climb onto their backs and take to the skies once more. It's going to be a rough ride, so brace yourselves. Got it. I'd expected as much from Vinessa's personality, but her flying style was far rougher than Iselda's or Simone's. This time, we split into two groups. Vinessa carried Martina, Charlotte, and me, while Chiara and the others rode with Iselda. Unfortunately, Charlotte and I were already close to our limits. Martina, on the other hand, this is so fast, amazing, was absolutely ecstatic. Definitely the type who'd love roller coasters. But while I could manage for now, Charlotte looked like she was on the verge of losing more than just her composure, so I asked Vinessa to slow down a bit. TCH, if you're struggling at this speed, I don't know how you'll manage what's ahead. We're not going there to race, you know. True, but you're not just sightseeing either. There's a good chance we'll run into a fight, so you'd better be ready. She was right. Vinessa herself had a combative nature, and with the Dragon King selection battle underway in the village, there was always the risk of getting dragged into the conflict. I'll guide you to the Dragonkin village, but don't expect me to guarantee your safety. Even I might get challenged to a fight. If that happens, we'll figure out a way to protect ourselves. My grip tightened on the handle of the tree god sword. Thinking back, in every desperate fight we'd faced, Simone had been our ace in the hole. But this time, she wouldn't be here to save us. Don't worry, Baildono, if it comes to it, I'll protect you. And I shall support everyone with my magic. Thanks, you two. Despite the anxiety they must have felt, Martina and Charlotte stood strong. Their resolve gave me strength. I couldn't falter. We had to make it back to the dungeon farm safely, everyone together. Chapter 313, The Destination. Chasing after Simone, we arrived at an uncharted domain where no human had ever ventured, the Dragonkin village. More precisely, we stood atop a hill overlooking the village. Landing directly in the heart of the settlement would have been too risky, so we decided to first observe the area from a safe distance. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary forest, but as we studied the scene, we could spot structures peeking through the gaps between the trees. So that's the Dragonkin village. Lucky timing. It doesn't seem too tense right now. Vinessa's words hinted at the ever-present danger of this place. After all, the Dragon King selection battle was currently underway, a competition to determine the next ruler of the Dragonkin. From here, it just looks like a normal forest. Still, there's an overwhelming presence emanating from it. The mage duo, Chiara and Charlotte, were visibly uneasy, unnerved by the powerful aura radiating from the village. The others, except for Vinessa and Iselda, seemed unaffected. Even so, I couldn't shake the sense of unease hanging in the air. And then something struck me, more accurately, something came back to me. This place. It was eerily similar to a limited-time event map from Fantasy Farm Story. Back then, the event had been called the Dragon's Lair. The map design used in that event closely resembled the layout of this Dragonkin village. While the term Dragon King Selection Battle didn't ring any bells, if this event was indeed based on that map, it gave me a vague idea of what to expect. It wasn't much to go on, but it was better than nothing. I'll say it again, from here on out you're on your own, got it. Yeah, I understand. We all knew the risks. Still, leaving Simone behind like this wasn't something I could stomach. Granted, there was always a chance she wouldn't come back, but the fact that she left without telling us meant she must have made up her mind about something significant. What about the entrance to the forest? You can enter from anywhere. No special permissions needed. Let's just head down and see. Got it. The tension was palpable as we began our descent. Finally, we set foot in the Dragonkin village, a place shrouded in mystery and danger. Chapter 314, The World's Most Dangerous Forest. We finally reached the Dragonkin village. Somewhere in this vast forest, Simone was waiting for us. The forest was so expansive that splitting up to search seemed logical, but this wasn't just any forest. It was the world's most dangerous one, teeming with dragonkin. While it would be comforting if all the dragonkin were as cooperative as Simone, Isekai, or even the unexpectedly helpful Vinessa, the reality was far grimmer. The Dragon King selection battle was in full swing, leaving the atmosphere tense and brimming with hostility. In this volatile environment, separating wasn't an option. We stuck together as a group, ready for anything. Still, walking through here, it feels like an ordinary forest. It does. It's just like the forest near the farm. Chiara and Martina were visibly soothed by the serene surroundings. It was understandable. Aside from the fact that dragonkin roamed here, the forest was no different from the familiar forest we often visited back home. You guys are way too relaxed. Any moment now, a bunch of ferocious dragonkin could sniff us out and attack. If we're looking for Simone-san, wouldn't it be more efficient to let them gather around us to Suwa? Yeah, but still. Charlotte's optimistic perspective left Vinessa exasperated, though there was truth in her words. Even so, there was no denying this forest was a highly dangerous place, where a single lapse in vigilance could cost us dearly. After walking for some time, we came upon a large waterfall. Since Simone is a water dragon, she might be near the falls. She's always bathing in the underground lake, after all. Let's check it out. Hanan and Alia's spirits lifted as we stumbled upon what seemed like a promising lead. We rushed toward the waterfall, brimming with hope, only to find ADD dragon. At the base of the roaring waterfall by the great river lay an enormous dragon. For a moment, excitement overtook us as we believed we'd finally found Simone. Cheers filled the air. But as the dragon's full form became clearer, our excitement faded, replaced by unease. It's not Simone. The dragon before us had emerald green scales, starkly different from Simone's azure ones. This was bad. Could this be a fierce dragonkin aiming to become the next Dragon King? Chapter 315, The Silver Dragon. The first dragon we encountered in the Dragonkin's village wasn't Simone. Clad in shimmering silver scales, the creature was breathtakingly beautiful, but this wasn't the time to admire its elegance. Dragonkin were known to attack humans, and if this dragon turned hostile, we'd all be in serious trouble. Everyone came to the same conclusion and assumed a battle-ready stance. As we awaited the dragon's response, it spoke. "You're a cautious bunch, aren't you? There's no need for such tension. I won't harm you." The dragon's tone was slightly exasperated, and its words instantly diffused the tension. A collective sigh of relief escaped our group. "Judging by your reaction, it seems you're not very familiar with dragonkins." "Ah, but those two over there, they're the same as me, aren't they?" The dragon's gaze shifted to Isekai and Vinessa, both in their human forms. Yet the dragonkin had seen through their guise with ease, recognizing them as kin. "You don't attack humans." "No, long ago, I owed a debt to a human man who hem." Mid-sentence, the dragon suddenly focused its attention on me, its piercing eyes scrutinizing my face. "Is something wrong? You remind me of that man I knew. There's something about your demeanor that's similar." Of course, he was much older, what humans might call an old man. "Oh, I see." It was hard to tell if this was a compliment or not. Shaking off the uncertainty, I took the opportunity to ask about Simone. "Have you seen a water dragon named Simone around here?" "A water dragon, you say? I knew one long ago, but the name Simone doesn't ring a bell. I'm not from around here, though. My home lies on a different continent. I only stopped by this place while out on a walk." Isekai then chimed in with a question of her own. "Do you know anything about the Dragon King selection battle?" Her question caught me off guard, but it seemed Isekai, as a fellow dragonkin, was naturally curious. The silver dragon's reaction showed it was just as interested. "So, the Dragon King selection battle has begun." The dragon's eyes narrowed, its tone thoughtful. "Did you participate in it before?" "I did, though I wasn't particularly interested in becoming Dragon King. I joined forces with some of my kin to protect the humans I cared for. Those were good times, how nostalgic. A serene expression crossed the dragon's face as it reminisced. But just then, a rustling noise emerged from the nearby underbrush. We all turned toward the source of the sound, and as I stepped closer to investigate, Bale-san, and everyone too, a familiar voice called my name. Emerging from the bushes was none other than Simone. Chapter 316, Reunion with Simone. Simone. Our voices overlapped in perfect unison. Simone flinched in surprise, her body stiffening momentarily. But soon, her familiar smile returned. Why are you all here? We were worried about you. I'm so glad you're safe. We rushed over to her, relieved to find her in good health. It seems the matter has been resolved. The silver dragon remarked, a small smile playing on its lips as it observed our reunion. Well, now that this is settled, I suppose it's time for me to take my leave. You're leaving the forest. Indeed. Someone is waiting for my return. Ah, right, this dragon mentioned having a human it was close to. Perhaps it was the old man it spoke of earlier. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Yes, thank you. With that, the silver dragon spread its massive wings and took to the skies, disappearing into the horizon. Do you know that dragon? Sort of, well, we only just met a little while ago. What, is something wrong? Startled by my question, Simone's cheeks flushed bright red. She quickly began to ramble in a flustered tone. And no, it's just, Bale-san, you seem to get along with everyone so effortlessly, no matter their race. Even when you first met me, you were so kind. I don't know about that. I haven't really thought about it. That's exactly it, you do it so naturally. I think it's because you're truly kind, and that's why I... Pardon me, but may I join this conversation? Charlotte suddenly cut in, her face filling my view as she positioned herself between Simone and me. Too close. Now that the touching reunion is over, Simone-san, there's much we need to ask you. Why, you're right. Why did you leave without saying anything? You didn't even consult any of us. We deserve an explanation. That's... Under the barrage of questions, Simone's expression turned uneasy, just as she opened her mouth to respond. Buuuuuh. A deafening roar echoed across the dragonkin's village. It seemed the answer to our questions would have to wait. Chapter 317, The Roar. What was that just now? The mysterious roar echoed through the dragonkin village. Judging by the situation, it was undoubtedly the cry of a dragon. But its sheer intensity was overwhelming, sending chills down my spine with just the sound. As we stood frozen in shock, there was one person who reacted very differently. Still as grating as ever, it makes my skin crawl. Vinessa's face twisted in anger. Wait, did she know the dragon that let out that roar? Come to think of it, though we've been traveling with Vinessa for a while now, we still didn't know her true objective. Could it be that her goal all along was to confront this particular dragonkin? What was that roar just now? Kiar-san, we are in the dragonkin's village, are we not? It's only logical that the source of that roar would be a dragon, yes. I mean, yeah, but... Kiara and Charlotte whispered to each other, their anxiety clear in their trembling voices. It wasn't surprising anyone would be shaken by a roar like that. Even Hanan, who usually remained calm and composed, looked visibly uneasy. But Simone was different. Everyone, it's all right. Please stay calm. In a surprising reversal of roles, Simone, who would usually be the first to panic, took it upon herself to soothe the group. Simone-chan, you're so brave. As expected of someone from the dragonkin. Martina and Alia's eyes sparkled at Simone's uncharacteristically dependable demeanor, though Simone herself looked thoroughly embarrassed by their praise. Meanwhile, Vinessa, observing the others' reactions, seemed to relax a little. The fierce anger that had been on her face moments ago softened. Honestly, you're all so carefree. She muttered with a chuckle. Was it just my imagination, or did she seem like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders? After clearing her throat, Vinessa spoke with resolve. We're going to the dragon that let out that roar. It's the source of all this chaos. Isn't that right, Simone? Why yes, wait, Vinessa-san. You're only realizing this now. Vinessa nearly toppled over at Simone's innocent reaction, prompting laughter from the rest of the women. Yeah. It felt like we were finally returning to our usual pace. With this atmosphere, I felt more confident about confronting the dragonkin responsible for that thunderous roar. Chapter 318, The Troubled Dragonkin. The unsettling roar echoed through the dragonkin village. Though such cries were to be expected in a forest inhabited by dragonkin, this particular one carried a sinister edge that was hard to ignore. Simone, about that dragon just now, what kind of dragonkin is it? Let's see, the best way to describe it would be as the chief of this forest. The chief, huh? It seemed this dragon held a significant position among the dragonkin. However, Simone's expression remained grim. It was clear that something deeply troubling was tied to this chief. Is the source of your concern that dragon? Yes, the chief is in great distress right now. Just from that roar, you could tell the situation is dire. It didn't sound like a normal dragon's cry. Having spent more time with Simone, Chiara and Martina seemed well-versed in dragon behavior. The real question, however, was what had driven the chief to such a desperate state. What exactly happened? From what Chiara and Martina said, it's clearly no small matter. The truth is, it's about food. Food? The shock was unanimous, not just among the farm members, but even among fellow dragonkin like Vinessa and Exiled. Food? How is that related to such a terrifying roar? Wait, I've heard of this before, Vinessa said, regaining her composure before anyone else. Her sharp expression hinted at familiarity with the situation. Considering her past and the apparent connection she had to the dragonkin responsible for the roar, she likely had a hunch about what was happening. If you know something, please tell us. Vinessa hesitated, her gaze flickering between Simone and Exiled. Picking up on her intent, the two nodded silently. After a deep breath, Vinessa began to explain. Among dragonkin, there's a taboo that sets us apart from ordinary dragons. We must never eat humans. It's a strict code we follow. A taboo against eating humans. This was news to me, and shocking at that. Simone admitted she had kept it from us due to the sensitive nature of the topic. I'm guessing that roar was an expression of their desire to consume humans. What? A dragonkin who wants to eat humans. Apparently, there's a time when some of us are overwhelmed by such urges. I've never experienced it myself, though. It's more of a whispered rumor than anything else. Simone and Exiled confirmed they had never gone through such an ordeal. But the legend was a well-known one among their kind. Suddenly, moving forward felt much more daunting. Chapter 319, we arrived at. Simone, Exiled, Vinessa. The dragonkins we'd encountered so far were all rational, communicative beings. Simone, especially, had been a long-standing companion, someone we lived and worked alongside. Because of this, everyone at the dungeon farm held the dragonkin in high regard. Sure, their dragon forms could be intimidating, but beneath that, they were no different from us. But apparently, not all dragonkin fit this mold. The source of the roar echoing through the forest was said to be starving for human flesh. Vinessa had claimed this, though it was merely a rumor. That dragonkin sometimes experience an urge to consume humans. To verify the truth of this unsettling possibility, we had no choice but to confront the dragon responsible for the cry. Simone's reluctance to leave the forest seemed directly tied to this dragon as well. After some time walking, we emerged into an open area, and what we saw there left us speechless. Dragonkin, so many of them. It was a village. The place looked like an ordinary settlement at first glance, but the residents' distinctive ears and tails revealed them to be dragonkins, like Simone. I hadn't expected to find a village here, but what stood out even more was the demeanor of the dragonkin we encountered. They seemed lifeless, as if something had drained the vitality from them. Their expressions were clouded with fear, their movements hesitant and subdued. When they noticed us approaching, they didn't react with curiosity or suspicion, as one might expect. Instead, they quickly retreated, avoiding us entirely. You'd think they'd at least show some interest, given that humans have wandered in. They must have more pressing concerns. Vinessa's tone was calm, but her gaze was fixed upward. Following her line of sight, I tilted my head back to see what had captured her attention. And then, wah! The sheer scale of what I saw left me frozen in place. The others, alerted by my reaction, followed my gaze and were similarly stunned. Until now, the dense trees had obscured our view, but towering above the canopy was an enormous dragon's head. Its sheer size was beyond anything I'd ever seen. This had to be the dragon responsible for the earlier roar. While the rest of us stood paralyzed, overwhelmed by the sight, Vinessa alone stepped forward, her fists clenched and her eyes burning with determination. Finally, I've found you. Chapter 320, The Mysterious Colossal Dragon. The enormous dragon we encountered in the dragonkin village was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Simone's dragon form, already massive, seemed like a child in comparison to this behemoth. Its sheer size left us awestruck, except for one person, Vinessa. I'll never forgive you. Her gaze burned with a mixture of anger and hatred, fixed unwaveringly on the colossal dragon. Clearly, there was a deeply personal history here. As we stood frozen in the presence of the dragon, a voice called out to us. See, could it really be Vinessa? It was a dragonkin man. Judging by his appearance in human form, he seemed a bit older than us. From his reaction, he appeared to know Vinessa. I wondered what their connection might be when. Oh, it's you, Aniki. Well, that cleared that up quickly. The man turned out to be Vinessa's Onison. It's been centuries. How have you been? When did you return? Are you eating properly? You're asking too many questions at once, and stop being so overprotective. But still, apparently her brother was a chronic worrier. Watching their exchange, I couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu. It seems she also has her share of sibling troubles de sous. Charlotte's soft murmur reminded me of her brother, Lawrence-san. His overly protective nature had a striking resemblance to him. Lawrence-san's doting tendencies were, of course, amplified by guilt over the broken engagement between Charlotte and the Blaffer family, which had caused her great distress at the time. In any case, having a family member of Vinessa's here made things easier. Simone was clearly concerned about the colossal dragon, so we needed to gather more information. After a round of brief introductions, we learned that Hans, Vinessa's Onison, had lived in this village his entire life. More importantly, he shared crucial details about the enormous dragon. He was once known as the Dragon King. The Dragon King. Did he mean the king of all dragons? Could this be connected to the rumored dragon-king succession battles spreading across the land? Chapter 321, The Urge. The revelation from Vinessa's Onison, Hans, was shocking. The enormous dragon we had encountered was once revered as the Dragon King. Indeed, such a physique befits a title of royalty. Hanon murmured, seemingly convinced. It wasn't surprising to learn that such a commanding presence had once held the title of Dragon King. However, Hans explained that those days were long past. The dragon had since retired and was now affectionately referred to by the villagers as the Retired One. Yet, the agonized roars we'd heard earlier hinted at something far from peaceful retirement. Simone had earlier confessed to struggling with a dragonkin's innate urge to devour humans. Curious, I asked Hans about this, and his response was startling. How do you know about that? Where did you hear it? That's... Simone timidly raised her hand, admitting it. Hans paused, seemingly putting the pieces together before turning back to Simone. Have you ever felt such an urge yourself? And no, not really. When you introduced yourself earlier, I couldn't help but notice. You live among these humans, don't you? Why, yes. And yet, you've never once felt the desire to eat them. Hanson's confusion was evident. At Simone's age, it was apparently normal for dragonkin to begin experiencing such urges. This revelation made something click in my mind. Could it be? Simone left the dungeon farm because she learned about the dragonkin's urges and didn't want to put us at risk. My quiet observation made Simone's face flush red. Her reaction was all the confirmation I needed. It was clear she had distanced herself out of concern for us. The rest of the dungeon farm members, including me, couldn't help but feel a swell of warmth and gratitude toward her. Simone-san, it seems the secret's out, Iselda said with a gentle smile. Apparently, Iselda had been the one to inform Simone about the dragonkin's primal urges. Upon learning this, Simone realized she couldn't stay at the dungeon farm any longer and decided to head to the Yabel Valley. Helping Iselda while finding a new place to live had been her way of protecting us. But now the question remained, why didn't Simone experience the urges herself? If we could uncover the reason, it might hold the key to transforming the lives of all dragonkin. Chapter 322, Deciphering the Urge. Despite being of the same dragonkin species, Simone had never experienced the urge to consume humans. This phenomenon, which had plagued dragonkin for generations, seemed utterly absent in her case. Even Hanson couldn't hide his astonishment. Strange, No matter how long we've lived among humans, this urge has always been regarded as an unshakable instinct, a fundamental part of our nature. And yet, she suppresses it unconsciously. Why is that? Simone herself was visibly confused, utterly unaware of any reason. What could possibly set her apart from the dragonkin living here? Could it be because she's been living with us? But Han-san mentioned that even dragonkin who have lived among humans for extended periods couldn't suppress the urge. Oh, all right. Martina's idea made sense at first glance, but it didn't hold up to scrutiny. I couldn't think of anything else, though. Could something have happened before Simone met us? If so, we were at a dead end. I racked my brain, trying to pinpoint anything different in Simone's life since joining us. Suddenly, the door of a nearby house was flung open with alarming force. Out stepped a dragonkin woman, her demeanor unsettling. The smell of humans. Her words sent a chill through the air. This isn't good, she's being consumed by the urge. At a time like this, the worst possible situation had arisen. The woman, whose dragon ears, tail, and a single horn protruding from her forehead marked her kinship with Simone, scanned her surroundings with wild eyes. Her gaze soon locked onto us, and a twisted grin spread across her face. Recognizing the danger, Han-san, Vinessa, Iselda, and Simone immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of us. She's definitely planning to eat us. I've got sandwiches from our lunch, she can have those instead. Calm yourself, Alia. Alia stammered in panic, while Kiara tried to calm her down. Even so, her voice steadied despite the slight tremor in her frame. Wait, sandwiches. Alia had mentioned the sandwiches Martina made. Could it be? Could that somehow explain why Simone had never experienced the urge? I think we need to test something. What are you muttering about, Bale? Hanan asked, turning to me. We're going to try something, Operation Sandwich. I declared it with quiet determination. Chapter 323, Operation Sandwich. The reason Simone doesn't succumb to the urge to consume humans. I had a hunch it was hidden in the sandwiches Martina made. Sandwiches? Could it be that Martina's original cooking method somehow prevents the cannibalistic urge? And no, I haven't done anything special like that, Kiara-chan. Certainly, Martina's cooking is astonishingly delicious, almost like magic. However, in this case, the issue wasn't with the cooking method, but rather the ingredients. For now, explanations could wait. The priority was saving the dragonkin woman consumed by her urges. Grabbing a sandwich, I slipped past Han-san and the others who were protecting me and approached her. Her presence was brimming with an ominous readiness to attack, but as the distance between us closed, her demeanor began to shift. The dragonkin woman's attention was now fixed on the sandwich in my hand. She's looking at the sandwich, not the human. What kind of secret is hidden in that sandwich? Han-san spoke in an excited tone, clearly struggling to believe the situation unfolding before him. Even the other dragonkin, who had been watching from afar, began to gather, curious about what was happening. With the growing crowd as my audience, I cautiously approached her. When I was right in front of her, there was no sign of aggression. I held out the sandwich to the dragonkin woman. She hesitated, staring intently at the sandwich without moving. So I said, "Please try it, it's delicious." Clearly hungry, she nervously took the sandwich and brought it to her mouth. A dragonkin under the sway of cannibalistic urges, choosing to eat something other than a human right in front of her, was an extraordinary sight. The onlookers stirred with astonishment. What would happen next? Everyone held their breath, waiting for her reaction. It's delicious. The dragonkin woman, who moments ago seemed entirely devoid of reason and driven only by instinct, now murmured those words with a blissful smile. Cheers erupted from the other dragonkin who had been watching. This is incredible. A miracle. She's overcome the cannibalistic urges. Some embraced each other, and a few even wept with joy. Before long, their attention turned to me, the one who had handed over the sandwich. It looked like things were about to get even more chaotic. Chapter 324, The Dragonkin's Wish. For years, the dragonkin had been tormented by the cannibalistic impulse. Yet, the moment one of them took a bite of the sandwich I held, the impulse vanished completely. This was likely due to the effects of the holy water. I suspected that the magic power contained in the underground lake's water suppressed the cannibalistic impulse. After all, it's the same water used to grow the vegetables, and water dragon Simone bathes in it daily. Not that I'd ever say this aloud. Simone would be mortified, but perhaps the essence from her baths also played a positive role. In any case, I explained my theory to Hansan. I see. Holy water, huh? I've heard rumors about it, but I never considered the idea of using it to grow vegetables. Hansan spoke with admiration. Truthfully, the idea wasn't entirely mine. It came from the original game, Fantasy Farm Story. For someone born and raised in this world, using holy water for farming wouldn't have been an obvious leap. Still, I was relieved the plan worked as intended. While I was feeling a sense of accomplishment, an elderly dragonkin approached us. I am Godin, the chief of this village. Might you tell me where you obtained the vegetables used in that sandwich? It was only natural for Chief Godin to inquire about the vegetables after witnessing their effect. I introduced myself and explained that I was a farmer and that the vegetables were grown on my own farm. I also shared my theory that the vegetable's ability to suppress the impulse likely stemmed from the use of holy water during cultivation. Upon hearing this, Godin expressed a desire to purchase the vegetables regularly. While I didn't mind the request, he seemed concerned about the price, so I proposed offering them free of charge. But it's fine. Besides, if the impulse can be suppressed, it might pave the way for better relations with other races, right? Dragons driven to madness by their cannibalistic urges had harmed humans before. Entire towns were said to have been wiped out by such incidents, many of which were likely the result of their inability to resist those impulses. Helping the dragonkin would ultimately benefit humanity as well. In that case, offering the vegetables for free didn't seem like a bad idea. Still, Godin-san promised that they would one day pay for them. He asked for patience until his people could integrate into human society and live independent lives. That sounded fair. I could wait for that day, but just as the conversation settled, it seemed things weren't quite over yet. Hopefully, this Operation Sandwich could resolve the next problem as well. Chapter 325, The Solution. The revelation that vegetables grown with holy water could suppress the dragonkin's long-standing cannibalistic urge brought a ray of hope to their village. If continued consumption of these vegetables could entirely suppress the urge, it would mark a significant turning point in their lives, potentially allowing them to reconnect with humans and fundamentally transform their existence. However, before that vision could become a reality, there was an immediate issue to address: the unrelenting roar that had echoed through the forest since our arrival. We needed to free the former Dragon King, Barden, from his cannibalistic urge. I want to give your vegetables to Barden-sama. To save Barden-san, the vegetables we brought were essential. Unfortunately, we hadn't come on this journey intending to sell produce and only had the sandwiches we had prepared. Checking our supplies confirmed the grim reality: what we had wouldn't be nearly enough for someone as massive as Barden-san. This is a problem. Should we return to the dungeon farm and bring back more vegetables? Alia's suggestion was practical, but it posed significant challenges. With his enormous size, he'd need a substantial quantity before the effect kicks in. Transporting that much would be difficult, and it would take considerable time. And that might disrupt our future plans, right? Kiara's observation hit the mark. Moreover, even if we managed to suppress his urge temporarily, it wouldn't be a permanent solution. If the urge kept recurring, it would only lead to more suffering. In that case, it'd be best if we could grow the vegetables here. That was the optimal plan. I'd already established farms in challenging locations like Datin Village in the desert and the snow-covered Rodden Kingdom. Compared to those, setting up a farm in the Dragonkin's village should be straightforward, except for one critical obstacle: the holy water. The underground lake near the dungeon farm was filled with countless magic stones, which infused the water with magic power. This magical water significantly enhanced the vegetables' properties, making them effective against the cannibalistic urge. But this village didn't have any holy water. Simply growing vegetables wouldn't be enough. They had to be cultivated with water containing the holy water's properties to suppress the urge. Is there no way to replicate it? The future of the dragonkin hinged on this holy water. I scanned the surroundings, desperate for an alternative, when suddenly, wait, maybe. A possibility struck me. Chapter 326, A Plan to Save the Dragonkin. Establishing agriculture in the dragonkin's village presented a clear challenge. Creating the farmland itself wouldn't be a problem, especially with the enhanced power of the dragon tree sword. The real issue lay in securing the holy water necessary to suppress the cannibalistic urge. The underground lake near our dungeon produced an abundant supply of magic-infused holy water due to the magical ore scattered across its bottom. This water had proven effective in suppressing the urge, but replicating its presence in the dragonkin's village seemed impossible, until I remembered something important: the regular bathing habits of Simone in that lake. Whenever Simone bathes in the lake, its magic power concentration increases. I believe it's because she's a dragonkin herself. Yeah, she adds some fine flavor to the water, no doubt about it. Hanan-san. Simone's face turned bright red at Hanan's comment about her adding flavor. Though embarrassing, the remark wasn't entirely off the mark. Dragonkin soaking in water seemed to enhance its magical properties. And near this village, there was a waterfall and a river frequently used by the dragonkin. When I explained my theory, the group quickly caught on. I see. So, you think the water from that waterfall might have the same effect as holy water? Alia summarized my idea, and I nodded slowly. It's just a hypothesis, so I can't say for sure. But it's worth investigating. Let's not waste any time, let's go check it out. Han-san declared boldly, reflecting the urgency and hope tied to this discovery. For the dragonkin, the cannibalistic urge wasn't just a personal affliction, it was a pressing, collective issue. And so, we immediately headed to the waterfall we'd passed earlier. Kiara and Charlotte combined their magic to analyze the water, while Han-san, Vinessa, and Iselda observed closely. 10 minutes into the process, Charlotte finally spoke up. It's not identical to the magic in the dungeon's underground lake, but this river water does contain magical properties. Oh, we all cheered at the news. At least the minimum requirement was met. However, one concern lingered: the magic in this water wasn't identical to that of the underground lake. Magic was a delicate force, and exact matches were rare. Would the vegetables grown here have the same urge-suppressing effect? We'd have to try it and see for ourselves. Chapter 327, A New Farm. The foundation for growing vegetables capable of suppressing the dragonkin's cannibalistic urge was finally in place. Now it was my turn to take action. With the help of Godin-san, the village chief, and Han-san, I was shown a vast area of land suitable for farming. I presented my plan to cultivate the holy water-infused vegetables there, explaining the steps to the dragonkin community. If we can grow those vegetables here, it would be a dream come true. But is it really possible? Leave it to me. I thumped my chest confidently and got to work. Together with the dragonkin, we spread holy water across the field, ensuring it soaked into the soil. Once that was done, it was time for the main event. Drawing the dragon tree sword, I prepared for the transformation. This time, I wasn't holding back. I infused my magic power into the blade, awakening its most powerful form, the tree god sword. As incredible as ever, isn't it? Even in its usual form, the dragon tree sword had become far stronger than before. But since this was the dragonkin's village, I wanted to make an impression. I shifted it into its more impressive class, drawing gasps from the gathered crowd. Ah, what incredible magic power. Is that truly a sword for farming? The dragonkin couldn't take their eyes off the tree god's sword, their astonishment palpable. It had been a while since I'd seen such a genuine reaction. Most people in Dreesen or other towns had grown used to its powers. Here, though, the reactions were fresh and filled with awe. Motivated by their enthusiasm, I moved swiftly to demonstrate the sword's capabilities. Plunging the blade into the ground, I let its magic flow into the soil, transforming it into fertile farmland ideal for growing vegetables. Han-san exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" While the other dragonkin murmured in confusion. For me and my companions, however, this was routine. As the sword worked its magic, the barren ground shifted, turning rich and nutrient-filled. I then embedded several vegetable seeds into the soil using the sword's magic, channeling even more power. In moments, green shoots emerged, rapidly growing into mature vegetables before their eyes. What incredible speed! So this is the power of a farming sword. I'm speechless, such a tool exists. The initial skepticism of the dragonkin melted into amazement and respect. Even those who had doubted me now believed after witnessing the flourishing field. With this, we'd secured a reliable source of holy water-infused vegetables for the dragonkin. The final test, however, still awaited us. Would they have the same effect on the old Dragon King? Chapter 328, ready to go. The old Dragon King, Barden-san, teetered on the brink of losing control to his cannibalistic urges. While we had confirmed that holy water-infused vegetables could mitigate this madness, getting him to consume them was an entirely different challenge. Neither I nor Martina, Kiara, Charlotte, or Alia could approach Barden-san safely due to our species' differences. This left us relying on Hanan, the Alran, or the Dragonkin trio, Simone, Eselda, and Vinessa. Considering the size and strength disparity, it made the most sense to entrust this to the Dragonkin. Let's do it. Together, we'll save Barden-san. Yeah. Wait, I'm in too. Well, I've come this far, guess I'll see it through. Simone stepped up first, and Eselda and Vinessa quickly agreed to assist. While Eselda was brimming with enthusiasm, Vinessa was hesitant. However, with encouragement from her brother, Han-san, and the villagers, she seemed more motivated. The task was now in their hands. As much as I wanted to help, charging in recklessly would only make things worse. This mission wasn't about combat, but about delivering the vegetables to calm Barden-san's urges. We humans had to stay back and prepare for contingencies. So, Martina, Kiara, Charlotte, Alia, and I positioned ourselves at a safe distance, watching closely. Hanan remained behind as a communication relay. Well, let's see how this goes. We can only trust them and wait. It's frustrating, but it's all we can do. I just hope everyone comes back safely. Don't worry, Simone won't go down that easily. Despite their brave words, the concern was evident on their faces. The four women, Kiara, Charlotte, Martina, and Alia, were all worried for Simone and the others. But we couldn't afford impulsive actions. As we maintained our vigil, suddenly, boom! The ground shook violently, accompanied by a thunderous noise. What was that? Is this an emergency? Did something happen to Simone-chan and the others? Kiara and Martina were visibly panicked, but Charlotte and Alia managed to keep their composure. Calm down, you two. Charlotte's right. It could be Barden-san reacting to the vegetables. That seems very likely. Their calm words helped us regain focus. We could only hope Simone and the others were handling the situation. Chapter 329, Words from the Former Dragon King. The former Dragon King, Barden-san, driven by cannibalistic urges, had been roaring repeatedly. To calm him, Simone and the other dragonkin, along with Hanan the Alran, brought vegetables infused with the effects of holy water to him. However, they had yet to return. Do you think they're okay? There's no way we can go out there ourselves. We have no choice but to trust and wait. I know, but it's so frustrating. Martina, Kiara, Charlotte, Alia, and I waited anxiously from a distance, unable to intervene due to the risk of provoking Barden-san. Despite hearing his roars several times, we knew rushing in could jeopardize the plan. All we could do was hope for their success. After what felt like an eternity, everyone, we're back. Simone and Hanan too. Simone and Hanan finally returned. Thankfully, neither of them appeared injured. What happened? I asked, and the others fell silent, awaiting an answer. Simone broke into a wide grin and raised a victory sign. It was a complete success. Really? Yes. Barden-san regained his clarity of thought and has returned to his human form. He's now in the Dragonkin village and has requested to meet with the hero of the day, Bale. Me? Well, you were the one who created the vegetables that stopped his urges. It's no surprise he wants to thank you, right? You'll probably get some high praise. Quite likely. To think you'd be recognized by someone of Dragon King caliber, even if he's a former one, truly impressive, Bale-san. Kiara's observation made Charlotte nod, solemnly in agreement. Everyone else seemed to share the sentiment, though I wasn't so sure. It wasn't something I could judge until I met Barden-san in person. He didn't seem angry or anything, so it's probably just gratitude, like Kiara and Charlotte said. That'd be great if that's all it is. Either way, I'd have to hear it from Barden-san himself to know for certain. The former Dragon King, Barden-san, what kind of person could he be? Chapter 330, The Former Dragon King Barden. After eating vegetables imbued with the effects of holy water, The former dragon King Bardensan was freed from his cannibalistic urges. Though Simone and Hanan assured me he was fine, I couldn't shake the fear lingering from his earlier roars. Still, given Simone, Isekai, Vinessa, and Hansan seemed calm about the situation, the danger likely wasn't significant. Yet the possibility remained that seeing a human might reignite his urges. With this in mind, we carefully made our way back to the dragonkin village. When we arrived, the village was bustling with dragonkin, many of whom had gathered as if awaiting our return. At the center of the crowd stood one figure who clearly commanded the most attention. It had to be Bardensan. As the villagers noticed us, they quickly parted to reveal a white-bearded gentleman standing regally at the center. "Ah, so you're the young farmer I've heard so much about." His gentle demeanor and composed presence were a stark contrast to the rampage from earlier, truly befitting someone who once bore the title of king. "Why, yes. I'm Bale Orlando. I am Barden. I served as Dragon King until a few years ago, but now I live here in quiet retirement." Barden-san extended a hand, and we shook firmly before introducing the rest of the group. Afterward, Han-san joined the conversation, explaining that the village planned to hold a grand feast tonight to celebrate Barden-san's recovery. "I'd like you to join us. What do you say?" "We'd be honored." Being invited personally by Barden-san left no room for refusal. If anything, I was eager to join the celebration. "Vinessa, you'll attend too, won't you?" Me. "Nah, I don't really." "Come on, Vinessa, let's go." "That's right, it'll be fun." "Ugh, fine, I've got nothing better to do anyway." Vinessa initially resisted, but Simone and Iselda's insistence quickly wore her down. It was clear the three of them had grown close during this ordeal. For Simone especially, meeting others of her kind after such a long time seemed to bring her great joy. Perhaps she might even consider staying here permanently. It was impossible to say for sure, but if she did, I'd respect her decision. Chapter 331, A Grand Feast in the Dragonkin Village. The feast held in the Dragonkin Village was a raucous and joyous celebration. Martina was utterly captivated by the unique Dragonkin cuisine, while the Dragonkin, in turn, were intrigued by human dishes. This led to an impromptu cultural exchange where both sides cooked for each other. Kiara and Charlotte entertained the village children with demonstrations of basic magic, while Hanan, Alia, and Simone regaled the villagers with their, perhaps exaggerated, tales of heroism leading up to this moment. "It's been ages since I've enjoyed a party this much," Han-san said as he approached, watching the lively crowd. Barden-sama has been troubled by his cannibalistic urges for so long. Seeing him finally free must bring him immense relief. I've never seen him this high-spirited before. Indeed, Barden-san seemed to be in the best mood of his life. He drank heavily and sang loudly with the other villagers, thoroughly enjoying himself. "We owe you so much gratitude." "Not really, we were just searching for our friend Simone. That's how we ended up here." It was true. Had Simone not been seeking to help her kin, we'd never have come to the Dragonkin village. Barden-san might have succumbed entirely to his urges, harming other species, and possibly leading to the downfall of the Dragonkin as a race. Many Dragonkin across the world struggle with similar urges. I plan to visit other Dragonkin settlements to share the knowledge of these vegetables. If it works, many lives could be saved. That's a great idea. You could really make a difference for your people. And when that happens, you'll be hailed as a hero among the Dragonkin. A hero. The word froze me for a moment. For someone like me, a simple farmer, such a title felt impossibly grand. Just then, Simone approached. "What's wrong, Bale-san?" "And nothing. By the way, we plan to leave the village tomorrow morning." "Understood. I'll be ready by then." Simone answered cheerfully. It seemed she was coming back to the dungeon farm with us. "Are you sure you don't want to stay here?" I asked without thinking. Simone tilted her head in surprise at first, but then gave a soft, radiant smile. "The treehouse is my home." "Simone." Relief washed over me. After all, it wouldn't feel right without her at the dungeon farm. Feeling a renewed sense of comfort, I invited Simone to join me in sampling Martina's cooking. Chapter 332, Farewell to the Dragonkin Village. The grand feast in the Dragonkin Village came to an end, and the day to return to the dungeon farm finally arrived. Looking back, our journey to find Simone had taken us to many unexpected places, but stumbling upon a village inhabited by dragonkin was something none of us had anticipated. Thank you. Because of your efforts, the bond between dragonkin and humans will grow stronger in the near future. We'll do our best to make that a reality. Those are reassuring words. I'll be looking forward to the day it happens. Yes. We exchanged farewells with Barden-san, the former Dragon King, before setting off from the village. As for Iselda, she chose to stay behind. She planned to visit her former home briefly, but intended to live in the village and assist with managing the fields. Vinessa, on the other hand, had left before we even woke up. Her brother Hansan grumbled about her being inconsiderate, but her free-spirited nature was part of her charm, and none of us were particularly upset. Goodbye. Riding on Simone's dragon form, we waved at the villagers who had come to see us off. This journey felt like a pivotal moment, not just for us, but perhaps for humanity as a whole. Section. After a long trip, we finally returned to the forest where our dungeon farm was located. Sensing our arrival, Claudia-san and the woodmen emerged from the ground-level entrance of the treehouse's upper floor. Welcome back, everyone, and it seems Simone-sama is safe as well. I apologize for causing you concern, Simone said, bowing repeatedly after reverting to her human form. As we watched her, a familiar voice called out, "Good grief, are you sure you'll be fine acting like that?" The voice came from nowhere, prompting everyone to glance around. Kiara was the first to spot the source, a figure perched on a nearby tree branch. "Wah, Vinessa, what are you doing here?" "I decided to follow you. I got curious about what kind of place humans, favored by the former Dragon King, live in," Vinessa said with a grin before leaping down from the tree. "I like this forest. I'll stick around for a while. Don't get the wrong idea, though. I'm not about to sweat over farming like the folks in the village. Anyway, see you around." And with that, Vinessa declared the forest near the dungeon as her new home. It seemed life around here was about to get even livelier. Chapter 333, Report concluded. The series of events at the Dragonkin village had come to a close, and it was now my duty, as a special knight, to report to Knight Commander Reginald. The Dragonkin sought to foster relations with humans, but the Krentz Kingdom's stance was to remain cautious for the time being. Knight Commander Reginald explained that such a deep-seated divide between humans and Dragonkin could not be bridged overnight. While it wasn't a firm no to future relations, the kingdom preferred to deliberate carefully. That said, our relationship with Simone had already drawn attention within the kingdom. Knight Commander Reginald reassured me that while opinions were cautious, they weren't unfavorable. It was understandable. Matters between species required thoughtful and deliberate action. Section. After completing my report, I stopped by the town of Dreesen to inform Gregory-san as well. The Dragonkin village, you've certainly been to some extraordinary places. Even Gregory-san, a merchant known worldwide, had no knowledge of the village's existence. Simone herself had mentioned that this was her first time seeing it. That spoke volumes about the current relationship between humans and Dragonkin. Still, you seem to attract an unusual bunch of people. Really? A cook/adventurer, a promising young mage, a high noble's daughter, a quirky Alran, and a Dragonkin with a timid personality that doesn't match her size. Wait, Gregory-san. What about me? Right, let's see, among this colorful cast, you're the precious normal one. That's not a compliment. Alia's indignant protests only served to emphasize her place as the party's teased member. Truth be told, in a regular group, she'd be quite a standout. But in our party, she'd become something of the butt of the joke. If only I had a strong personality like everyone else. Alia muttered despondently. Martina and Simone comforted her with warm smiles, a scene we'd all grown accustomed to. Still, Alia, she had joined us after the Hurricane Garlic incident, but in truth, we didn't know much about her. She rarely spoke of her past, or rather, she couldn't. Apparently, she remembered very little. From what she'd told us, she'd grown up in the harsh conditions of a slum with no memory of anything before that. That alone made her unique in a way that no one else in our group was, but it wasn't something to joke about lightly. Wait, maybe not having a unique trait is my unique trait. Yeah, no, definitely not Desuwa. Kiara and Charlotte's merciless responses prompted another round of laughter. And so, our usual daily life returned once more. Chapter 334, Peaceful Days. 2 weeks had passed since the events at the dragonkin village, and life had settled back into its usual peaceful rhythm. Today, after delivering vegetables to the Rimal Company, I planned to run some errands. Martina had mentioned that certain cooking ingredients and seasonings were running low, so we decided to visit specialty shops in town. Accompanying me this time were Chiara and Simone. It's convenient that there's a store specializing in magical tools here. The Rimal Company keeps the businesses in Dreesen honest and fair, which attracts good shops to the area. Felix-san from the guild mentioned that. Gregory-san is amazing as always. The three of us strolled through the bustling streets, ticking items off our shopping list. We had brought a cart for larger purchases, so there was no worry about managing heavy loads. As we wandered, Chiara suddenly pointed to a shop. That shop wasn't there before. You're right, it used to be an empty building. Her gaze, along with Simone's, was fixed on a new flower shop along the main avenue. Just as Chiara stepped toward it without checking her surroundings, she bumped into someone, a person around her age, wearing a hat pulled low over that person's face. Eek, I am sorry. No, it's my fault. I was in a hurry. As they collided, the girl's hat fell to the ground. I picked it up, brushed off the dust, and handed it back. But when our eyes met, "What?" The words escaped me before I could stop them. Chiara and Simone, now alerted, came over and, "What?" Their reactions mirrored mine exactly. It was understandable because standing before us was, unmistakably, Alia. But how? Alia was supposed to be exploring the dungeon with Martina and Charlotte today. Moreover, why was she acting like a complete stranger? Alia. No, I'm not. Before the girl could finish her sentence, a furious shout cut through the air. There he is, over there. 3 burly men were running toward us, pointing at him. The girl, who looked identical to Alia, immediately turned to flee. This was clearly no ordinary situation. W8. Who are you people? I tried to block their path, but one of them shoved me aside roughly. Then, quite the commotion you're causing here. Afraid we can't just let this slide. Gregory-san and Felix-san, who had been talking nearby, stepped in to confront the men. I hadn't noticed we were so close to the guild. Who was this Alia lookalike, and why was she being chased by such intimidating men? Something strange was definitely going on. Chapter 335, Alia's Lookalike. The intimidating stares from Gregory-san and Felix-san were enough to send the men chasing Alia's lookalike retreating. Well, those two do have quite the commanding presence. On top of that, some townsfolk from Dreesen were beginning to gather. It turns out Alia had unknowingly become something of a local darling. Her cheerful demeanor and approachable personality made her a favorite among the people. I hadn't realized she had become the town's unofficial mascot. But the real issue was the mysterious lookalike who had disappeared. From their lack of recognition when seeing us, it was clear they were a different person. Honestly, if that had been the real Alia, she wouldn't have needed help against those 3 men. She would have handled them herself. With no clear lead on the lookalike's whereabouts, we decided to head back to the dungeon's treehouse and ask the real Alia directly if she knew anything. When we arrived, we found Alia chatting casually with Hanan near the underground lake. "Oh, welcome back." She waved at us cheerfully. However, the incident from earlier was still fresh in our minds, and we couldn't muster more than a hesitant "oh." What's wrong? Did something happen in town? Our awkward behavior seemed to make her worry unnecessarily. Judging from your expressions, I'm guessing it has something to do with Alia, Hanan, ever perceptive, hit the mark immediately. Alia, now in the spotlight, looked suddenly anxious. Did I do something wrong in town? And no, you didn't do anything. I was about to explain when... Alia. A scream echoed from the forest. Bale. Right, let's go. Chiara's shout spurred me into action. There was no time to climb down the treehouse stairs. I summoned the vines using the power of the dragon tree sword and vaulted straight up to the dungeon canopy. Chiara, Simone, Alia, and Hanan followed suit. When we reached the forest and ran toward the source of the scream, we found a person being attacked by a plant-type monster. That's the same type that attacked Chiara before. This brought back memories of the first time I fought alongside Chiara. That was the battle that had sparked our friendship, but now wasn't the time for nostalgia. To make matters worse, the person under attack was... It was none other than Alia's lookalike, the same one we had seen in Dreesen earlier. Chapter 336, Two Alias. The scream that echoed through the forest near the dungeon led us to a troubling sight. A plant-type monster, the same species that had once attacked Kiara, was preying on someone. And that someone was the Alia lookalike, the one we saw in Dreesen earlier. Looking at the face alone, the resemblance was uncanny. The voice, however, was distinctly deeper. Could this person be a boy? This is startling. Looks exactly like Alia. Hanan muttered, seeing the stranger for the first time. Indeed, it wasn't just similar, it was as if they were twins. Twins. The thought crossed my mind as I watched Kiara and Simone rush to rescue the boy. If that were true, then saving him could provide answers. Kiara, who still held a grudge against this type of monster after her near capture in the past, faced the creature head-on. Last time, you got me, but not this time. The monster extended its vines toward her, but Kiara countered with her wind magic. Razor-sharp blades of wind shredded the vines, leaving the monster defenseless. Meanwhile, Simone secured the boy and brought him over to us, ensuring his safety. Kiara wasn't done yet, though. Take this. She unleashed an ice spell, freezing the monster solid. It struggled briefly but soon went still, completely immobilized. Revenge achieved. Kiara turned to me with a triumphant grin, flashing a peace sign. It seemed she had been holding onto her grudge for a while. The monster was defeated, but now came the bigger mystery. Who are you people? The boy, who looked so much like Alia, was clearly confused, but no one was more bewildered than Alia herself. What? Me. She stared in shock, too overwhelmed to even join the battle earlier. The boy, however, seemed to recognize her, or at least, his reaction was different. Finally, I've found you. With that, he collapsed unconscious. Kiara confirmed there were no signs of injury or poison, but the boy appeared utterly drained, both physically and emotionally. Let's bring him to the treehouse. That's a good idea. Simone agreed. I carried the boy as we made our way back. Along the way, Alia, supported by the rest of us, gradually began to regain her composure. But the question remained, who was this boy and what connection did he have to Alia? Chapter 337, Resolve. The boy who resembled Alia lay unconscious in my room at the treehouse. Simone and Hanan stayed to monitor him, while Kiara and I met up with Martina and Charlotte to explain the situation. Once the details were shared, the conversation turned to the person most affected by all this, Alia herself. Alia, do you have any idea who that boy might be? None at all. Honestly, I'm shocked. I didn't think there could be someone out there who looked so much like me. With such a striking resemblance, calling him your twin wouldn't seem strange. Twin. The word twin lingered in the air, heavy with possibilities. It wasn't impossible. Alia had admitted before that much of her past, aside from her name, was shrouded in mystery. Perhaps this boy had been searching for a long-lost twin sibling, but why was he being chased by those men? There was another concern. How all of this was affecting Alia emotionally. She'd never had a chance to confront her past before now. The possibility of uncovering it all at once was undoubtedly overwhelming. Still, one thing was certain. Don't worry, Alia. No matter what happens, we're here for you. We're your allies always. Absolutely. We've come this far together, haven't we? When you're troubled, rely on us. Everyone. Tears welled up in Alia's eyes as she nodded repeatedly, clearly moved. Claudia-san, watching from a distance, clapped softly. She could have joined in closer, but, well, that was just her way. Then, Hanan returned with news. The boy has woken up. Tension rippled through us. Would he reveal a connection to Alia? Or was the resemblance just a bizarre coincidence? We decided that Martina and Kiara would stay behind to support Alia, while Charlotte and I would go talk to the boy. But just as we were about to leave, Alia stopped us. Wait. Her voice was calm but resolute. I want to go too. She stood from her seat with quiet determination. Are you sure? Yeah, I think it's time I face this. I've been wondering for a while now about who I really am. Of course. Though she always seemed cheerful, the uncertainty about her identity must have weighed on her deeply. Now that she had a chance to uncover the truth, she couldn't just sit back and wait. All right. Let's go together. Okay. With Alia leading the way, we prepared to confront the boy and the mystery he brought with him. Chapter 338, The Mysterious Boy's True Identity. Despite initial plans for only a few representatives to meet the boy who resembled Alia, curiosity got the better of everyone, and the treehouse room became crowded. Eventually, only Alia, Martina, Charlotte, and I entered to speak with him while the others waited outside. As we approached, the boy stirred, glancing at us with confusion. His gaze froze on Alia and his face turned pale. "You're the one who lives here, wah." His calm tone vanished the moment he fully registered Alia's face. "Well, that's the natural reaction, isn't it? Anyone would be stunned to see someone who looks exactly like them. It's surprising, right? We were just as shocked. We didn't think there'd be someone out there who looked this much like Alia." "Alia, Alia." Hearing her name, the boy's eyes widened further in disbelief. This reaction, did he know something about Alia's past? "Do you know Alia?" "Know her? That's not even close. I've been searching for her all this time." His words struck us like a thunderclap. What? He wasn't just familiar with Alia, he'd been actively looking for her. In hindsight, it made sense. Coming across him in Dreesen seemed far too convenient to be mere coincidence. We pressed him for more details. "My name is Phil. I'm Alia's twin brother." T-twin. We'd suspected as much, but to hear it confirmed left us speechless. Of course, the one most shaken by this revelation was Alia herself. She had always believed she was completely alone, with no family to rely on. Now, before her was someone claiming to be her brother, a connection she'd never imagined she had. Unsure of how to react, she fell silent. Phil, noticing our collective bewilderment, continued speaking. "I want Alia to meet our parents." Parents? Alia's voice quivered. It was clear that this subject weighed heavily on her. Sensing her hesitation, I stepped in to steer the conversation. "When you say parents, where are they now?" "In Bartle, a country in the western continent. Our father is the king there." "I see, so you're royalty. Wait, what?" "Hold on a second. Did he just casually drop that their father was a king?" Hanan, standing at the doorway, summarized the situation with her usual bluntness. "If your father's a king, that makes Alia a princess of this Bartle place." The treehouse erupted in astonished murmurs. Alia, a princess. Chapter 339, Charlotte's Questions. Alia, a princess of the kingdom of Bartle. The revelation delivered by the boy named Phil, who claimed to be her twin brother, sent the treehouse into an unprecedented state of chaos. Most of all, Alia herself seemed incapable of accepting the truth. "AP princess, me? That's a terrible joke." "This isn't a joke. I've been searching for you all this time." Phil stood and slowly approached Alia. "Father and mother are eager to see you too." "Hold on a moment." The one who stepped in front of Phil was Charlotte. "You claim to be a prince of the kingdom of Bartle, but would a prince truly travel alone? Are you saying you came all the way to this distant place without even a single knight to protect you? Moreover, who were those people chasing after you in the town of Dreesen? Unless you provide a proper explanation, I cannot simply accept your claims." Charlotte's pointed questions jolted us to attention. She's right. The shocking revelation had almost paralyzed our thoughts, but looking back, everything about this situation was suspicious. We couldn't simply accept his words while leaving these doubts unaddressed. Charlotte's right. First, why are you acting alone? Phil fell silent under our questioning, just as we were about to press him further. "I heard the Bartle royal family is scheduled to attend a ball tomorrow in the kingdom of Krentz." It was Claudius Anne who provided the unexpected information. "A b-ball. The head of the family is also expected to attend, and preparations are being made to move to the royal capital soon." "Wait, are why, you a noble of this country?" "Indeed. My name is Charlotte Blaffer de Suwa." "Blaffer, I've heard that name before." "Impressive. To think her family's name is known even in another country." "The Blaffer family is renowned for its devoted knight, always looking out for his little sister. So, you're that little sister." "Regrettably, yes, de Suwa." Charlotte's face twisted into a tight grimace, while Kiara struggled to hold back tears of laughter. The rest of the group wore wry smiles. Lauren-san, as expected of him. But back to the matter at hand, the situation was starting to make a little more sense. Chapter 340, An Unexpected Connection. The upcoming ball. Prince Phil, who claimed to be Alia's twin brother, was supposed to attend the event. However, it seemed he had slipped away to visit the town of Dreesen instead. "But why did you come to Dreesen?" "That's because I heard about it from Princess Reina of Zenodia." Princess Reina. Ah, Princess Reina, the one with a severe aversion to vegetables. She had attended the agricultural exhibition in an attempt to overcome her dislike. Apparently, Prince Phil was acquainted with her and received the information from her. When Princess Reina saw me, she was astonished. When I asked why, she told me that there was a girl among the members of the dungeon farm who had brought delicious vegetables to their country. That girl looked exactly like me. That's when I became certain it was Alia. So that's what happened. To think there had been such an exchange with Princess Reina, you really never know how people might be connected. Oh, and she also mentioned this. She envied how happy everyone in the group looked back then, and said she'd like to visit Krentz someday if she ever had the time. Tidu thinks she held us in such high regard. It's an honor to be spoken of so highly by a princess of another kingdom. I'd love to visit the kingdom of Zenodia for sightseeing again someday. But back to the matter at hand. I've got a general grasp of the situation now, Alia. When I addressed her, Alia flinched, her body stiffening. She must already understand. Now that we know you're a princess, we can't just leave things as they are. Does that mean I can't stay here anymore? Alia looked at me with pleading eyes, but considering the Bartle royal family, we couldn't simply ignore the truth now that it was out. Still, for Alia, this was clearly a complicated situation. Though they were her real parents, she couldn't remember their faces or voices. To her, they were little more than strangers, connected only by blood. And then there was us. We'd grown too close. Leaving here now would feel unbearable to Alia, that much was evident. After much deliberation over what to do next. Let's go to the ball. That was the conclusion we reached, but it came with conditions. I'll accompany you as a special knight. If I'm tasked with ensuring your safe arrival at the venue, I'll be able to stay by your side. Bale. Hearing that I'd go with her, Alia seemed visibly relieved. For now, we had a basic plan. The finer details would need to be worked out. Of course, everyone else would have important roles to play along the way as well. Chapter 341, Preparations for the Ball. The King and Queen of Bartle, Alia's parents, were set to arrive in Krentz on the day of the ball. At Phil's request, Alia agreed to meet them, but there was a slight issue with the arrangements. If you're going to attend the ball, you'll need to groomed appropriately Wa. It was Charlotte who made this declaration. As a young lady of the Blaffer family with prior experience attending such events, she vehemently opposed the idea of Alia showing up in her adventurer attire. However, with the ball just one day away, there wasn't much time to spare. Though Alia wouldn't be dancing, I had hoped we could find a way to arrange a meeting with her parents outside the main event. Unfortunately, according to Phil, that didn't seem feasible. Of course, they were the king and queen of another nation. It wasn't as though they could casually move from place to place. That left the ballroom as the only suitable location for their meeting. If Alia was to stand in such a formal setting, she'd need the proper attire. Charlotte seemed ready to take charge of this matter. Alia-san and I have similar builds, so I'm sure one of my dresses will suit her perfectly. Wa. But are you sure? This is an important moment for a dear friend. There's no need to hesitate. Wa. Thank you so much, Charlotte. With that, the dress issue was resolved. Kiara sent her familiar to the Blaffer household, so the dress should arrive at Krentz Castle by early tomorrow morning. That said, we couldn't afford to sit back and relax either. If we're heading to the royal capital tomorrow, we'll need to get ourselves ready too. If you're coming with me, Bale, shouldn't we arrange formal attire for you as well? Alia's question made me realize something important. She was right. I'd been so focused on her that I'd completely neglected my own preparations. But Bale, given your family background, surely you already have. Kiara. What? I was just, Kiara was cut off by Martina before she could finish. I understood why. It was about my connection to the Orlando family. It's fine, Martina. And you too, Kiara. I don't have any issues with my family. The problem is the clothing. I'd have to figure out a way to secure something appropriate by tomorrow evening as well. Good grief, tomorrow was shaping up to be a hectic day. Chapter 342, The Morning of Departure. The next day, to attend the ball and meet Alia's parents, we set off for the royal capital with Phil, her twin brother. Under normal circumstances, we'd take a leisurely journey by carriage, but this time was different. With the ball fast approaching, and the urgent need to meet Alia's parents, not to mention that I still needed to procure formal attire, we had to reach the castle in the capital as quickly as possible. For this, we relied on Simone, who could transform into a dragon for rapid travel. For Alia-chan, I'll fly anywhere. Simone was more than eager, instantly shifting into her dragon form. However, it wouldn't be wise to land directly in the capital in such a state. Instead, we planned to touch down in the forest just outside the city. While making final preparations at the treehouse's entrance, a voice called out from above. Well, what's going on today? It's awfully lively for so early in the morning. The voice seemed to come from overhead. When I looked up, I saw a dragonkin girl, same as Simone, Vinessa. We're heading to the royal capital. With such a big group. Lots going on. Well, whatever, I'll just go back to sleep. With that, Vinessa took off into the air. What? I couldn't help but let out a startled cry. The reason? She'd soared into the sky while still in her human form. Dragonkin can fly in that form too. What? Simone can't do it. I didn't know flying in human form was even possible. Seriously? Simone, clearly intrigued, begged Vinessa to teach her how to fly in her human form. Though Vinessa acted annoyed, I had a feeling she didn't entirely mind the attention. Still, Simone, please refrain from trampling the surrounding trees in your dragon form while you practice. As I was thinking this, Martina approached to inform us that everything was ready. All right, we're counting on you, Simone. Leave it to me. With us on her back and our luggage secured in a cargo sling, Simone took to the skies. Bring back some good stories when you return. Vinessa waved us off as we soared toward the capital of Krentz. Alia's parents would be waiting for her there. Chapter 343, Return to the capital of Krentz. How long has it been since I last visited the capital of Krentz? Our first stop was a boutique Charlotte often frequented. We'll make the final adjustments to the dress here. W8, but if it's adjusted to my size, won't you be unable to wear it anymore, Charlotte? Don't worry about that. I have plenty of other dresses. Besides, it's for a dear friend. Charlotte, it's heartwarming to see such kindness between friends. Thanks to Charlotte's generosity, Alia was able to secure a dress. However, the shopkeeper discreetly revealed the price to me, and it was enough to make my jaw drop. Martina, who overheard as well, was visibly stunned. But if Alia found out, she'd probably freeze up with nerves. We decided to keep this little detail to ourselves. Ara, isn't that dress one of your most expensive and MMPH? Kiara, however, almost let the cat out of the bag. Martina and I quickly stopped her and whispered our intentions. Realizing her slip-up, Kiara blushed and muttered an apology. Thanks to this intervention, Alia remained blissfully unaware and could focus on preparing for the ball. Even so, her expression didn't brighten. Alia, is something wrong? For a moment, I worried she might have figured it out, but when I asked, she gave me a weak smile. I guess I'm just nervous. It's a strange feeling. Alia's voice trembled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her emotions were a swirl of anticipation and anxiety. It's going to be fine, Alia. Everything will work out. Exactly. Your parents will surely be overjoyed to see you. Yeah, no doubt about it. I know the heart of a parent longing for their child well enough. Simone and Hanan chimed in to encourage her. Hanan, especially, spoke from personal experience. She'd had her own struggles with Mamaran, but in the end, they managed to forge a strong parent-child bond. I was confident Alia would have a similar outcome. As we reassured her, a message arrived from Phil, who had gone ahead to the castle. He'd managed to secure time for Alia to meet their parents. All right, it's time. Yeah, let's go. Alia took a deep breath, her eyes regaining their usual determination. With that resolve shining through, I was certain she'd be just fine. Chapter 344, Reunion with her parents. The time had finally come for Alia to reunite with her parents. But her situation was far from ordinary. Her parents were no less than royalty. The King and Queen of Bartle, to be exact. This wasn't going to be a relaxed family reunion. Instead, it was set to take place under the most stringent security measures. The designated location was within Krentz Castle, the most heavily guarded place in the kingdom. We were escorted by soldiers to a specific room within the castle. Inside were Alia's parents, the King and Queen of Bartle, waiting to meet her. Are you ready, Alia? Alia? Why yes, I'm ready. Her nerves were so frayed that her speech was barely coherent. After calming her down, Aelia finally opened the door. The moment it swung open, two figures came into view. A man and a woman, both radiating regal grace, greeted us with warm smiles. These were Aelia's parents, her family. Aelia. It's really you, Aelia. The moment they saw her, they rushed forward and embraced her tightly. At first, Aelia seemed bewildered by the sudden display of affection, but soon her expression softened and she leaned into their embrace. It must have stirred something deep within her. Even if their faces, voices, and names had been distant memories, there was still a faint, lingering connection from the short time they had spent together long ago. That was enough for Aelia to instinctively recognize them as her parents. But that recognition brought with it a heavy realization. Aelia was part of the royal family of Bartle. This starkly highlighted the gap between her life and ours. If she truly was a princess, her place was in Bartle. She might not be able to stay with us anymore. Even with Phil as the heir to the throne, a princess has her duties. If her parents insisted, she would have to return to their kingdom. And if that happened, we might have to say goodbye. A permanent goodbye. No one dared to voice it, but the weight of this possibility hung in the air. We all understood that while we were happy for Aelia, her reunion with her parents could mean the end of her time at the dungeon farm. The king and queen, upon regaining their composure, turned their attention to us. They graciously expressed their thanks, asked about Aelia's life up until now, and eagerly absorbed every detail we shared. Aelia joined in, answering their questions with a radiant smile. Watching her laugh and talk so freely with them, I couldn't help but think. Perhaps Aelia had already made up her mind. Chapter 345, Aelia's Feelings. Aelia's reunion with her parents had started with nervous tension, but gradually warmed into heartfelt smiles. Seeing this, we quietly suggested to Phil that he allow them some private family time. He nodded, and we slipped out of the room, leaving Aelia to bond with her parents. With time to kill before the ball began, we wandered toward the castle courtyard. Yet, every step felt heavy. The same thought weighed on all of us. Aelia might stay in Bartle Kingdom as a princess, never returning to our farm. Aelia-chan seemed so happy, didn't she? Of course, it's not every day you get to reunite with parents you thought you'd never see again. Martina and Chiara's conversation trailed off after that. Maybe they didn't want to face the reality of what Aelia's happiness might mean for the rest of us. Still, no one would stand in her way if she chose to embrace her role as a princess. I felt the same. More than anything, I wanted Aelia to be happy. Whatever decision she made, I had already resolved to support her. But that didn't make the thought of her leaving any less painful. We'd been through so much together as a group. Since Martina joined us, no one had ever left. If she were just moving to a neighboring town, it might not feel so crushing. But this was different. She'd be in another country, living a completely different life. The gulf between us would be too vast to bridge. Even though Aelia wasn't the type to let royal status inflate her ego, her circumstances would inevitably change. People would treat her differently. That thought was hard to swallow. As I wrestled with my emotions, a maid approached us to let us know it was time for the ball. Chiara and Charlotte would be attending as participants, while the rest of us, myself included, were expected to act as guards. Aelia, on the other hand, was to attend as a member of the Bartle royal family, or so we thought. Wait, where's Aelia? The king and queen were mingling with other nobles in the grand hall, but Aelia was nowhere to be seen. As we searched for her, a familiar voice rang out behind us. "Hee, are you looking for me?" We spun around in unison. Aelia. There she was, radiant in a stunning dress, but with the same warm, familiar smile we all knew so well. In back, her voice was bright, her expression unchanged. Despite her royal attire, she was still the Aelia we had always known. Chapter 346, Welcome Back. Why are you here? Aelia was supposed to be enjoying the grand ball as a member of the Bartle royal family. Yet here she was, standing before us with that familiar smile. Shouldn't you be by your parents' side? Martina asked, her concern evident. Aelia glanced back toward her parents for a fleeting moment, her expression tinged with sadness. But when she turned back to us, her face was lit by her usual bright smile. I've already talked everything over with them. T talked everything over. What do you mean by that? Does this mean you've decided to return to the Bartle royal family? While Kiara hesitated to ask outright, Charlotte cut straight to the heart of the matter. Both approaches were understandable. Kiara wanted to tread carefully, while Charlotte was eager to know Alia's true feelings. Alia took in everyone's unspoken concerns with a calmness that surprised us all. Then she answered, plainly and without hesitation, "I'm staying at the dungeon farm." "What?" The sheer unexpectedness of her response left us all dumbfounded. Is it really that surprising? Of course it is. Wasn't there any talk about joining the royal family? Hanon's question made Alia shake her head lightly. They did ask me to come back. But honestly, I think I've adapted too well to life here. If I went back, I don't think I'd be able to do much as part of the royal family. Did your parents agree to this? This time, Simone voiced her concern. But Alia's demeanor remained as steady as ever. At first, they were a little confused. But once I started passionately explaining all the great things about the dungeon farm, they finally understood. They even said they'd always be waiting for me, and hoped I'd visit from time to time. In that case, we can deliver vegetables to the Bartle Kingdom regularly. With Simone's dragon form, long-distance travel wouldn't be an issue. That idea seemed to put everyone's minds at ease. Now that that's settled, it's time to enjoy the ball. I mean, how often do I get to wear a dress like this? That dress is yours now. What? But Charlotte, I can't accept such an expensive gift. You'll visit your parents at the castle sometimes, won't you? Wear it when you do. Charlotte's casual generosity and steady support were no different than they'd been before Alia's royal lineage was revealed. It was just who she was, unwavering and genuine. And so, Alia decided to stay at the dungeon farm. For me, it was a huge relief. Chapter 347 Late Night Talk. Alia had made her decision to stay at the dungeon farm, a bold declaration that brought us both relief and joy. About an hour later, the grand ball came to an end. Tonight, we were given the rare privilege of staying in the castle. The Bartle Kingdom's royal entourage would be leaving tomorrow morning, and we planned to see off King Bartle, the Queen, and Alia's twin brother, Prince Phil, before their departure. For now, we lounged in our quarters, chatting away to pass the time until we got sleepy. I still can't believe Alia turned out to be a princess. Kiara broke the silence, her tone laced with lingering astonishment. It truly was a surprise d'souhait. Hey, that's kind of rude. If you said that in Bartle Kingdom, you'd probably get arrested. Alia fired back playfully, her tone brimming with her usual energy. It was a relief to see her back to her cheerful self. But are you sure giving up the royal lifestyle was the right choice? Hanon posed the question, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Honestly, I was curious too. Did Alia really feel no regrets about leaving behind a life of luxury and privilege? Alia's response came with a bright, sincere smile that left no room for doubt. Sure, life as royalty might be all elegant and indulgent, but honestly, I'd much rather be here with all of you, making a ruckus and having fun together. That's what makes me happiest. Alia, there wasn't a shred of deceit in her words. It was pure, straightforward, and genuinely her. We're glad to have you with us, Alia. Simone, I love you, Alia declared, throwing herself into Simone's ample embrace with a gleeful laugh. Okay, I'll admit, just for a moment, I felt a twinge of jealousy. But seeing their heartwarming interaction quickly replaced that with a comforting sense of camaraderie. For Alia's parents, just knowing she was alive and well must have been an immense relief. Instead of uprooting her established life, they chose to respect her wishes, letting her stay where she truly felt she belonged. They were truly remarkable parents. In a way, it felt like they had entrusted Alia's happiness to us. No pressure, right? Still, as long as we kept up our way of life at the dungeon farm, everything would work out. With the power of the dragon tree sword, and its evolved form, the tree god sword, I was determined to continue managing our home and farm successfully. And so, our late-night conversation stretched on, carrying us well into the depths of the night. Chapter 348, Back to the Usual Daily Life. The next morning, we had gathered at the castle gate to see off the royal family of the Kingdom of Bartle, who were departing early in the morning. The King and Queen of Bartle, reunited with their daughter Alia after about 10 years, were reluctant to part with her. However, seeing her living peacefully here in the Kingdom of Krentz, surrounded by many companions, seemed to put their minds at ease. Prince Phil, Alia's twin brother and the next king, also shed tears as he said goodbye to his sister. But those tears seemed to come not only from sadness, but also from relief that his long-lost sister was alive and well, leading a tranquil life at the dungeon farm. Come to Bartle anytime, you'll always be welcome. Thank you, Nissen. Alia hugged her entire family one last time and kept waving her hand until their carriage was out of sight. They're gone. Yeah, but I can always visit the Kingdom of Bartle whenever I want. When that time comes, I'll escort you. Ahaha, thank you, Simone. Alia smiled as she replied, but there was a faint loneliness in her eyes. All right, let's head back. When I called out, everyone responded at once and began getting ready to return. Starting tomorrow, life would return to normal, our usual daily life. Of course, that included Alia. Section. A little while later, a letter arrived from the Kingdom of Bartle. Apparently, Prince Phil was planning to announce his engagement soon. The details, such as the wedding date, were still undecided, but the letter mentioned that invitations would be sent out when the time came. Naturally, we began discussing preparations for attending the wedding, like getting dresses ready early. But, a wedding, huh? A wedding? A wedding de Suwa. A wedding, is it? A wedding de Su. A wedding, right. For some reason, the women's reactions were strange. Well, I suppose it's normal for girls to dream about weddings. Right. Claudia-san, the maid and an adult woman, didn't show any particularly notable reaction, though. Sigh. Even during chores, it felt like her sighs had increased. Was something bothering her? I'll try to ask her about it subtly next time. End of Volume 4.